I have been on blind dates countless times, and this time I met a goddess. Chen Yan had just graduated and started working, only to be forced into yet another blind date. And this time, it was the 100th one. After going on 100 blind dates, Chen Yan couldn't help but marvel at his mother's extensive social network. But when he thought about the system's activation requirements, he endured it. That's right, Chen Yan was a transmigrator. In his past life, he dreamed of becoming a police officer, but due to health issues, that dream never came true. Later, he became a detective and was involved in solving many major cases. Unfortunately, during a drug dealer's revenge attack, he lost his life at the age of 29. With unfulfilled regret about never becoming a real police officer, Chen Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had transmigrated. And he had become an intern police officer. The dream he had failed to achieve for so many years had somehow come true after transmigrating. Chen Yan felt that fate had treated him too harshly. What's more, the world he had transmigrated into was not too different from his original world. At least for now, it seemed to be the same. His parents were still his parents, and his friends were still his friends. The only difference was that some familiar place names had changed. To top it off, Chen Yan had also brought along a system with him. Their ultimate police officer training system. However, there was one condition to activate the system. He had to go on 100 blind dates. Chen Yan had no idea what blind dates had to do with training police officers, but rules were rules, and all he could do was follow them. Luckily, he had a mother who was eager to have grandchildren. Within less than a month, she had already arranged 99 blind dates for him. A true mother. Today was their 100th one. It was also the final date needed to activate their ultimate police officer training system. Chen Yan entered Starbucks. At the entrance, there was a man and a woman introducing themselves to each other. Looking further inside, he saw 15 tables, 8 of which were occupied by couples on blind dates. Don't ask how Chen Yan knew there were 15 tables at a glance. When you've gone on 99 blind dates in one place, you know it like the back of your hand. Hello, Mr. Chen, we've reserved table 6 for you, the waiter said with familiarity. By now, everyone at this Starbucks knew who Chen Yan was. The man had broken the shop's record for the most blind dates at a single location 100 times. Chen Yan nodded. Thank you, the usual, please. The waiter knew that the usual meant a cup of mocha. Table 6 was near the floor-to-ceiling window, tucked away in a quiet corner, Chen Yan's favorite spot. At 6:30 p.m., a sweet but slightly saccharine voice interrupted Chen Yan, who was sipping his coffee. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Yan? Chen Yan looked up to see a woman. High heels, 10 centimeters. Black leather pants, glistening. A black lace-trimmed sheer top. A white down jacket draped over her shoulders. One hand held the latest iPhone, the other gripped a purple Louis Vuitton handbag. She had chestnut-colored long hair and heavy makeup. She stood at about 1.6 meters tall with willow leaf eyebrows and a sharp, angular face. Chen Yan recognized her at a glance. He had seen her photo before. This was his blind date partner for the evening, Song Zi. Hello, I'm Chen Yan, he said as he stood up, offering a polite smile. You must be Miss Song Zi. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Song Zi raised an eyebrow and scanned Chen Yan from head to toe. A trace of light flashed in her eyes. She had seen his picture before and knew that he was good-looking. But seeing him in person, she realized this man wasn't just good-looking, he was the type of man that made her want him. About 1.83 meters tall, with fair skin, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. Song Zi extended her hand proactively. Vanilla coffee, please, she said, then took a seat across from Chen Yan. Chen Yan gently shook her hand and said, Miss Song, please wait a moment. Waiter, a vanilla coffee, please. He signaled to a passing waiter before sitting back down. Mr. Chen, since this is a blind date, why don't we get straight to the point? How does that sound? Song Zi put her phone and Louis Vuitton bag on the table, her eyes locked on Chen Yan. This move. Chen Yan was already used to it. After 100 blind dates, what hadn't he seen? Song Zi's approach was quite standard. Seeing Chen Yan nod, Song Zi continued, What do you do for a living? Is your job stable? How much do you make each month? Do you have a house? If so, how big is it? Do you have a car? What kind of car is it? These were the classic blind date questions, and Chen Yan's answers were equally standard. I just started working as a police officer, which should be a fairly stable job. My monthly salary is 4,800 yuan. My parents bought me a house 2 years ago, it's 89 square meters. I don't have a car yet, Chen Yan replied calmly. Police? Song Zi was momentarily stunned. Your salary is only 5,000 yuan. Chen Yan nodded helplessly. Police salaries aren't very high, but we do get a year-end bonus, about 10,000 yuan or so. Since he was still a trainee police officer and had only been on the job for a month, he'd only heard about the year-end bonus. He hadn't received one himself, but 10,000 yuan sounded like a safe estimate. Song Zi frowned slightly. Your salary is too low, and your apartment is too small. To be honest, if it weren't for your looks, this blind date would be over right now. Chen Yan was momentarily stunned. After 100 blind dates, he knew that quite a few people were interested in his looks. But it was the first time someone had said it so bluntly. Here's the deal, Song Zi said, as if she had just made a major decision. Put my name on the apartment deed and have your family buy a 500,000 yuan car. Then we can consider seeing each other. For a moment, Chen Yan felt dazed and confused. Put her name on the property deed. Buy a 500,000 yuan car? Hey, what's wrong? You're hesitating over such a simple request. Seeing Chen Yan's reaction, Song Zi sneered. Handsome, I admit I have a good first impression of you, but your financial situation is just too poor. You're hesitating over putting my name on the house. And with a salary of 5,000 a month, you can't even afford my makeup. Chen Yan felt a little hurt. This Song Zi. Her words were a bit too brutally honest. Ding! The sudden ring of a notification broke the awkward atmosphere. Miss Song, your coffee is ready. I'll go get it. At the same time, the phone on the table vibrated slightly. Song Zi didn't seem to care. She just nodded casually and picked up her phone. 2 minutes later, Chen Yan returned with the coffee. At that moment, Song Zi was typing something on her phone. When she heard Chen Yan's footsteps, she pressed the power button, turning the screen pitch black. But that small movement didn't escape Chen Yan's notice. Although the distance was far and the text on the screen was small normally, it would be impossible for anyone to see what she had been typing. But Chen Yan was not a normal person. In both his previous and current life, he had a unique ability. Freeze-frame vision. Similar to a photographic memory, he could capture any scene he had just seen, as if snapping a photo. He could then zoom in on the mental image, analyzing every detail. This unique skill was one of the reasons he had become a legendary detective in his previous life. So, the text on Song Zi's phone just now was as clear as day in Chen Yan's mind. Tianhai Hotel, room 3008. Arrange for technician number 88. Payment of 3,888 yuan has been received. Chuanjia Express Hotel, room 908, Kunlun Road. Arrange for technician number 12. Payment of 2,888 yuan has been received. This beauty, no, this leatherpants woman seemed to have a rather interesting backstory. Chapter 2, Super Brutal. Arresting a blind date. After taking the coffee Chen Yan handed her, the leatherpants woman took a small sip. Mr. Chen, she said, with a thoughtful expression, I've just been thinking carefully, and I'm afraid we're not quite suited for each other. Chen Yan unconsciously nodded. If his guess was correct, they really weren't a match. The leatherpants woman lifted her chin arrogantly, leaning back on the sofa in a seductive manner. Mr. Chen, my monthly income is in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, which is 10 or even dozens of times your salary. Asking you to add my name to the house deed is not about money. As for buying a car, frankly, it's just my monthly salary. But you hesitate so much over something so simple. You're too stingy. Saying this, she grabbed her phone and her large bag, her expression full of pride. Hey, there's nothing else, I'll leave now. With a cold hey, she had already pronounced the end of their blind date. However, just as she stood up, Chen Yan blocked her path. Miss, whether I'm stingy or not is another matter, but if you want to leave, I'm afraid that won't be possible. What? The police want to cling onto me? Or do you want me to pay the bill? Hey, waiter, the bill. The leather pants woman's gaze was filled not only with arrogance but also with contempt. The police. Heh. Cling on. Pay the bill. Cling on might be possible, but paying the bill isn't necessary. Chen Yan said expressionlessly, pulling out a silver bracelet. Please stand up, hands on your head. You're under arrest. Huh. The noise had already attracted the attention of other patrons in the cafe. How did a blind date turn into an arrest? The leather pants woman's face turned pale, her right hand shaking as she pointed at Chen Yang, screaming, just because you're a cop, you can arrest people at will. Help! Help! The police are ruining my blind date and arresting me. Chen Yang sneered. He grabbed the leather pants woman's bag and phone. No use yelling. It won't help. Didn't you say you earn tens or hundreds of thousands a month? Chen Yan quickly grabbed her right hand, pressing her thumb on the phone's screen. The phone lit up. Online solicitation, a huge sum involved. Sentences of 3 to 5 years. Miss Song, I think you should now be thinking about how to spend the best years of your life in there. Having her phone taken, Song Zi's face turned even paler, her eyes filled with panic. She lunged at Chen Yang, give me back my phone. Give it back to you. Chen Yang snorted, stepping to the side and using his hand to press the leather pants woman down onto the table. With his other hand, he took out his badge and waved it around. Police business. Everyone, don't crowd around. Hello. Master, I've got someone involved in online solicitation at Xingxing on Qingyan Road. The person has been subdued. Chen Yang called his mentor, Tianhai Hotel, room 3008, Kunlun Road Chuanjia Express Hotel, room 908, these two places are involved in a transaction. R. The leather pants woman struggled violently in Chen Yang's grasp. You bastard! You're slandering me! Let me go! At this moment, Song Zi was completely stunned. She had just come for a blind date. How did she end up being arrested? Now, with tears in her eyes, filled with fear, she no longer had the arrogance she had before. Woo-woo. Song Zi began to cry. Chen Yang, I'm your blind date, how can you arrest me? Holy crap! This guy is ruthless, he actually arrested his blind date. This cop is brutal, he arrested his blind date during their meeting. Blind dates have risks, be cautious about your choice. The crowd around them didn't disperse. Arresting the blind date during the date. Such a juicy story, who wouldn't want to watch? Many people had already started recording videos and taking photos, posting them online. Xingxing's blind date maniac strikes. Can you believe it? Arresting your blind date on the same day. Chen Yang was confused. Who the hell wants to arrest their blind date? He just got caught up in this. Chen Yang didn't care about the crowd. But how would he explain this to his mom when he got home? Son, how did the blind date go today? Mom, I sent my blind date to the detention center. Just imagining this conversation was enough for Chen Yang to know what kind of trouble he was in. Xiao Chen. After about 10 minutes, Liu Qingshan and a young police officer arrived. Weren't you on a blind date today? Why did you end up arresting someone? Chen Yang gave a wry smile. Master, Brother Wang, don't mention it. He handed his phone to Liu Qingshan. Here's the evidence for online solicitation, including chat logs and transaction records. I've looked at it, and it involves an amount of at least 10 million. 10 million? That was definitely a major criminal syndicate. Liu Qingshan and the young police officer exchanged a look, both realizing what this amount meant. Xiao Chen, you're impressive. Even during a blind date, you managed to catch a big fish. The young police officer gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. By the way, where's your blind date? You two continue, we'll take care of the rest. Liu Qingshan patted Chen Yang's shoulder. Don't worry. You've made the biggest contribution. You go on your date, and I'll handle the rest with Brother Wang. Chen Yang gave a bitter laugh. What's there to continue with the blind date? Master, I'm skipping the blind date. Let us head back to the station. What? Going back? Liu Qingshan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Afraid I'll take your credit. The young police officer laughed. Exactly, go on with your blind date. With this achievement, you won't even have to wait a year for confirmation. Chen Yang sighed deeply but didn't respond. You two don't need to convince me. The waiter who recognized Chen Yan couldn't help but interject. This officer clearly can't continue with his blind date. Why? He is arresting his blind date. Liu Qingshan, exclamation point. Young police officer, exclamation point. Xiao Chen. Liu Qingshan turned his head slowly, his voice filled with disbelief. Is he telling the truth? The young officer now looked at Chen Yang not as a junior but with admiration. Arresting a blind date. That's a first in the world. One word, reckless. Ding ding ding. Liu Qingshan's phone rang, saving Chen Yang. Let us go. The people at Tianhai Hotel and Chuanjie Express Hotel have been arrested. Liu Qingshan hung up the phone and gestured for the young officer to take the leather pants woman away. To avoid further embarrassment for Chen Yang. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your 100th blind date, and the strongest police training system has been activated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have captured the main criminal involved in online solicitation. The sent gene lock has been unlocked. At this moment, Chen Yan wasn't concerned about the embarrassment. The two crisp system notifications in his mind made him ecstatic. After 100 blind dates, he had finally activated the strongest police training system. Unlocking the sent gene lock. Chen Yang felt a tingling sensation in his body, his nose itching slightly. After a few breaths, the entire world seemed to taste different. Inside Xing Xing Xing, the dozens of different coffee aromas that were previously mixed together were now perfectly separated. Not only that, but Chen Yang could feel that all the scents within a 100-meter radius were now organized and distinct. It was as if they had frozen in the air. He could identify each one clearly. Chapter 3, A Strange Disappearance Case. In his previous life as a detective, Chen Yang knew all too well how important scents were in solving cases. At any crime scene, the extraction of scents was crucial. Sometimes, it could even be the key to cracking a case. This was the role of police dogs. At this moment, Chen Yang was like a talking super police dog. The system had just started and immediately rewarded him with such an ability. Truly, the system was like a father to him. The real ultimate police training system. When Chen Yang returned to the Criminal Investigation Division, the staff from both hotels were brought in. The police system in this world was different from the one in Chen Yang's previous life. There were no specific branches of police, only distinctions between internal and external duties. Internal personnel handled various civil matters, while external personnel dealt with all the reported cases. Chen Yang worked in the city's Criminal Investigation Division, specifically the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. They were responsible for handling all economic, criminal, cyber, and public safety crimes within their jurisdiction. From petty thefts to major crimes like murder and drug trafficking, everything fell under their purview. Thus, cases like online prostitution naturally fell under the Criminal Investigation Division as well. The case was relatively simple. Song Zi's phone was essentially a criminal dossier. People, time, location, amounts, everything was clear, even more detailed than the case analysis Chen Yang and his team had done. In just one night, all the criminals were apprehended. There were only 4 main culprits, the rest were part-time girls making extra money. The case wasn't too complicated, but it had a high level of secrecy and a large sum of money involved. The women involved were all part-time workers, nurses, flight attendants, campus beauties, and young housewives, just to name a few. Chen, you've done a great job this time. Liu Qingshan, who had worked all night, patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. The amount involved is 30 million, which is a rare big case in the whole province. Chen Yang was also a bit stunned when he learned the amount. It was truly rare to have a case involving over 30 million in such activities. The team will soon reward you. Besides the bonus, you'll get your permanent position this week. Although they had been busy all night, no one, including Liu Qingshan and Chen Yang, complained about being tired. What surprised Chen Yang was that the incentive system here was quite well developed. Although police salaries were not high, if a major case was solved, the reward was considerable. Especially with cases involving large sums, there was a bonus. Although it wasn't much, for a 30 million yuan case, each person in the team would likely get 5,000 yuan. Of course, Chen Yan, who made the breakthrough, would receive even more. 5,000 yuan for an all-nighter was an excellent deal for a police officer whose monthly salary was under 5,000. After all, they would have had to work anyway, even without a reward. Thank you, master. Chen Yang was happy, even though the credit this time was a bit unusual. But he was still happy that he would be promoted early. Becoming a police officer in Huagua was as difficult as it was in Chen Yang's previous life. During the probation period, one had to go through various evaluations and exams, and only by passing all of them was there a chance to be made permanent. The reason it was a chance was because of the limited number of positions. If 10 people were doing the internship in one batch, and all of them performed well and passed the assessments, but there were only 8 available positions, 2 of them would inevitably be eliminated. Now, Chen Yan obviously didn't need to go through all this. Liu Qingshan was also happy for him. After all, Chen Yang was his apprentice. In the Criminal Investigation Division, the master-apprentice system was the most common way of training. It was a tradition. But some learned slowly, while others learned quickly. Some people hadn't even seen a crime scene after half a year in the team, while others could go out on their second day with their master for field training. This was the difference between a master leading the way and the disciple depending on their own effort. Chen Yang clearly belonged to the latter group. Handing Liu Qingshan a cigarette, Chen Yang smiled. Master, you go take a nap. I'll keep an eye on things here. Liu Qingshan sniffed the cigarette that Chen Yang handed him and, without looking at the brand, immediately recognized it as Huazi. Chen Yang didn't smoke, but every time, he made sure to prepare some for Liu Qingshan. This was why Chen Yang could accompany Liu Qingshan to the crime scene the next day. A smart disciple was liked by every master. Besides, if a police officer wasn't sharp-witted, how could they solve cases? What are you sleeping for? Liu Qingshan placed the cigarette in his mouth. The missing persons case at Chaoyang, there's not a single clue. I need to go check it out. Snap. Chen Yang quickly opened his lighter and lit Liu Qingshan's cigarette, frowning slightly. The missing persons case at Kuiping Road. Liu Qingshan nodded. That's the one. He rubbed his temple and pointed to the office. Chen, go grab the case file, and let's go have a look. Go together? Chen Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Missing persons cases were typically beyond the reach of interns. Though Liu Qingshan had been kind to him, the most he had done was take Chen Yang to a theft scene before. He would never have taken him to a case possibly related to someone's life. Now, however, he was bringing Chen Yang along, likely because of his recent contribution and the fact that he was about to get promoted early. Got it, master. Please wait a moment. Chen Yang had been involved in many major cases in his previous life, so a missing persons case was no big deal. The case file was the most fundamental material to understand a case. Every police officer writing a case file had to follow one standard. Fact-based writing. No personal biases or opinions. In his previous life, Chen Yang was best at extracting information from case files, carefully analyzing and dissecting the subtle details to uncover clues. The person who reported the case was the missing woman's husband, a chief surgeon at a private hospital. On the evening of February 11 at 8 p.m., Liang Wenyuan made the call. He reported that his wife had not been seen since she rested on the 10th, and by the morning of the 11th, she was still missing. By the evening of the 11th, her phone was off, her WeChat was unresponsive, and she had been missing for over 24 hours. Over the past 2 days, the Criminal Investigation Division had checked all the surveillance cameras in the community, and after comparing with the Sky Eye system, they had not found any trace of the missing woman. Now, 72 hours had passed. The file didn't have much written material, but there were several videos, which Chen Yang was carefully watching. Liu Qingshan, who had dozed off in the car, yawned. Have you finished the case file? Chen Yang, sitting in the backseat, handed Liu Qingshan a bottle of water. Master, I finished it. What do you think? Liu Qingshan drank a bottle of mineral water, looking more awake. Chen Yang furrowed his brows. It's an ordinary missing persons case, but what's strange is that the community surveillance didn't capture any footage of the missing person leaving the area. This was the strangest part. The missing woman lived in a high-end garden villa community with excellent security, and there were many surveillance cameras within the community, leaving almost no blind spots. Yet, the case file showed that all the cameras had been checked, but no footage of the missing woman leaving the community was found. The videos also confirmed this. Could a living person really disappear into thin air? Not bad. You've paid close attention, Liu Qingshan, an experienced investigator, commented. He had solved more cases than he knew people. If it weren't for certain reasons, he would have been promoted long ago. The missing person, Zhang Jingya, 28, from Liangshan, Sichuan, an orphan. A social inquiry has been made, and she has not returned to Sichuan, Liu Qingshan said, straightening his back. Zhang Jingya had a simple social network. Before she got married, she worked as a saleswoman at a BMW dealership, where she met Liang Wenyuan. They got married last year. Chen Yan nodded. This basic information was all in the case file. Chen, let me teach you a trick that's not really a trick, Liu Qingshan said as the police car entered the community where the missing woman lived. He opened the car door. For missing persons cases, it's important to familiarize yourself with the environment where the incident occurred, especially the layout of the surveillance cameras. Chen Yang nodded slightly. He knew that Liu Qingshan was teaching him. In his previous life, although he had been a detective and solved many major cases, he had never undergone formal training. It was only in this life, after attending the police academy, that he understood the importance of the basics. Learning from someone like Liu Qingshan was a priceless opportunity. However, there was one thing Chen Yang Han mentioned: the surveillance footage seemed to have some issues. Chapter 4, Catching the Blind Date Target, then the caller. The missing person lived in one of Lian City's more upscale neighborhoods. Chen Yang and old Liu took a quick tour around the area and noticed that, apart from the stairs and the underground parking entrance, every other corner was covered by surveillance cameras. At the 2 pedestrian exits and 1 vehicle entrance, high-definition cameras were installed. These cameras could capture such detailed footage that even the pores on a person's skin were visible when zoomed in. The video archives were stored for a month, with no recent malfunctions or repairs. Logically, the missing person should have been caught on these cameras. It was impossible for someone to simply vanish into thin air in this area. As for climbing the walls, even if the wall were only 3 meters high, and the missing person somehow managed to scale it, the electronic fence at the top wasn't decorative. A slight touch would trigger an alarm. The last footage showing the missing person was from the morning of the 10th, when she was seen returning home from the garage. Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 301. Mr. Liang, hello. I'm Liu Qingshan from the Lian City Criminal Investigation Team, 2nd Division, said Liu Qingshan, showing his ID. We're here today to learn more about your wife's situation. When Liang Wenyuan opened the door, his face was ashen, his eyes hollow, and his beard unshaven. Hello, Officer Liu, still no news about my wife. Chen Yan, following Liu Qingshan, watched Liang's expression closely. His sunken eyes, pale face, weak voice, and greasy hair all pointed to exhaustion from days without rest. Ding! The strongest police training system task is issued. Solve the case of Zhang Jingya's disappearance within a day to unlock the visual gene lock. Failure or delay will result in cancellation of the reward. Chen Yang's mind rang with the system's alert. Unlock the visual gene lock. That's a nice reward, but 1 day to solve the case. That's a bit too short. Liu Qingshan nodded, his tone slightly heavy. Mr. Liang, although we don't have much to go on yet, we've already started comparing with the national Tianyang system. Please be patient. Liang Wenyuan's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but it only turned into a sigh. Mr. Liang, may we come in and talk? Oh, sorry. Please, come in. Liang Wenyuan's home was large, with just the living room being over 100 square meters. It was luxuriously decorated, to say the least, though slightly messy with stains on the floor. Sorry about the mess, officers. We haven't cleaned up recently, Liang Wenyuan apologized. Liu Qingshan waved his hand. Of course, he wouldn't mind. It would be odd if someone's wife went missing and they still managed to keep the house neat. Mr. Liang, does your wife have any close friends in the city? Liu Qingshan sat on the couch and began asking some questions, while Chen Yang took notes. As he wrote, Chen Yang kept observing the room and opened his olfactory gene lock. Since this was a missing person case, activating his olfactory abilities might allow him to pick up scents and uncover clues. Liang Wenyuan's home was a large flat, with a spacious and bright living room, and a transparent glass room in the northwest corner. Inside were some medical charts, 2 human skeletons, and several books on the walls. Various scents filled the air, and Chen Yang furrowed his brow as he analyzed them. The 3 strongest scents were those of Liang Wenyuan, Liu Qingshan, and Chen Yang himself. There were also for lighter, similar scents those of the four colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Division. Then, there were two even fainter body scents. One of them was on Liang Wenyuan as well, indicating it was likely the missing person, Zhang Jinyar. The last body scent was probably from a guest, though Chen Yang wasn't sure. In addition to these 9 body odors, there was a faint but distinct animal musk. It was likely from a pet dog, though the smell was very weak. And finally, there was a barely noticeable scent of blood. Blood? Chen Yang was startled. Where could this blood smell have come from in the house? Finally, there was a faint fragrance. So subtle that even with his enhanced sense of smell, it was barely detectable. Yet, this almost imperceptible fragrance made Chen Yang's heart skip a beat. Half an hour later, Liu Qingshan finished his questioning. Turning to Chen Yang, he asked, "Xiao Chen, do you have any questions?" Chen Yang closed his notebook and nodded to Liu Qingshan. Through his olfactory analysis, Chen Yang had already picked up a lot of clues. But he didn't interrupt while Liu Qingshan was asking questions. Now, with Liu Qingshan's permission, Chen Yang looked at Liang Wenyuan. "Mr. Liang, do you have a pet dog?" Liang Wenyuan was momentarily stunned. "How did you know, Officer Chen?" Liu Qingshan was also surprised. He hadn't noticed any signs of a dog in the house. "My nose is quite sensitive," Chen Yang smiled, then added, "but it seems your dog isn't inside, is it?" Liang Wenyuan's expression was even more surprised now. "You're right, Officer Chen. My wife loves dogs, but she doesn't like the mess, so she keeps the dog on the balcony. May I take a look?" "Of course." Sure enough, on the balcony of one of the bedrooms, there was a dog bed, and a plump golden retriever was lazily basking in the sun. Chen Yang wrinkled his nose, his brow furrowing. Near the dog bed, aside from the usual animal scent, the faint fragrance seemed to grow stronger. But it was almost undetectable under the overwhelming smell of the dog. "Has anyone visited your home recently?" "Well, not many people." Liang Wenyuan closed the balcony door. "4 police officers came over the last 2 days, and now you two, that's all. So, including us, that makes 9 people who've been to your home recently, right? No housekeepers or friends visiting." Liang Wenyuan seemed puzzled by Chen Yang's question but answered, "I can assure you. My wife doesn't work and always cleans the house herself. We've never had a housekeeper. And our neighborhood is very strict about security. Delivery people can only leave items at the door and can't enter. Even friends need to be registered before they can come in." After hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and sniffed again. Then, he took out the silver bracelet he always carried. "Since that's the case, Mr. Liang, please stand by the wall and put your hands on your head." "What? Chen Officer Chen?" Liang Wenyuan looked at Chen Yang in shock and disbelief. "What did you just say?" "Liu Qingshan, what's going on with this Officer Chen?" "What do you mean?" Chen Yang sneered, flicking his wrist. With a snap, he cuffed Liang Wenyuan's left hand. "It means you're under arrest." "Liu Qingshan. Is this kid out of his mind? Yesterday, he arrested his blind date, today he's arresting the person who called in the missing person report. Is he going to arrest me tomorrow?" Chapter 5: The remaining meaty smell. Half an hour later. A large number of detectives from the 2nd Detective Team began to investigate the scene. In the living room, Liang Wenyuan was handcuffed, and Liu Qingshan and Chen Yang sat beside him. "Chen Yang, why do you think this is not a missing case but a homicide?" "Why do you think so?" Chen Yang touched his nose. "Master, because Liang Wenyuan lied." "Lie?" "Yes, lie. Liang Wenyuan said that recently, apart from him and his wife, only people from our team have come to his house, and there are 8 people in total, including you and me. But there is the smell of 9 people in their house. Why did he lie? Do you think he killed someone because of this?" Liu Qingshan had an impulse to beat this apprentice to death. Liang Wenyuan was at work during the day, and only his wife was at home. What if someone from the property management came and he didn't know? Besides, what kind of nose do you have? You can even smell how many people have entered someone's house. This is just one aspect. Chen Yan pointed to the kitchen and frowned again. His family should have cooked meat recently. There is a residual meat smell in the house. Meat smell? Liu Qingshan is also an old detective. When he heard what Chen Yang said, he vaguely guessed what Chen Yang meant. Liu Qingshan's face changed wildly and his voice trembled. You mean? Chen Yang nodded with some difficulty. I accidentally came into contact with it once when I was in the police academy. That smell, I will never forget it in my life. Moreover, when Chen Yang thought of the smell he smelled on the balcony, his stomach churned. 2 hours later. The staff responsible for the on-site investigation had completed their work and packed up the relevant instruments. How is it? Liu Qingshan asked anxiously. If a clue is found, it will be a shocking case. However, if nothing is found, he and Chen Yan will be miserable. Especially Chen Yan, let alone being promoted in advance, it is good not to be directly expelled. The detective in charge of the investigation glanced at Liu Qingshan. Old Liu, there may be some misunderstandings here. We didn't find anything. Nothing found. Liu Qingshan's face was ashen. How could he be so obsessed and believe Chen Yang? This is terrible. Officer Liu. I don't think there is any misunderstanding here. My wife has been missing for 3 days. You don't have any clues, but you handcuffed me. I will definitely complain. Definitely. Liang Wenyuan was as angry as a lion at this moment, and his roar made Liu Qingshan's ears buzz. But fortunately, the person was not sent to the team, and there was still room for easing. Mr. Liang, it is wrong for us to offend you, please. Master. Chen Yang interrupted Liu Qingshan and stood up suddenly. He must have a problem, please believe me once. Liu Qingshan looked at Chen Yang speechlessly. What the hell did he believe? His police uniform was about to be lost. Master. I guarantee with my police uniform that there must be something wrong with him. Chen Yang stepped forward and looked at the angry Liang Wenyuan calmly. Liang Wenyuan, you thought you did it perfectly, but in fact it was full of loopholes. Har har. Liang Wenyuan laughed in anger. Officer Chen, right. Tell me, how exactly I am full of loopholes. If you don't tell me 1, 2, 3 things today, I will fight to make you take off this police uniform. You are not capable of solving the case, but you are good at bullying us ordinary people. Chen Yang gave Liu Qingshan a reassuring look, sat opposite Liang Wenyuan, and looked at him calmly. Liang Wenyuan, you killed your wife Zhang Jingya on February 4th, right? You are talking nonsense. Liang Wenyuan roared loudly, my wife goes out to buy vegetables every day, and the surveillance video of the community can see it. How could I kill my wife on the 4th? Liu Qingshan nodded. He had watched the recent videos, and the facts were indeed as Liang Wenyuan said. Zhang Jingya doesn't go out very often, but she drives out to buy groceries at 7 o'clock every morning and returns at 8 o'clock. Har har, can't you pretend to be your wife to go out? Chen Yan pointed to the photo wall behind Liang Wenyuan. Liang Wenyuan, you and your wife are similar in height and body shape. It's winter now. Wearing a down jacket, you can pretend to be your wife. Besides, your driver picks you up at 9 o'clock every morning, so you can pretend to be Zhang Jingya. Xiao Chen, your inference is a bit far-fetched. This time, before Liang Wenyuan could speak, his colleague shook his head. We have all seen Zhang Jingya's video. Although her face is not clear due to the monitoring angle, her hair is dyed blue and irregular. We have carefully compared it. It is definitely the same person in the recent period. That's right, Officer Chen, you should learn from your colleagues and be more careful. Liang Wenyuan looked at the policeman who was speaking with some gratitude. Chen Yang shook his head. Liang Wenyuan, you did a good job in this regard, but you overlooked a detail. Chen Yang took the tablet computer beside him and opened the surveillance video. Zhang Jingya is left-handed. Unlike most people, she always uses her right hand to open the driver's door. But since the 5th, Zhang Jingya in the surveillance video has started to open the driver's door with her left hand. How do you explain this? Har har, how do I know this? Liang Wenyuan pointed at the tablet computer and sneered. Is the left hand or the right hand important? I used both hands when I opened the car door. However, except for Liang Wenyuan, the other detectives changed their expression slightly. Opening the car door is a habitual action, which is subconscious. Generally speaking, when opening the driver's door, right-handed people are used to opening the door with their left hand, while left-handed people are used to opening the door with their right hand, and they will not change easily. Because this is a subconscious behavior, you can't find it if you don't deliberately feel it. As for the hair color issue, Chen Yan paused. As long as you kill Zhang Jingya, take off her scalp, and put it on your head, there will be no flaws. Har har, Liang Wenyuan stood up excitedly. Officer Chen, you concluded that I killed someone just because I opened the car door with my left and right hands. Of course not. Chen Yang spread his hands and pointed to the northwest corner of the living room. Liang Wenyuan, after you killed someone, you actually put the bones in the living room. Do you think we police are blind? Boom. Chen Yang's words were like a thunder. Not only did Liang Wenyuan's face change wildly, but even Liu Qingshan and others were shocked. You're talking nonsense. Liang Wenyuan stood up excitedly and pointed at the two skeletons. These two skeletons are made of plaster. How can they be human bones? Xiao Chen. The detective who was in charge of the scene inspection also pointed at the skeletons. Mr. Liang. Liang Wenyuan is right. I just saw these two skeletons. They are indeed made of plaster. One imitation male skeleton is about 1.6 meters tall, and the other imitation female skeleton is about 1.5 meters tall. The missing Zhongjingyer is 1.68 meters tall, and the height of the skeleton should be about 1.63 meters. To put it bluntly, these two skeletons do not match the height of normal adult skeletons. Chen Yang certainly knew what his colleague said, but the height of the skeleton can be faked. In fact, Chen Yang did not carefully examine the two skeletons, but the faint smell of blood did come from that direction. Just now, when Chen Yang went to the balcony and passed by the glass room, the smell of blood suddenly became strong. Coupled with the record of Liang Wenyuan's personal information in the file, Chen Yang was sure that there was something wrong with the skeleton. Mr. Liang, don't get excited. Chen Yang looked at Liang Wenyuan with a smile. It's just two plaster skeletons. Can't we just break a piece of bone and have a look? Mr. Liang, don't worry. If there is no problem with these two skeletons, I will compensate you for your loss. Seeing Liang Wenyuan's nervous expression, Liu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Crack. The sound of the skeleton breaking was like a steel knife stabbing into Liang Wenyuan's heart. Chapter 6. The ninth person, terrifying when you think about it. With a click, except for Liang Wenyuan and Chen Yang, all the other detectives came forward to watch. In the broken stub, the white bone residue was clearly visible. This is not plaster, it is clearly human bones. Liang Wenyuan sat decadently on the sofa, his eyes were dull and his expression was erratic. Everyone looked at the broken stub of the skeleton with an incredible look on their faces. Is it really a human bone? Xiao Chen. The detective responsible for investigating the scene is also an old man. He didn't expect that he would fail in the gutter and miss such an important clue. How did you find it? Although these two skeletons are adult skeletons, their heights are not consistent with those of adult skeletons, and the plaster wrapped on the surface is obvious, which is obviously a replica. Chen Yang certainly can't say that he smelled it out. He is not a real police dog. Actually, I am just guessing. After all, ordinary doctors don't keep such things at home. Chen Yang scratched his head. Even if they do, they don't have to keep two. Besides, when I was reading the files just now, I found that Liang Wenyuan is not only a surgeon, but also a plaster sculpture enthusiast. It is obviously not difficult to wrap a layer of plaster on a real skeleton. Good boy. Liu Qingshan patted Chen Yang's shoulder heavily. If you hadn't followed me this time, your master would have capsized in the gutter. This case is your first credit. Brothers, take this skeleton back, interrogate it quickly, and retreat. Master. Chen Yang blocked Liu Qingshan and pointed to another skeleton. You have to take this one back too. Liu Qingshan's face changed slightly. The skeleton that everyone just broke was the female skeleton, and they ignored the other skeleton. After all, the missing Zhongjingyer is a female. The difference between male and female skeletons is not visible to ordinary people, but the police can definitely tell the difference. So, everyone did not break the bones of the other male skeleton. Chen Yang, Liu Qingshan pointed to the other skeleton. You mean? Chen Yang nodded. Master, have you forgotten what I just said, that there are 9 people smells in Liang Wenyuan's house? This is the 9th person. Liu Qingshan. By the way, seniors, there is a dog on his balcony, take it back, and dissect it. Chen Yang finally explained. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Chen Yang had to explain. The height of the two skeletons is obviously wrong. Liang Wenyuan must have soared the tibia. Chen Yang pointed to the two skeletons. I suspect, you know. Gan. Everyone has been a policeman for a long time. Of course, they understand what Chen Yang means. Isn't it just feeding bones to dogs? When Chen Yang saw the golden retriever just now, he found that the dog was a little lazy, as if it had some indigestion. Human bones are actually very hard. Even if the dog's gastric acid digestion ability is very strong, it is estimated that it is difficult to digest the bones completely within a week. Therefore, Chen Yan suggested taking the golden retriever back, and he should be able to find some evidence. Besides, the smell near the kennel. So, this dog may not only eat bones, but also a lot of. The moment Liang Wenyuan was taken away, the system prompt sounded in Chen Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to their host for successfully solving the missing case, and the reward is to open the visual gene lock. Wow! Chen Yang only felt a tingling sensation in his body and his eyes itchy slightly, but he returned to normal after a few breaths. Opening his eyes, Chen Yang silently recited to open the visual gene lock. Their whole world seemed to come alive. The dust floating in the air was like a thread, and the words on the page 10 meters away seemed to be right in front of him. The colleagues walking around seemed to be frozen in time, and their movements were extremely slow. Is this the feeling of turning on the visual gene lock? Chen Yang seemed to have turned on the god's perspective, and the 360-degree image of his whole body was all reflected in his vision. If this is combined with my ability to freeze the picture. Chen Yang had an illusion of suddenly becoming God and dominating everything. Chen Yang, who was immersed in the visual gene lock, was called back to reality by Liu Qingshan. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Chen Yang shook his head and turned off the visual gene lock. I'm thinking about who the ninth person Liang Wenyuan killed was, how did he enter the community, and why he was not seen on the surveillance. Har har. Liu Qingshan smiled. What's so difficult about this? Liang Wenyuan has been arrested, so are you afraid that you can't find out the truth after the trial? Besides, most of these cases are murders of love, so the ninth person is most likely Zhang Jingya's lover. 70% of the similar cases that Liu Qingshan has solved and heard of are based on this routine. Chen Yang nodded. What Lao Liu said made sense. Chen Yang had also come across similar cases in his previous life. The probability of love killing was indeed higher. Besides, Liang Wenyuan was 53 years old this year, and he and Zhang Jingya were a typical old man and young wife. In addition, Liang Wenyuan was the chief surgeon of thoracic surgery. Although he made a lot of money, he worked overtime and came home late. It was normal for 28-year-old Zhang Jingya to have other ideas. Go back to the team to test the DNA, and then check Zhang Jingya's social relations, and we should be able to find the deceased. In fact, in addition to the identity of the ninth person, Chen Yang still had many questions. For example, how did Liang Wenyuan deal with the flesh and blood of the two dead? Did he feed them to the dog? That was 2 adults, and the total weight must be more than 100 kilograms. According to Chen Yang's speculation, Liang Wenyuan killed the 2 people on the 4th, and it was only a week until he reported the case on the 11th. Can a dog eat so much meat in 7 days? Thinking of some perverted murderers he met in his previous life, Chen Yang didn't dare to guess any further. It's terrifying to think about it. The follow-up is relatively simple. The detectives of the team conducted a carpet search of the room. A trace amount of human tissue was extracted from the groove of a surgical knife handle in the glass room. The murder weapon was found. A blood sample was extracted from the sore of the large bathtub. The place for bleeding was also found. As long as Liang Wenyuan is confirmed to be the murderer, the old hands of the detective team will not be afraid of finding these clues. The identity information of the ninth person was also found. Zhang Jingya's ex-boyfriend, an unemployed vagrant, lives in a rental house in the suburbs. He has been missing for a week. It's just that the people in the rental house are not familiar with each other, so no one reported the case. The murder weapon, the body, and the motive for the crime have been sorted out, and Liang Wenyuan finally died. The second detective team. Liu Qingshan's office. This Liang Wenyuan is a pitiful man. Old Liu held the cup of tea that Chen Yang had brewed, blew away the hot steam, and took a sip. He was married twice. The first wife cheated on him and divorced him. Unexpectedly, the second wife cheated on him again, and was caught red-handed. Master, 2 questions. Chen Yang refilled Liu Qingshan's cup with hot water. How did Zhang Jingya's lover enter the room without being captured by the surveillance camera? Also, the flesh and blood of the 2 people, did Liang Wenyuan tell him how to deal with it? That man, Liu Qingshan shook his head. It's hard to prevent thieves at home. Zhang Jingya asked the man to hide in the trunk of the car and drove the car directly to the door of the underground garage unit, thus avoiding the surveillance in the garage. There was no surveillance at the entrance of the community stairs, so I went up the stairs and avoided the surveillance in the elevator car. Liu Qingshan paused and said, as for the flesh and blood of the two people, Gan. Chen Yan knew that it was impossible for them to be fed to the dogs. Chapter 7 I'm afraid of getting beaten when I get home. Liang Wenyuan was interrogated by Zhang Yinhu, the captain of the second detective team. Liang Wenyuan is a smart guy. I asked him why he didn't flush the blood and flesh down the drain. It was already minced, so why feed the meat to the dogs? Is he a pervert? This guy said that he had no choice. But there was too much blood and flesh, and flushing it down the drain would definitely consume a lot of water. He was afraid that the police would find some clues through the abnormal water consumption. The only thing Liang Wenyuan couldn't figure out was how Chen Yang found out that there was something wrong with the two skeletons. He could guarantee that the two skeletons were exactly the same as the models used in the hospital. Especially the long bones on the thighs, calves, and arms. Although he sawed off a piece of them, each fracture was carefully polished, without any uneven joints, and there could be no flaws. Chen Yang certainly couldn't tell him that my olfactory gene lock was turned on, which was equivalent to cheating. Zhang Yinhu's office. Xiao Chen, you have made a great contribution this time. Zhang Yinhu took the initiative to pour a cup of hot tea for Chen Yang, speaking very enthusiastically and kindly. Great contribution. Tell me, what are your requirements? The team will try its best to satisfy you. Zhang Yinhu is now full of joy. A missing case was solved into a murder case of dismemberment and wife murder, and 2 lives were lost. The most important thing is that it only took 1 day. A collective third-class merit in the squad is inevitable. This merit represents not only honor, but also bonus. Collective third-class merit, each person in the squad will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. In addition to the actual reward, solving such a big case is also very beneficial to Zhang Yinhu's promotion. In addition, because the nature of the case is extremely bad, Chen Yang should be able to get a personal third-class merit. In China, the reward for a personal third-class merit starts at 100,000. Not only that, because Chen Yang just solved a 30 million online solicitation case, his original 1-year internship will end this week. Now there is another third-class individual merit, and this guy's police rank can also be promoted by 1 level. Before he is officially promoted, he has a second-class detective rank waiting for him. There is no precedent in the whole province. In China, there are 4 levels of police ranks: detective, detective chief, detective inspector, and detective supervisor. Each level is divided into 3 levels. Normally, trainee police officers will not have police ranks after they are officially promoted. After working for 1 year, they will be promoted to third-class detectives. After 2 years, they will be promoted to second-class detectives, and after another 4 years, they will be promoted to first-class detectives. A third-class individual merit can be promoted to first-class detective rank. In other words, the 2 cases that Chen Yan solved in the past 2 days saved him for years. When the trainee police officers in the same batch were still scratching their heads about becoming officially promoted, Chen Yang was already a second-class detective. Chen Yang respectfully took the teacup handed over by Zhang Yinhu. Thank you, Captain. I don't have any requests. It's all thanks to Officer Liu Qingshan's good teaching. Zhang Yinhu was slightly stunned. Old Liu has always said that Chen Yang is smart, and now it seems to be true. After solving 2 major cases, he can still be so humble. Facing the praise from the leader, he puts all the credit on his master. There are not many young people like this. It seems worth cultivating. The story of Mr. Donghua and the wolf also exists in this world. No one wants to cultivate an ungrateful wolf after all their efforts. I know how capable Lao Liu is. Zhang Yinhu laughed twice. Xiao Chen, don't worry, Lao Liu and I are good at it. We policemen pay attention to clear rewards and punishments. Whoever deserves the credit deserves the credit. After the case of soliciting prostitution, I have submitted your application for regularization to my superiors, and it will be approved in the next 2 days. You are the first to contribute to the case of dismemberment and murder of wife. I guess you will get a third-class individual merit. I have submitted the case report. Zhang Yinhu sat next to Chen Yang and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, you are smart, bold and careful. I am optimistic about you. To be honest, Zhang Yinhu really thinks highly of Chen Yang. He met someone for a blind date, but he only glanced at the other person's mobile phone and solved a 30 million online solicitation case. If this is not bold and careful, what is it? Relying on the suspicion of two skeletons and some smell judgments, he solved a case of dismemberment and murder of wife that was ignored by the old detectives in the team. What is this if not bold and careful? As long as this kind of person doesn't take advantage of his talent, he will definitely achieve great things in the police force. Don't worry, Sir Chen, as long as you work hard in the team, I promise that you will not suffer any loss. A detective squad leader and a newly employed trainee police officer are arm in arm and pat each other on the shoulder. This is not an ordinary treatment. It must be possible only if he recognizes your ability and character. Moreover, Chen Yang has lived two lives, so of course he understands what Zhang Yinhu really wants to express. Isn't it just that he is afraid of being poached? Of course, generally speaking, units of the same level will definitely not be able to poach Chen Yang, but what if it is a superior unit? Or even a provincial team? At that time, it is not up to Zhang Yinhu to say it. Captain Zhang, don't worry. Chen Yang stood up and saluted. The grassroots is the stage for us young people to exercise our skills and grow our talents. I will definitely study hard and make progress in the team. After the ceremony, Chen Yang looked at Zhang Yinhu with a smile. Captain, besides, my home is in the jurisdiction of our team, close to home, I can walk to work. These two sentences not only show that he will not leave even if the superior unit or the same level unit poaches him, but also show that he will not leave even if the superior unit poaches him. Quick and neat. Har har. Okay. Zhang Yinhu, an old man, knew what Chen Yang meant. I'll give you 3 days off, go back and have a good rest, and wait for good news at home. Chen Yang was stunned when he heard it. 3 days off. To be honest, in a place like the police force where there is no day or night and 996, taking a holiday is definitely the most precious reward. In the eyes of policemen, there is no such thing as holidays or weekends. 5+2, day and night, 24 hours on call is the norm. China's medical technology is much more advanced than Chen Yang's last life, and the average life expectancy of ordinary people is 90 years old. However, the average life expectancy of police officers is only 44.6 years old. It's less than half of that of ordinary people. Why? In addition to those who died in the mission, death from overwork also accounts for a large proportion. Zhang Yinhu directly gave Chen Yang 3 days of vacation, which shows Chen Yang's status in the leader's heart. However, Chen Yang didn't dare to ask for it. You know, he just arrested his blind date yesterday. If he dared to go home today, he would be beaten to death by his mother. And in 3 days, according to Chen Yang's mother's personality and ability, she would probably arrange more than a dozen blind dates for him. Captain. Thinking of this, Chen Yang waved his hand. Forget the vacation, I'm new here and it's time to learn. Besides, I haven't officially become a regular employee yet. What will others think if you give me a vacation? Huh? Others? Fuck. Zhang Yinhu yelled, I'm giving you a holiday, I don't want to see who has any objections. If they have the guts, they can also bring me a collective third-class merit. Xiao Chen, don't be afraid, just rest steadily. 3 days later, when the credit and rewards come, I will give you a celebration banquet. Well, 3 days of vacation, can't run away. Liu Qingshan looked at the dejected Chen Yang with some surprise. You kids should stop when you are ahead. 3 days of vacation is not short. Chen Yang. Do I dislike the short vacation? I'm afraid of getting beaten when I go home. Chapter 8 Suppression from the Mother. However, what is coming will always come. Chen Yang, who has not been home for 2 days and 1 night, is now standing at the door of the room trembling. What to say when I go home? Mom, don't blame me, that woman is a criminal, I will feel guilty if I don't catch her. Barbecue. Chen Yang feels that he is going to die no matter how he thinks about it. Make the door. Forget it. Forget it. Come here. Although Dad's status in front of her mother, although she didn't dare to resist her mother, she could usually throw her eyes at least, with some ideas, and even with the mud and helping themselves. But the posture like now must have been punished by Mom. Looking at it again, Chen Yang's heart sank to the bottom. Monica squatted obediently beside Dad, motionless, watching TV quietly. Although Chen Yang didn't understand why a dog would stare at TV, the seriousness of the matter had obviously entered the red alert category. In Chen Yang's family, the status is ranked like this: Mom, Monica, Dad, and finally me. Monica is definitely treated as a biological child. I am afraid she will freeze if I hold her in my hands, and I am afraid she will melt if I hold her in my mouth. Usually, Monica would be in my mom's arms and bark at me arrogantly. Today, she was also standing at military posture. It's over, it's completely barbecue. Mom. Chen Yan rolled his eyes and thought of a plan. What are you going to do? Ouch. Chen Yan, who had just taken off his police uniform, groaned and sat on the ground, holding his waist. Son. Old Chen was the most alert. He ran over immediately when he saw something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Are you injured? Woof woof woof. Monica was also smart. Following old Chen's military posture, she shook her head and followed him. Dad. Chen Yan grinned and hissed twice. It's okay. I didn't sleep all night yesterday because I dealt with the online solicitation case involving 30 million yuan. Chen Yang emphasized the 30 million yuan. Holding old Chen's arm, Chen Yang, who barely stood up, secretly glanced at his mother. Today I solved another homicide case alone. I was busy all day and a little tired. This time Chen Yang emphasized their alone and homicide case. Of course, Chen Yang didn't mention the dismemberment and murder of his wife because he was afraid that the old couple couldn't sleep. Just take a look. Your good son didn't sleep for 2 days and 1 night and solved 2 major cases. Where can you find such a good people's policeman? As expected, Yu Weijian's expression changed significantly when she heard about the murder case, and she put the feather duster aside. Chen Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the crisis was relieved. Old Chen also winked at Chen Yang secretly and gave him a thumbs up. Woof 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 woof. Monica's barking was full of joy and pride. Although Monica usually bullied old Chen and little Chen with Yu Weijian's support, she was smart after all. At this time, she knew that she could only have a good life if Chen Yan passed the test. Bang bang. Come here. 2 muffled sounds and an order. The coldness in the living room finally dissipated. Chen Yang knew that his mother was not talking to him. As expected, there was someone who understood things. Monica raised her head, scurried onto the sofa, and climbed into Yu Weijian's arms, with her little head resting comfortably in the crook of her owner's right arm. HMPH. Our precious son has really grown up. Solved a murder case on his own. He also solved a 30 million online solicitation case. Chen Yang, why don't you change your surname? Don't be Chen anymore. Change your surname to Holmes. From now on, you'll be called Holmes Yang. How about that? Hearing his mother say so many words in one breath, Chen Yang's eyes lit up, his waist was no longer sore, and he rushed to Yu Weijian in one step. Mom. Look at what you said, your son doesn't have any ability. Chen Yang knelt beside his mother, clenched his fists, and gently tapped and massaged his mother's legs. If you hadn't arranged a blind date for me yesterday and sent the leather pants girl to me, where would your son go to catch people and solve the 30 million big case? No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never be worn out. Because of this case, the team said I can be promoted next week, and there will be a lot of bonuses. Chen Yang continued with a smirk. The captain said that I can get a third-class individual merit for the murder case solved today. Yu Weijian was not really angry with Chen Yang. She was angry with the sisters in her blind date group. She was also angry with herself. In order to find a beautiful girl for her son, she only looked at the appearance. But then again, she didn't know that the woman was doing that behind her back. It was agreed that she would match her son with a high-tech, tall, smart, and sharp-eyed good girl. But the result was that she got a wholesale high-tech technician. Fortunately, her son had a sharp eye, otherwise, if she really married her home in the future, would she still be alive? However, how could the mother make a mistake? You little brat, if you want to arrest someone, you can wait a little longer. But you have to arrest the blind date on the spot. How can you go on blind dates in the future? This matter has spread among the sisters. The old sister who introduced the girl to Yu Weijian has been socially dead, and her account has become grey forever. But Yu Weijian is not feeling well either. You really gave birth to a good son, an excellent people's policeman. Your son is good, he is really handsome, let's send a private message later. The girl from my second sister's family is still single, I'll introduce her to you, don't worry, although this girl is not good looking, she has a clean family. That's right, Yu Weijian's online name is. Yu Weijin didn't know if the sisters in the group were really praising her son, but arresting the blind date on the day of the blind date was definitely the only big news in the blind date circle in Lianqing today. Chen Yan scratched his head, he really didn't think so much at the time. The police catch criminals, just like a cat catches a mouse. This is instinct. Mom, don't worry, I won't do it again next time. There will be a next time. No, I mean there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. At the dinner table. Son, try the ribs. I stewed them all afternoon. Eat this, Lily. I didn't sleep all night last night. Eat more, Lily, to warm it up. Chen Yang didn't expect that his mother would prepare such a sumptuous dinner. Mom, I'm full. Don't pick up any more food for me. Dad, you should eat too. Chen Yang picked up a piece of ribs and gave it to Lao Chen. Par. The ribs were hijacked by Yu Weijin halfway. What are you eating? Elderly people should eat less meat. Lao Chen. Am I old at the age of 61? Son, didn't you just say that tomorrow is a holiday? Yu Weijin picked up another piece of braised beef for Chen Yang. I found another girl for you this afternoon, so go and see her tomorrow. Chen Yang. Still seeing? I've seen 100 of them. The last one was sent to jail. Are you going to see the 101st one? No, I still have to argue for this. Mom, I've seen 100 of them, and I'm going to see her tomorrow. Chen Yang obviously didn't understand the situation. He thought he could stand up at home after solving a case. But the facts told Chen Yang that he thought too much. Son, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Yu Weijin frowned slightly, glanced at Chen Yang, and stared at the feather duster in the corner. Mom, I didn't say anything. I said sleep well tonight and go on a blind date tomorrow. That's more like it. Yu Weijin smiled with satisfaction and handed a piece of braised pork to Chen Yang. This is my good son. Come, eat meat. Chen Yang. Old Chen. Monica, woof woof woof. Chapter 9. The 101st blind date splits again. Even though his nerves were as hard as iron, Chen Yang couldn't stand it anymore. 100 blind dates. This is the 100th time. Chen Yang decided that he couldn't go on like this. The system was activated, so why go on a blind date? Chen Yang couldn't resist his mother, so how could he resist the blind date girl? So, for the 101st blind date, Chen Yang decided to play some tricks. Let the other party give up when they see the difficulty, that's the right way. Red Moon Western Restaurant. Looking at the big red sign on his forehead, Chen Yang was a little confused. Xing Chen Yang didn't dare to go there, that place was a bit evil, he was afraid of something happening again. But what the hell is Red Moon? What era is this? There are still restaurants with such names. Western Restaurant. Why don't you just call it Red Romance? Hello, sir, welcome. Rotten on the outside, golden on the inside. The receptionist's appearance and figure made Chen Yang's impression of Red Moon rise a lot. Box 888. Okay, sir, please follow me. The receptionist has a graceful figure and charming looks. Her smiles and frowns are quite radiant. Fortunately, this little beauty did not join the leather pants girls gang, otherwise, the amount involved in the case would be much higher. 8 points, excellent. Chen Yang, who was following behind, nodded slightly and gave a high score. In fact, Chen Yang didn't know that the receptionist was also blushing now. She was on her first day at Red Moon, and Chen Yang was the first male customer she received. Wow, this boy is so handsome, is he staring at my butt? So shy, why is the slit of this cheongsam design so low? Half an hour ago, the little beauty complained that the slit of Red Moon's workwear cheongsam was too high, and now she complained that it was too low. A complete double standard. Sir, this is room 888, please come in. Although the little beauty is a novice, she is more ferocious. When she bends down and raises her hand, she is full of sincerity. Thank you. Chen Yang nodded and pushed open the door of the private room. The private room is large and well decorated. It looks quite luxurious at first glance. On one side of the Western dining table, a beautiful woman is sitting. Even without looking at her appearance, Chen Yang thinks this girl is good. After 100 blind dates, the number of girls who can arrive early can be counted on 5 fingers. Look at her appearance again. Wow! Although the woman is sitting, Chen Yang can tell at a glance that she is not short, at least 1.7 meters tall, based on his experience. Her nose is high, her eyes are like stars, her face is classical and three-dimensional, her black hair falls naturally like a waterfall, her slender neck is like a white swan, and it is as shiny as jade. Although the woman's age cannot be seen, she is charming and sweet, sexy and pure. What a charming girl! 100 points, top notch. However, the beauty's expression was a little wrong at the moment. She looked at Chen Yang with a cold look. It felt like the flawless snow lotus on Kunlun Mountain. Elegant and cold like white moonlight. However, it was this coldness that made people have an impulse and desire to conquer. Pick the snow lotus, turn this freezing ice core into a soft one, and the goddess turned into a shy and silly girl. That was an impulse cold playing. How did you get in? Their voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains, refreshing. The woman's red lips were slightly spitting out, and there was a kind of extravagant desire to take a bite. Chen Yang, who came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva. Although this beauty seemed to have walked out of a painting, with the queen's royal sister, she was as cold as an iceberg but made people want to be like fire. But unfortunately, Chen Yang had made up his mind to set off a clear stream in the blind date circle of Lianqing City for this blind date. The fallen flowers have feelings, don't blame me for being ruthless. Red-faced skeleton, don't disturb my meditation. Beauty, as you can see, I opened the door to come in. Chen Yan walked to the dining table with a bold step, thought about the lines he prepared, and cleared his throat. Beauty, I won't talk nonsense. Your temperament is not an ordinary person at first glance. I am just a little policeman, and I haven't passed the internship period yet. The house is bought by my family, 89 square meters, but it can't be in your name. I don't have a car yet, and I can't afford it now. But, beauty, seeing that you are so beautiful, I will give you a chance to get close to me. Buy a 200 square meter house in the city center, write my name, buy me a car worth more than 1 million, and we will get in touch. After a pause, Chen Yang didn't care about the expression of the beauty in front of him at all. Anyway, they were all rushing to mess up. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You are lucky to meet me in such a vast crowd. Beautiful girl. Did you check the almanac before going out? Or, did you see a ghost? Xinyani's star-like eyes slightly curved, like a crescent moon, carefully looking at the boy in front of him. Boy. Yes, it's a big boy. You can tell from his face that he should be a big boy in his early 20s. Fair skin, high nose bridge, superior temperament, and firm eyes. When he just walked into the private room, his height must be more than 1.8 meters, 1.83 meters. Have a B waist and bare back, and a standard inverted triangle figure. Although he spoke in a somewhat sloppy manner, as arrogant as a victorious rooster, his smile was like the sun, a lot of sunshine. It was the kind of sunshine and warmth that could shine into people's hearts. Little friend. Xinyani leaned forward slightly and looked into Chen Yang's eyes carefully. Are you here for a blind date? Oh, beauty, that's not interesting. Chen Yang snorted. If you can't accept my conditions, just say it. This is the minimum requirement given because you are so beautiful. If you still can't accept it, I think our blind date will end here. Done. In fact, Chen Yang knew that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. Just with this temperament, this dress, this conversation. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a rich lady, and it's not an exaggeration to say that she is a female CEO. This kind of woman can be brought to a blind date by her mother, which is really unique. But this kind of high-quality woman must not look down on me, just say goodbye. Ha 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 ha. Xinyani finally couldn't help laughing out loud. A smile brings out 100 charms. The cold snow lotus instantly turned into a fiery red rose, so beautiful that it could drip water. The explosive figure, the flowers and branches are shaking, and the group is fierce. Chen Yang was not paying attention and almost drooled. A 200 square meter house in the city center in your name. A car worth 1 million. Xinyani asked with a gleam in his eyes. Basic, I know this request is a bit high, you can't agree, but my appearance is definitely worth the price. I agree. Beauty, although you look rich, it seems that you are not rich enough, we will meet later. Ha! Chen Yang was stunned. You agree? Chen Yan nodded. I agree. What the hell are you agreeing to? Ring, ring, ring. When Chen Yang was about to persuade this beauty not to let her go astray, the phone rang. Glanced at the number, mother. Beauty, Chen Yang was really apologetic this time. Sorry, mother's call, I'll take it. Chen Yan nodded. Chen Yang. Why haven't you arrived yet? The girl has been waiting for you for half an hour. Before Chen Yang could speak, his mother's roar came from the receiver. Chen Yan, who was sitting opposite Chen Yang, could hear it clearly. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm here. I'm chatting with the girl in box 888 of Red Moon Western Restaurant. Chen Yang. Yu Weijian's voice was trembling at this moment. You rebellious son. It's box 88, not box 888. Chen Yang. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang's face turned red, and his hands and feet were a little numb. This is so embarrassing. Beauty, I said I went to the wrong box. Do you believe it? The 101st blind date after crossing over, splits. Chapter 10. You have to take responsibility after flirting. Chen Yang ran out of box 888 with a tumble. It's so embarrassing. Yu Weijian had actually sent the girl's photo to Chen Yang last night. But this guy hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. He fell asleep right after dinner and had no time to look at the photo. Box 88. Sorry. Chen Yang apologized as soon as he entered the box. This was the first time Chen Yang was late for 100 blind dates. Something happened just now. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Ling Yutong looked at the boy who rushed in with some surprise. Ling Yutong was actually very angry that she was left waiting here for more than half an hour for her first blind date. The reason she didn't leave was that she wanted to see if this guy was really as handsome as the photo that her second aunt sent her. Then, she scolded him and ended the first and last blind date in her life. As a result, Ling Yutong, who was originally angry, looked at Chen Yang who rushed in, and her anger disappeared instantly. Oh. It's okay, I just arrived not long ago. Ling Yutong felt that she was stuttering. But there was nothing she could do, the boy was too handsome. Wow, the second aunt is really the second aunt, she knows my heart, hee. Ling Yutong had a little person in her heart cheering. It's true that girls who love to laugh are lucky to meet such a handsome guy on the first blind date. Chen Yan was also a little surprised that the girl had such a good temper. Miss Ling, I'm really sorry, I just went to the wrong place and delayed your time, I'm really sorry. By the way, what's the name of the sister just now? I'm sorry. Suddenly thinking of the coquettish operation in the 888 box just now, Chen Yang's face was still a little hot, and he didn't know what the other person's name was. You are Chen Yang, it's okay, I'm resting today, there's plenty of time, what do you want to eat? Ling Yutong handed over the menu, and her smiling appearance was very beautiful, like a porcelain doll. At this time, Chen Yang saw Ling Yutong's appearance clearly. The big eyes were like sapphires, which reminded Chen Yang of Persian cats. The eyelashes were particularly long, like 2 windows. The girl had a typical lowly face, a little baby fat, and a fair and delicate complexion. 2 ponytails hang down casually, like a Sailor Moon from a comic book. If the goddess in box 888 just now is a tempting peach, then the beauty in front of you is a jackfruit that can make people's teeth fall out of sweetness. After making people wait for half an hour for nothing, Chen Yang didn't want to mess around like he did just now. Chen Yang took the menu and chatted with the girl casually, just like the 100th blind date before. No, not the 100th time. Just like the 99th blind date before, he chatted with the girl casually. Fortunately, Ling Yutong was lively, and her crisp laughter never stopped. Unlike the Sailor Moon who was laughing and joking, Chen Yan in box 888 frowned slightly at this moment, holding his cheeks with both hands, obviously thinking about something. Chen Yan is 27 years old this year. He is the executive president of his father's company and is one of the super rich second generation in Liancheng City. Good education, beautiful appearance and outstanding ability make Chen Yan's vision very high. Although the number of people pursuing her in these years could surround the coastline of the city, Chen Yan didn't like any of them. Especially after Chen Yan took over her father's company, the suitors came not only for Chen Yan herself, but also for the huge family business of the Shen family. So, Chen Yan has been single all these years. However, Chen Yan is not in a hurry, but her mother is. Every day she hopes that her precious daughter can bring her a son-in-law. Whenever she sees Chen Yuni, it's one thing, urging her to get married. Although old Chen didn't say it on the surface, he has been giving advice to Shen's mother behind the scenes, and has also found many young talents to hang out in Chen Yuni's office. The urging of marriage by her parents has made Chen Yuni dare not go home now. However, today's Chen Yang made Chen Yuni's eyes light up. Not to mention his appearance, this guy is a little too handsome, and can even be described as good-looking. Moreover, judging from the other party's behavior and language just now, it is obvious that he doesn't want to find a girlfriend. He must have come out for a blind date under the pressure of his family. The most important thing is that he said he was a policeman. It is said that the police serve the people. Now that I, a member of the people, have difficulties, it is only right to ask the police for help. So, Chen Yuni just agreed to Chen Yang's unfounded conditions. However, after teasing me and agreeing to buy a house and a car, this guy just ran away. Humph. Run away after teasing? No way. Chen Yang, right. Box 88, right. Chen Yang, my second aunt said you are a policeman. Ling Yutong's big eyes smiled like crescents, and her voice was sweet and sticky. Then will you be in danger when you go on missions? If we get married, you will work overtime every day to go on missions. What should I do at home? Chen Yang. What the hell is getting married? Have we known each other for 5 minutes? Ahem. After 2 dry coughs, Chen Yang smacked his lips. This is our job. Bang. The sound of the box door suddenly opening interrupted Chen Yang's words. Chen Yang. Chen Yuni stepped with his slender legs, looking at the 2 people in the box with a smile. The 200 square meter house in the city center is in your name, and the car worth 1 million is bought for you. I agreed to both conditions. Why did you run away? Chen Yang stared at the graceful goddess with big eyes. Why did you chase me? Ling Yutong blinked her sapphire eyes, with an inexplicable hostility. Who are you? What? You want to run away after teasing your sister? Chen Yuni raised the corner of his mouth slightly, came to Chen Yang, and glanced at Ling Yutong. Little brother is disobedient. Just after teasing your sister, you come to fool your little sister. Chen Yang. Who teased you? I really walked into the wrong room. This elder sister, we are eating, nothing else, please go out. Ling Yutong rolled her eyes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, the duck in her mouth couldn't fly away. Especially, this beautiful sister is a little too beautiful. However, it seems that she is older than me, so I have an advantage in this regard. Chen Yuni ignored the little loli and looked at Chen Yang with a sweet smile. Chen Yang, even if you are a policeman, you can't tease people casually, right? Borrowing what you just said, I advise you not to be ungrateful. After that, he turned and left. Chen Yang. Sailor Moon. This. Chen Yang stood up helplessly and looked at Ling Yutong. Miss Ling, I have something to deal with, you see. Next time there is a chance, I will treat you to a meal to make up for my sin. After that, Chen Yang didn't care about Ling Yutong, and quickly followed Chen Yuni out of the box. There is no way, it's wrong. If it were you, you would wait for dinner in the box, then a fool rushed in and asked you to buy a house and a car. How would you feel? To be honest, if it was Chen Yang, he would have slapped her a long time ago. Besides, what if she was waiting for her boyfriend? Or even waiting for her husband? You'd be lucky if she wasn't beaten to death. In the box, the little Lolita looked at the handsome guy who was kidnapped, her cheeks puffed up. Humph. Want to run? Not that easy. Chapter 11 Bloody Cross. A red Rolls-Royce Phantom was speeding on the coastal highway. Chen Yang sat in the passenger seat like a good kid. Just now at the Red Moon, Chen Yang knew that Chen Yuni was not an ordinary person, but he didn't expect her to be so extraordinary. Chen Yang had never sat in a luxury car worth millions of dollars in his 2 lives. Mr. Chen, what do you think of my suggestion just now? Chen Yuni had just introduced herself and told Chen Yang about pretending to be her boyfriend. Now he was waiting for Chen Yang's reply. To be honest, Chen Yang knew that Chen Yuni had kidnapped him for this purpose, and he actually felt a little disappointed. But as long as she didn't really want his body, it was fine. A beautiful woman driving a car has an extreme attraction, not to mention a top-notch queen driving a phantom. Chen Yang glanced at Chen Yuni. Miss Shen, I have carefully considered our. Not suitable. Chen Yuni looked at Chen Yang in surprise. Mr. Chen, I think you have a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Don't you want a house and a car? Okay, if I do these, you can pretend to be my boyfriend. But, I don't want it now. Mr. Chen, you misunderstood again. Chen Yan gathered her long hair around her ears, turned her head, and glanced at Chen Yang with her beautiful big eyes. The tone of my words just now may be a bit problematic, making you mistakenly think that I was asking for your opinion. You flirted with me, and you still want to run away. Chen Yang. Did Chen Yang flirt with you? Why don't I remember it? But, Miss Shen, you are 27 and I am only 22. Chen Yang planned to make a final struggle. Don't you think we are not a good match? I understand your desire to find a young grass, but you should also understand me. I also want to find someone younger than me. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan, the kind of young lady who acts cute, pure, sexy, pretty and lovely. Of course, sister, you are also very beautiful, but a little big for me. Chen Yan suddenly wanted to hit someone, and suddenly felt upset. You said I am older, so you said it. Where are you looking? Men are all big pigs. They say so much, but they are still greedy. You are not greedy. Greedy. Chuckles. Chen Yan laughed recklessly, her branches trembled, and it was thrilling. Chen Yang subconsciously grabbed the seat belt, forced his eyes away from the scenery on the left, and looked forward. Sister, we are on the sea road, pay attention to safety. You don't want to wash the car in the sea, do you? What to do? You can't flirt with women casually. Especially women who make you greedy. Miss Shen, Chen Yang sorted out his thoughts. If you weren't kidding me just now, I can agree to be your fake boyfriend to deal with your parents. Of course, their house, the car, etc. are all jokes, but there is one thing you have to promise me. What? You also have to agree to be my fake girlfriend to deal with my parents. Deal. The two discussed some details afterwards. For example, when did you meet, each other's family information, work information, hobbies and habits, etc. The warm sea breeze and expensive luxury cars. The two whispered on the bench on the landscape avenue, and they really had the flavor of a couple. When they separated, the sun was setting. Good brother, remember, come to my house for lunch this Saturday at noon. Looking at the speeding luxury car, Chen Yang felt helpless. That's the bad thing about the royal sister. When she is gentle, she is like a spring breeze and tender as water. When she is tough, she calls you a little milk dog, and you can't do anything about it. Looking at the living room upstairs with lights on, Chen Yang sighed deeply. What should I do? How should I explain to my mother? Last time I went on a blind date, I caught the blind date. This time, not only did I go late, but I also left her halfway through the blind date and ran off with another woman. Huh? That's not right. The figure of Chen Yan appeared in Chen Yang's mind. My younger brother. Bar, I have a girlfriend, so what am I afraid of? Sure enough. As soon as I entered the door, Yu Weijin started asking questions. Miss Xiaoling said she was very satisfied with you and said she would ask you to meet next time. Huh? Didn't the Sailor Moon tell me that she was kidnapped by another woman? Mom, don't worry about your girlfriend. I'll give you a surprise in a few days. I have a girlfriend, so why should I be afraid of my mother? Although I'm just a tool, I can be used. As for Ling Yutong, I really need to thank her when I have the chance. There are not many good girls who are so sensible. Ring, ring, ring. The next morning, Chen Yang was awakened by the ringing of the phone. The caller ID, Liu Qingshan. Master, why are you calling at this time? There is such a rule in the detective team. No one will easily contact people on vacation. And once a call comes, something important has happened. The phone is connected. Xiao Chen, Lao Liu's voice is a little tired. I know you are on vacation, but there is a case this morning, which is quite tricky. If you have nothing else to do, come and take a look, so as to accumulate some experience. Chen Yang hurriedly agreed. He knew that Liu Qingshan wanted him to learn more. 30 minutes later, Chen Yang took a taxi to Lianhai University. The crime scene was in a teaching building of Lianhai University. The blockade has been completed now. Captain Zhang is already inside. Liu Qingshan led Chen Yang into the blockade area. The scene is extremely strange and tragic. I have been a police officer for so many years, and I have not seen many cases like this. Chen Yang frowned slightly. Liu Qingshan is an old detective. He has been a police officer for 20 years. What cases have he not seen? He said it was strange and tragic, so it must be unusual. The scene was in a classroom. When the door was opened, even Chen Yan, who had strong nerves, felt his stomach churning. The wall opposite the classroom door was a blackboard. A complete human skin was nailed to the blackboard, shaped like Jesus on the cross. The skinned body was kneeling under the cross of human skin, like a repentant sinner. Not only that, from Chen Yang's perspective, the place where the body was located was already covered with blood plasma. There were also many bloodstains extending to other directions of the classroom. It formed an irregular radial shape. No wonder Liu Qingshan said it was strange and tragic. Zhang Yinhu and others were investigating the scene, and the office staff were taking photos. The two put on shoe covers, and Liu Qingshan began to introduce in a low voice. The scene was discovered by a junior student majoring in clinical medicine. There was originally an open class on human anatomy in this classroom this morning. This student is a class representative. He was supposed to do some preparatory work. Now he is a little neurotic and is receiving psychological counseling. Preliminary investigation shows that the victim is a male. The time of death was around 2 o'clock last night. He is a junior student majoring in clinical medicine in our school. He was supposed to come here for class today. As a result, when he was found, he looked like this. Chapter 12. I finally found you. Zhang Yinhu and others also noticed Chen Yan's arrival. But he just nodded and was busy looking at the scene of the investigation. Because the nature of the case is too bad, it has been directly reported to the provincial team. The deadline for solving the case within a week was given by the higher-ups. Zhang Yinhu is now leading the team in person, focusing on this bloody cross murder case. Ding! The strongest police training system task is released. Solve the bloody cross murder case, the deadline is 5 days, complete the task, and reward the skill and firearms expertise. Failure or overdue will cancel the task reward. 2 prompts sounded in Chen Yang's mind. This time the reward is actually the skill and firearms expertise. Chen Yan thought that the system would only reward the opening of its own gene lock and other rewards. It seems that the system is powerful and has a lot of room for exploration. Xiao Chen, after introducing the general situation, Liu Qingshan also had to busy himself with his own tasks. You keep an eye on the periphery, don't walk around casually, don't do anything privately, and see how others conduct on-site investigations. Chen Yang nodded. Master, don't worry, I understand this. Although Chen Yang is a trainee policeman, his colleagues in the team have long recognized his ability. Forget the online solicitation case, after all, there is a bit of chance. But the dismemberment and murder of his wife case that was solved the day before yesterday is a real ability. Chen Yang discovered some details that so many old Jianghu in the team didn't find. Not only did he discover it, he also found the most important evidence. Otherwise, if it is really classified as a missing case, not only will the murderer go unpunished, but the team will also be unable to raise their heads in the future. However, Chen Yang's current regularization approval has not yet come down. If he is not regularized for a moment, he cannot break the rules. But it doesn't matter to Chen Yang. As soon as he entered the scene, Chen Yang turned on the olfactory gene lock and the visual gene lock. The strong smell of blood overwhelmed all other smells. It is obviously impossible to track the murderer by the suspect's body odor. Besides, this is a classroom with a large flow of people. Under the cover of the blood smell, there are hundreds of body odors, which cannot be distinguished at all. However, Chen Yang did not gain nothing. Among the countless smells, Chen Yang found 2 special smells. One is alcohol, a very high concentration of alcohol. The other smell is very light, but very special. Succinylcholine, also known as succinylcholine, is similar to the effect of N2 cholinergic receptor blockers, which is a commonly used muscle relaxant. However, unlike N2 cholinergic receptor blockers, succinylcholine mainly relaxes the muscles of the limbs and neck. It works quickly and briefly, and has no side effects such as lowered blood pressure and bradycardia. To put it bluntly, it can make the recipient's limbs weak and speechless. This drug is a controlled drug. How could there be the smell of this drug in a classroom? At the same time, Chen Yang's visual gene lock was turned on. With the ability to freeze the picture, everything around Chen Yang seemed to be a puzzle, magnified in Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang, who turned on the god's perspective, seemed to be above the classroom, overlooking everything. The messy bloodstains on the ground now presented a pattern. Rose. It turned out to be a wild rose pattern. Why did the murderer leave a wild rose pattern with the victim's blood? What special meaning is there? Is it a mark left deliberately by the killer? There is also a cross nailed with the victim's skin. Why? Why is it a cross, not another pattern? The bloody cross made of human skin in his mind instantly enlarged in front of Chen Yan's eyes. The palms, shoulders, chest, forehead, lower abdomen, thighs, calves, ankles. A total of 21 steel nails. Moreover, there were puncture wounds at the corresponding positions on the victim's body. At the same time, the bloodstains between the human skin and the body were very continuous, as if the body was first nailed to the blackboard, and then the human skin was taken off and nailed under the human skin. It can be imagined how much pain the victim endured in this process. Enlarge the body. The posture of the body is very special. It is impossible for a dead body to naturally present a kneeling posture. Enlarge the image of the body. There are steel wire clamps on the lower limbs, waist and chest and abdomen of the body. Why did the murderer spend so much effort to put the body in a kneeling posture? Wild rose, cross, kneeling. Strange smell of medicine. Now, the biggest clue is succinylcholine. If this drug is used through regular channels, every milligram is recorded. Unless the other party is a chemical expert who can extract this kind of alkali. 3 hours later, Zhang Yinhu and others completed the preliminary on-site investigation. Xiao Chen, Lao Liu called you here too. Zhang Yinhu's voice was a little tired. After working intensively for a whole morning, anyone would be exhausted. How is it? Did you find any clues? Captain Zhang, Master asked me to come here to see. Then, pointing in the direction of the corpse, I didn't observe the corpse closely, and I didn't find many clues. Huh? Zhang Yinhu looked at Chen Yan in surprise. Although he had been busy working just now, he also noticed that Chen Yan had been on the periphery. Originally, he just asked subconsciously, but he didn't expect Chen Yan to really have clues. What clues? If it was someone else, Zhang Yinhu might not care, but the dismemberment and murder of his wife the day before yesterday made Zhang Yinhu understand that Chen Yan was very good at finding details. Since he said there were clues, there might really be some clues. Captain Zhang, I'm not sure yet. Chen Yan frowned, we need to confirm it. Okay, since we've finished the on-site investigation, let's follow you. Chen Yan didn't refute this time. The smell of succinylcholine was originally very light, and his olfactory gene lock range was only 100 meters, so he had to hurry. Following the smell of succinylcholine, Chen Yan was the first to leave the classroom. Zhang Yinhu, with 2 deputy captains and Liu Qingshan, followed Chen Yan without disturbing him. Outside the teaching building, the smell of succinylcholine suddenly faded and was almost inaudible. But fortunately, not much time had passed, and Chen Yan was barely able to track it. After walking and stopping, they came to a garbage disposal station. 2 cleaners were dumping garbage into the garbage truck. Stop. From a distance, Chen Yan saw 2 cleaners about to dump a bucket of garbage. His face changed drastically, and he rushed over in a hurry. The 2 cleaners wanted to continue dumping, but when they saw several policemen following Chen Yan, they subconsciously put down the trash cans in their hands. Feeling the increasingly strong smell of succinylcholine, Chen Yan knew that the source was in the trash can in front of him. Fortunately, it was timely, otherwise it would have been dumped into the garbage truck and compressed and difficult to find. Looking around, Chen Yan picked up the garbage shears next to the garbage truck. 2 brothers, please step back. After that, he began to carefully pick up the garbage. Xiao Chen, you. Liu Qingshan came forward curiously, but was stopped by Zhang Yinhu. Don't worry, see what he is going to do. 10 minutes later, Chen Yan picked up a pair of yellow objects and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found you. Chapter 13 Lianhai University, another murder occurred. Rubber gloves. Everyone looked at the thing in Chen Yan's hand with strange expressions. This guy spent all this time just to find this pair of gloves. Really? Captain Zhang, Chen Yan wasted no time, picking up the gloves and opening a collection bag. This pair of gloves should be the ones the murderer used last night. Huh? Although everyone has already guessed this, how did you discover it? How can you be sure that these gloves are the ones the murderer used at the murder scene? As if he could see everyone's confusion, Chen Yan scratched his head and took the initiative to explain. Captain, you also know that my nose is quite sensitive. There was a special medicinal smell at the murder scene, probably the smell of succinylcholine. This kind of muscle relaxant is very rare. It is unlikely to appear in a classroom, but this pair of gloves has this smell. Boom! Chen Yan's words were like a thunderclap, shocking Zhang Yinhu and others. What does succinylcholine taste like? We didn't smell anything at the scene except blood. A police dog's nose isn't as sharp as yours. Besides, do you know what it means to find the gloves used in the crime? Ordinary rubber gloves like these are not breathable and do not absorb sweat. If the murderer really used them, they would definitely leave sweat, skin debris, and even palm prints. A skinning homicide case that had no clues at all might be solved. Chen Yan, you have done a great job. Zhang Yinhu thought of this possibility and roared loudly with excitement. At least a third-class individual merit. I'll report it to you right away. Captain, Chen Yan obviously knew the importance of finding this pair of gloves. However, based on Chen Yan's analysis at the scene, the murderer should not be so careless. It is possible that this pair of gloves cannot extract any useful information. Har har har. Whether it's useful or not, you've done a great job. Zhang Yinhu patted Chen Yan on the shoulder and said, send it for testing immediately. Afternoon. Team meeting room. A case analysis meeting is being held. Zhang Yinhu had a gloomy face and sat in the first seat. Chen Yan, who was sitting at the very end, knew from Zhang Yinhu's expression that he might have guessed right. The gloves were deliberately cleaned, but we still detected blood reaction on the surface. Zhang Yinhu waved his hand, and the office staff had already projected the test report onto the screen. But the murderer was very cunning. He must have worn silk gloves. We did not extract any sweat, skin dandruff or palm prints from the murderer. But Chen Yan is right. There is indeed succinylcholine on the gloves. And after the autopsy, the residue of this drug was also found in the chemical analysis. A clue that was finally discovered was broken. The murderer is more cunning than anyone imagined. Boss, what should we do now? Now? Zhang Yinhu looked at the subordinate who asked the question and stood up. Everyone stand up. Bang. Including Chen Yan, all 13 detectives stood at attention. I declare. The Bloody Cross Murder Case Task Force has been officially established. After consulting with our superiors and obtaining approval, Comrade Chen Yan will be appointed as the team leader, I will be the deputy team leader, and you will all be team members. We must solve the case within 7 days. Boom. Zhang Yinhu's order was like a bolt from the blue. Chen Yan serves as the leader of the special task force. What's the meaning? It seems that Chen Yan has been confirmed as a regular employee yet. Not to mention that everyone was confused, even Chen Yan was bewildered. What the hell, I am the team leader. Captain Zhang, are you serious? Is this the time to joke? Captain, What team? Didn't you understand my order just now? I understand, the 12 people shouted loudly. Police, obeying orders comes first. No matter how much you don't understand, you have to follow the order. Chen Yan. Zhang Yinhu looked at Chen Yan, do you understand? Chen Yan knew that this was not the time to ask questions. Bang. Stand at attention and salute. I understand. Okay, everyone take a seat. Zhang Yinhu rubbed his temple and said, don't be too surprised. We are police officers who solve cases, so whoever has the ability will do it. We worked on it for the whole morning but had no clue. Chen Yan stood there for a while and found the rubber gloves used in the crime. This is ability. Our superiors asked us to solve the case within 7 days. If we fail to complete the task by then. After listening to Zhang Yinhu's explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod. This is the reality in the police force. Solving a case requires ability, not official position. Whoever has the ability can do it. If the case is solved, everyone will be happy. If not, their whole team will suffer. And Chen Yan, through the dismemberment and murder of his wife and his performance this morning, has obviously fully demonstrated his abilities. Team leader Chen, Zhang Yinhu looked at Chen Yang again, I'll leave it to you from now on. Chen Yang was still a little confused at this moment. You haven't become a regular employee yet, right? Is he going to be the leader of the homicide task force? It's probably unique in the whole province, not to mention the whole country. However, this is really not the time to shirk responsibility. The superior gave the team 7 days to solve the case, but the system only gave it 5 days. Captain, Chen Yang saluted again, then let me tell you what I think. Based on the current clues, I suggest that the task force be divided into 6 teams to carry out its work. Before the incident, the school's surveillance video suddenly malfunctioned, and a team investigated the cause. The victim has been identified. He is Lin Chao, a junior clinical medicine student at Lianhai University. Team 2 is responsible for investigating Lin Chao's interpersonal relationship background, visiting students and teachers, and focusing on understanding Lin Chao's emotional experience. The 6 groups of people were all arranged, and Chen Yan looked at Zhang Yinhu and Liu Qingshan. "Captain Zhang, Master, I want to go to the scene again." In the morning, Chen Yang just looked from the outside. Although he activated the olfactory and visual gene locks, he did not check closely because he was afraid of missing something. Zhang Yinhu and Liu Qingshan nodded. "This is as it should be. Chen Yang, you are a good kid. The arrangements just now were well organized. You are a good candidate." In the car, Zhang Yinhu and Liu Qingshan were sitting in the back seat. "Captain, please stop laughing at me." Chen Yang, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, laughed bitterly. "I was so nervous just now. I was forced to do something. I really had no choice. Look, my hands are shaking now." Chen Yang really didn't lie. "Although I was a detective in my previous life, I had never been the leader of a task force, commanding so many people. I was scared to death. Har har, everyone has a first time. It's better as you experience more." In the classroom, Chen Yang inspected the scene again on his own. Human skin cross, kneeling, wild rose. The murderer deliberately arranged the scene like this. It must not be random. There must be some intrinsic connection between all of this. This is the message the murderer wants to show to the world through the corpse. But what exactly is this information? Lin Chao's background information is very simple. He is just an ordinary college student. He has average grades, looks handsome, is good at playing basketball, has good interpersonal relationships, is eloquent, and has won the championship in the college-level speech contest. My home is in this city, my parents are civil servants, and my family background is also very clear. The possibility of revenge due to family background has been preliminarily ruled out. Chen Yang returned to the team and reviewed the crime scene again and again, trying to find some details that he had not noticed. But still no clue. Ring ring ring. The next morning, the shrill ring of the phone woke Chen Yang, who was hunched over his desk. Zhang Yinhu had already noticed the phone call and his face turned pale. Chen Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. "Captain Zhang, what happened?" "Another murder has occurred at Lianhai University." Chapter 14 If I Were the Murderer. Lianhai University. The same teaching building. A classroom on a different floor. Zhang Yinhu, Chen Yang, Liu Qingshan and other members of the task force arrived at the scene. "The murderer, is he provoking us?" Liu Qingshan's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking. "How is that possible? This murderer must be a lunatic." Zhang Yinhu's face was no longer ashen. In his 18 years as a police officer, he has never encountered such a situation. Chen Yang's face was also extremely grim at this moment. Looking at the scene in front of him, which was exactly the same as yesterday, and smelling the smell in the air, which was almost the same as yesterday's crime scene, Chen Yang knew that the rubber gloves must be a clue deliberately left by the murderer. Is it because the drug ingredients will definitely be checked out, so it doesn't matter if the gloves that have come into contact with the drugs are just thrown away? One team will inspect the scene, and the remaining teams will perform their duties according to yesterday's deployment. The 2 cases will be handled together. While Team 2 is investigating Lin Chao's background, they must also pay attention to whether Lin Chao has any connection with today's victim. Other teams, please gather in the team meeting room in 3 hours to report on your investigation. As the task force leader, Chen Yang is now the person who issues the highest order. "Captain Zhang, please report the situation here first." "Master and I will go find the rubber gloves that the murderer discarded yesterday." Zhang Yinhu nodded. "Chen Yang, don't be too stressed, we believe in you." Chen Yang nodded and ran out of the classroom with Liu Qingshan. Sure enough, just as Chen Yang guessed, the rubber gloves were easily found. This time, because the time was short and the smell of drugs was much stronger, Chen Yang found the rubber gloves used in the crime in a trash can 300 meters outside the classroom. 2 identical crime scenes. They are all human skin crosses, kneeling down to worship corpses, bloody wild roses. What does this mean? What is the connection between yesterday's victim Lin Chao and today's victim? Chen Yan had been reviewing the on-site investigation for an entire night and basically did not miss any details. At today's crime scene, Chen Yan activated his olfactory and visual gene locks the moment he saw it, just like yesterday. Beneath the smell of blood there was only the smell of alcohol and succinylcholine. 11 o'clock. Team meeting room. 3 hours had passed since the second case was reported to the police. The superiors take this case very seriously. As the team leader, Zhang Yan, who presided over the case analysis meeting. In order to help us solve the case as quickly as possible, the captain of the city's detective team and relevant leaders will participate in our analysis meeting via video. In the video, a big shot who is known to the entire city police said, "We will attend the meeting this time, but we will only be our eyes and ears. You don't have to worry about us." Zhang Yan, who saluted and said, "Next, please ask Comrade Chen Yang, the leader of the special task force, to arrange the work." Chen Yang and the police officers from the detective squad did not know that their superiors would attend this case analysis meeting. Come to think of it, after all, 2 lives were lost, and it happened on a university campus. The scene was extremely tragic, and it was a serial murder, so the higher-ups would definitely take it seriously. But Chen Yang was not in the mood to care who was attending the analysis meeting at the moment. He wanted to solve the case now. Each team will report on their investigation separately, with Team 1 starting first. Chen Yang arranged the report directly without any further ado. The scenes of the 2 cases were almost identical, with a human skin cross, a kneeling corpse, and messy blood stains. The members of Team 1 did not have Chen Yang's ability to freeze the picture, nor did they open the visual gene lock, so they did not know that the bloodstains were Wild Rose's graffiti. The team leader has found 2 rubber gloves used in the crime. The technical analysis has been completed and the source of succinylcholine is being traced. Team 2 reporting in. Investigation of the identity of the deceased. The deceased at the first scene is Lin Chao, male, 20 years old, a junior student majoring in clinical medicine at Lianhai University. He likes basketball and is good at speaking. His family background. The deceased at the second scene, Wang Xiefeng, male, 23 years old, a second-year graduate student majoring in computer science at Lianhai University. He likes chess and has good eloquence. His family background. The 2 had simple family backgrounds, which basically ruled out the possibility of being killed for family reasons. After visiting, it was initially determined that the 2 had no academic overlap, and their classmates reported that they did not know each other. Team 3 reporting in. The cause of the school's surveillance video failure has been found. Lianhai University's videos are all online and centrally controlled. Because the video bus in the computer room was bitten off by a rat, the surveillance failed. And because this bus is imported, it will take 3 days to replace it. The 6 teams reported while Chen Yang analyzed. Lin Chao, Wang Xiefeng. Human skin cross, kneeling down to worship the corpse, Wild Rose. There is also a video glitch. This must not be a coincidence. Why is this happening? The murderer committed the crime on 2 consecutive days in the same teaching building. Is it really to provoke the police? No. Judging from the crime scene, the murderer has a very high IQ and a very meticulous mind. It would be better to kill 2 policemen than to kill someone just to provoke the police. Then why does the other party do this? There must be a reason for doing this. At this moment, Chen Yang's brain was working rapidly. While absorbing information from the reporting team, he began to simulate the crime. Yes, simulated crime. In his previous life, the reason why Chen Yan was able to solve so many major cases was not only because he had the ability to freeze the scene, but also because Chen Yan was very good at simulating crimes. By simulating crimes, one can think through and discover details that outsiders would not notice. If I were the murderer, what should I do? I must kill Lin Chao and Wang Xiefeng. Not only will I kill them, I will also peel off their skins, nail them to the cross, make them kneel on the ground and repent, and paint their blood into wild roses. Boom! A bright light flashed through Chen Yang's mind. Kneel on the ground and confess. Why was Jesus crucified? It's for redemption. Why do people kneel on the ground? It is for repentance. The flower language of Wild Rose, repentance. Lin Chao and Wang Xiefeng have an irreconcilable feud with me, I want to make them regret it forever. 2 college students, why do you have a grudge against me? There must be a motive for the murder. Anyone who randomly attacks others is a psychopath. But why would two unrelated students have a grudge against me? There are only a few types of murders: conflicts of interest, emotional disputes, and revenge killings. For two college students, their monthly expenses are only about 1,000 yuan, so there is no question of profit. That is emotional entanglement and revenge killing. If it's an emotional entanglement, these two people are my ex-boyfriends, playing with my feelings, kill them. But is it necessary to skin yourself alive and repent? And she killed two ex-boyfriends in a row? If it was revenge killing. Wrong. Two patterns suddenly flashed in Chen Yan's mind. At the two scenes, the directions of the eyes on the two human skin crosses and the kneeling directions of the two corpses were not random, but consistent. The cell phones of the two victims have not been found, and the parents have been notified. Now please ask team leader Chen Yan to summarize and make work arrangements. As soon as Zhang Yinhu finished speaking, Chen Yang's simulated crime also ended. Chapter 15. Suddenly, I feel sad. First, the blood graffiti found at the scene was not disordered, but wild roses. Chen Yang shared his discovery as soon as possible. The crime scenes of the two murders were almost identical. This was the murderer sending a message to the outside world. The cross symbolizes redemption, kneeling symbolizes repentance, and the flower language of wild roses is one way of saying repentance. Therefore, it is preliminarily determined that this is a carefully planned revenge murder. Shock. Everyone looked at Chen Yang with shock. Chen Yang was able to figure out such a bizarre murder case with no clue at all in such a short time, and even preliminarily determined the murderer's motive. You know, it is very important to infer the murderer's motive based on clues. This is the key information point to lock in the murderer's target group. And Chen Yang, within one day, not only found the gloves used by the murderer, but also deduced the motive for the crime. This is simply incredible. Now, the most crucial clue is the relationship between the two victims. Since this is a revenge murder, the connection between the two is very important. Team 1, contact the technical department to retrieve all social chat software records of Lin Chao and Wang Xiefeng. Team 2, do your best to track down the use of succinylcholine in Liancheng City. Focus on investigating whether the School of Medicine at Lianhai University has the permission to use it or the conditions to extract it. Team 3, check if there are any recent criminal or civil cases involving Lianhai University students or teachers. 20 minutes later, a team completed the retrieval of the social chat software records of the two victims. Team leader Chen, the two of them mainly use WeChat and QQ as their social software, and we didn't find any major abnormalities. Nothing too unusual? Chen Yang frowned. What do you mean there is no big abnormality? They added each other as friends 2 years ago, but deleted each other after just 1 week. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Quick, arrange for someone to search Lin Chao and Wang Xiefeng's computers immediately, especially Wang Xiefeng's computer, including his personal computer and the computer he often uses at school. Wang Xiefeng is a graduate student majoring in computer science. In computer investigations, he is of course Chen Yang's main focus. The old hands in the detective team are still very fast. In just 1 hour, 2 team members ran in, sweating profusely. Team leader. Team leader. Important clue. It turns out that the two deceased knew each other. Wang Xiefeng developed a simple chat software on the school server called Seoul Hostel. They were all members of this hostel. Team leader, this is the member list and chat history. Chen Yang took the list and looked at it carefully. Team leader, the case you asked us to investigate related to Lianhai University has also come out. There are a total of 12 cases involving Lianhai University in 1 year. 8 of them were family disputes between teachers, 2 were students suing teachers for sexual assault, and 2 were student suicides. Suicide. Chen Yang raised his head. What was the name of the deceased? Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chang. As soon as the 2 names came out, Chen Yang looked at the sky outside the window. The moon was already dim and the stars were sparse. He was immediately shocked. Captain, hurry. Send someone to Lianhai University and find 2 students, Li Hai from the Department of Architecture and Sun Feng from the Department of Mathematics. Others, arrest Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chan's father immediately. Although Zhang Yinhu still didn't quite understand what was going on, Chen Yan was now the head of the task force, and following orders was the first principle. Turn off their video connection with superiors and immediately organize police forces to go to Lianhai University. However, Chen Yang and others were still a step too late. Li Hai and Sun Feng are missing. Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chang's father was not at home either, so the arresting officers came to nothing. Team leader, what should we do now? Liu Qingshan no longer called Chen Yang Xiao Chen. In the police force, the premise of talking about seniority is that you are worse than others, but when your ability is not as good as others, you have to follow the rules. For example, Zhang Yinhu. There are more than a dozen people in the detective team, including Liu Qingshan, who have longer police experience than him. But who doesn't behave respectfully and honestly when meeting someone? Who dares to act like a senior? This is the impact of ability and position. And Chen Yang now has outstanding abilities. Chen Yang's face turned pale. The murderer was more cunning than expected, and more determined. Moreover, Chen Yang now realized that the other party had never thought of escaping legal sanctions. No, everything they did was just to delay time. Delay until all four are killed. In fact, after reading the chat records of the Seoul hostel, Chen Yang wanted to help the two murderers, the fathers of the two girls who committed suicide. However, Chen Yang's police duties prevented him from doing so. Even if Lin Chao, Wang Xifeng, Li Hai and Sun Feng deserve to die, they should be punished by law. No one has the right to take another person's life. Classroom 301 of the 3rd teaching building, Classroom 202 of the 9th teaching building, send someone immediately. Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chang are classmates and also Lin Chao's classmates. There are only 4 places where they have classes. Apart from classrooms 204 and 306 in the 12th teaching building where the 2 murders had just occurred, there were only classroom 301 in the 3rd teaching building and classroom 202 in the 9th teaching building. Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chang have a very good relationship and they sit together in every class. Among the files photos brought back by Team 3, one was taken when Yang Xiaoxiao and Xu Chang were in class. The direction where the 2 people were located was the direction where Lin Chao and Wang Xifeng's human skins and corpses were facing. This time the 2 teams arrived at the 2 teaching buildings in a timely manner. You came much earlier than I expected. Yang Chenghan did not get hysterical, nor did he resist, nor did he kidnap Li Hai. He just scratched Li Hai's face with a knife the moment he turned around. Interrogation room. Chen Yang sat opposite Yang Chenghan. The other party insisted on seeing him. You are much younger than I thought. Sitting on the interrogation chair, Yang Chenghan did not show any trace of the brutality of a murderer. Instead, he seems like an intellectual, elegant and easygoing. In fact, Yang Chenghan is also an intellectual. A top professor in the computer science department of Lianhai University, Yang Xiaoxiao's father, and Wang Xifeng's mentor. Xu Chang's father, Xu Bin, was a colleague of Yang Chenghan and the vice dean of the School of Medicine at Lianhai University. It was he who extracted succinylcholine. When the 2 men killed people, they injected succinylcholine into their victim's body, making the victim's limbs weak and unable to resist or scream. Afterwards, they bled the person, drew a wild rose on him, and then nailed him to a blackboard and peeled off his skin bit by bit. After the victim fainted, they would sprinkle strong alcohol on the wound to stimulate the victim to wake up, and then continue the process until the victim's skin was completely peeled off but he was still alive. That's why there was a smell of alcohol at the scene. One can imagine how terrified the victim must have been as he watched his skin being peeled off. How did you find out? Chen Yang sighed. Yang Chenghan knew that Chen Yang was asking how he and Xu Bin found out the reason why his daughter committed suicide. Why don't you delete the chat room? Chen Yang knew that as a professor in the School of Computer Science, if the other party deleted the chat software created by Wang Xifeng in advance, he would not be able to find out. It's impossible to solve the case so quickly. There has to be something left behind. Death is too easy for them. Is it worth it? A professor, an associate dean. Yang Chenghan adjusted his glasses and leaned forward slightly. Officer Chen, if you also had a daughter who had the same experience as my daughter, what would you do? Chen Yang was slightly stunned. For some reason, Shen Yunyi's shadow appeared in Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang did not answer Yang Chenghan's words. He is a little. Chen Yang will let that man know that death is actually the happiest thing in the world. And, he swore, no one could catch him. The interrogation went exceptionally smoothly, and the video cable was cut off by the 2 of them working together. Yang Chenghan touched some honey on it, which was bitten off by the medical experimental rat he got from Xu Bin, to create the illusion of an unexpected malfunction. The purpose is to delay the police's handling of the case. The two had actually agreed that if the police failed to solve the case, they would turn themselves in. However, they didn't expect the police to arrive so quickly. Now, although it was not perfect, neither Li Hai nor Sun Feng were killed, but they were both disfigured. And after such an experience, I believe these two people will never have a good sleep in their lives. Revenge, completed. Chapter 16, Age is not bad. Chen Yan left the interrogation room feeling a little upset. Suddenly I feel unsatisfied. Chen Yang had read most of the secret chat room records of Lin Chao and the other three. Wang Xiafeng is the initiator of the chat organization. When he was in his sophomore year, he became a little abnormal because his girlfriend broke up with him. When I was a junior, I set up a private club and recruited new members through the self-built Seoul Hostel chat room. Lin Chao, Li Hai and Sun Feng are the members of the club he has developed in recent years. Over a 3-year period, the four of them deceived 14 girls, among whom Yarn Yuan and Xu Chang were the worst victims. The two girls came from well-off families and were gentle in character. They were trapped by each other's sweet words and had no power to resist at all. Chen Yang couldn't bear to watch some of the details of the two girls being hurt. What Wang Xiafeng and the other three had done, killing them would be too easy for them. In Chen Yang's opinion, it would not be excessive even if they were cut into pieces. Chen Yang could imagine how Yarn Chenghan felt when he learned everything. Don't worry, although they are alive, they will never see the sunshine of freedom in their lifetime. Before leaving the interrogation room, Chen Yang said the last words to Yarn Chenghan. In fact, although Li Hai and Sun Feng were receiving treatment in the hospital at the moment, their colleagues in the detective team had already set up surveillance in their wards. As soon as their condition improves, a lawsuit will be filed against the two. Especially the content in the chat records of the four people. The plan they jointly planned was extremely bad subjectively and the details were extremely cruel. Considering the confessions of another 12 girls, the life imprisonment sentences given to the two were light. Although Lin Chao and Wang Xiafeng are dead, it doesn't mean they can escape all this. Their names will still appear in court, and although they will not be punished due to death, their names will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in law and morality. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully solving the Bloody Cross murder case. You will be rewarded with the skill firearms expertise. Boom! The moment the prompt sounded, knowledge about firearms flooded into Chen Yang's mind like a tide. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, even hunting rifles and shotguns. The knowledge of using countless types of firearms was like engraved in Chen Yang's mind, as if he was born with it. The performance, weight, advantages and disadvantages of each type of firearm. Bullet information for each type of firearm, characteristics of different bullets. Explosive bombs, armor-piercing bombs, flash bombs. The feeling of a full magazine, the weight of just one bullet. The influence of wind speed and humidity on shooting. The ballistic characteristics of each firearm. Every wound mark left by a bullet hitting the target explosion point. It took more than 10 minutes before Chen Yan woke up slowly. How can this be called a specialization in firearms? Chen Yang spread his hands, his face full of disbelief. This is simply a complete encyclopedia of firearms, including the use of firearms, trace identification, and repair. To exaggerate a little, as long as Chen Yang heard the sound of a gun being fired, he would know the model and basic mechanical qualities of the gun. Although the case has been solved, there is still a lot of follow-up work to be done, but obviously Chen Yang doesn't have to worry about these. You know, this guy should still be on vacation now. Moreover, the superiors watched the entire process of Chen Yang's investigation through their video network, and are now reporting to the provincial team and superiors. 2 serial murders occurred in succession, and in Lianhai University, a place with a huge gathering of people, the impact is extremely bad. Not only the city but also the higher-level leaders attached great importance to it and asked the detective team to report any news in a timely manner. Now, the Lianqing detective team, the provincial team, and the top leader of Lianqing are on their way to the provincial capital. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. After returning home, Chen Yang finally had time to open WeChat, and there happened to be an unread message. Xinyani. Oh no. Chen Yang slapped his forehead and then he remembered that tomorrow was Saturday. The day before yesterday, after the blind date, the two made an appointment on Huanhai Road to visit Xinyani's parents this Saturday morning. As a result, Chen Yang, who had solved the case for 2 days, completely forgot about it. Fortunately, Chen Yan is smart. Sent a message to Chen Yang in advance. Looking at the sky outside, Chen Yang shook his head. It is obviously impossible to buy gifts at this time. I can only go shopping with my sister tomorrow morning, and then go to the performance. In fact, there is another point that Chen Yang selectively ignored. He has just been working for a month and is still a trainee police officer. His salary is only 1,800 yuan, which has not been paid yet. The rewards for solving the case are on the way, and the earliest you can claim them is next week. Therefore, Mr. Chen cannot afford to buy gifts now. You don't have to ask your family for it, right? The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped downstairs of Chen Yang's house on time. Whose car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I don't know. We haven't heard of anyone winning 5 million in our neighborhood. Who drives such a nice car? Auntie, you are kidding me. You can't buy this car even if you win 5 million. Old man, look, there's a luxury car parked downstairs of our house, and a lot of people are looking at it. Yu Huizhen was packing clothes on the balcony. She glanced downstairs and found the luxury car. I saw it when I came back from shopping just now. I heard from my neighbor Lao Wang that the car cost several million. Several million. Yu Huizhen curled her lips. It would be great to have so much money to donate. By the way, why did my son leave so early today? The girl Xiaoling who arranged a blind date for him a few days ago was very satisfied with our son and even asked me how he felt. He said a friend was coming to pick him up, but he was busy today. You're a police officer, but you still don't do your job. You've dated more than 100 times, but you still don't bring me any one. Bump. Old you, what's wrong with you? Old Chen heard a strange noise coming from the balcony in the kitchen and ran out immediately. Old Chen, Yu Huizhen looked downstairs as if she had seen a ghost. Do you think that's our son? Old Chen stuck his head out and just saw Chen Yang open the car door and get into the red luxury car. This seems, maybe, probably, right. When Chen Yang just went out, he was wearing our Tibetan blue coat. Old Chen took a special look at it to make sure it was correct. Old Chen, you think our son is? The clothes in Yu Huizhen's hand had already fallen to the ground, and the flower pot beside her was also sacrificed. Don't want to work hard anymore. Don't want to work hard. Old Chen's heart tightened. But think about the price of that car. Wife, don't let your imagination run wild. Lao Chen swallowed his saliva and said, I just saw it downstairs. The person driving the car does have long hair. But maybe he is Chen Yang's friend. Friend? The son of Mr. Huang from the next door unit is usually picked up in a BMW worth hundreds of thousands, right? Yu Huizhen was a little skeptical. His family also said that the woman was his son's boss. What happened later? Did you pay the share of the money? Why don't I come back and ask my son? Old Chen actually didn't quite agree with Yu Huizhen's statement. He went to the wedding of old Huang's son and he had met the female boss. Not young. Although he is much older than Lao Huang's son, at least he is not as old as Lao Huang, and he has taken good care of himself, so he is actually okay. As for age, as long as he's not older than us, I think that's fine, right? Yu Huizhen. Chapter 17, Lao Shen, this guy is quite handsome. Chen Yang naturally didn't know that his parents at home were already imagining that he was hooking up with the rich. He has a headache at the moment. Because the neighbors looked at him strangely just now. Chen Yang's parents knew about old Huang's son's affairs, Chen Yang knew about it, and naturally the neighbors all knew about it as well. Sister, could you please not drive downstairs to my house next time? Chen Yang felt that there was a fundamental difference between him and Lao Huang's son. First, Mr. Huang's son is not trying to marry a rich woman, at best he is a middle-class woman. Chen Yan is different. This woman's car is worth as much as that guy's. Second, Chen Yang felt that he was just a good policeman helping a citizen in need. Although the other party wanted to buy him a house and a car, the key is that Chen Yang didn't want it, right? And the most important point. Chen Yan wore a cheongsam today. Although Chen Yang didn't quite understand why people wore cheongsam in winter, from the visual impact point of view, Chen Yang was still very satisfied. Especially when Chen Yan was sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Yang could see the faint white moonlight without turning on the visual gene lock. God, You have no idea how much willpower I have used to resist activating my vision gene lock. What's wrong? Chen Yan turned her head, her beautiful eyes were like a pool of autumn water, which could make people dizzy. I didn't get off the car, your neighbors couldn't see me at all. What the hell? It would be nice if they saw you. Let me tell you a story about the son of the Huang family. Phew. A smile brings out all the beauties, a smile brings out all the flowers. The branches and flowers are shaking, it's breathtaking. Chen Yan cried out his guilt. So, your neighbors suspect that you are the second son of old Huang. Chen Yan suddenly felt very happy. It was already a beautiful day, and now it's even more beautiful. Little brother, Chen Yan suddenly stretched out her right hand and touched Chen Yang's cheek. Sister is richer than your brother Huang's sister-in-law. Chuckling. Feeling the smooth and cool touch on his face, Chen Yang's little heart couldn't help but tremble. Sister, Chen Yan slapped away someone's evil little paw. Although you are older than me, it doesn't mean you can call me your brother. I am not young. I'm already 22. Also, I'm a police officer. If you molest me again, I'll arrest you on the spot. Chen Yan also noticed that he seemed to have gone a little too far and quickly pulled back his little paw. Hey, I'm just joking with you. Of course Chen Yan could tell that Chen Yang was not really angry, and was even playing a joke on her, but she still subconsciously acted like a spoiled brat. Etc. Why should I act like a spoiled brat? The worst thing about the atmosphere is a sudden silence. Chen Yang was also annoyed by Chen Yan's roundabout way of acting coquettish. Are all the girls nowadays so sweet? Where are we going? Chen Yang broke the awkwardness. Aunt and uncle know I'm going, right? Cough cough. Just come with me. I won't sell you out. Looking at Chen Yang in front of the fitting mirror, Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. It's not like she hasn't seen handsome guys before, but she has never seen one as handsome as Chen Yang. Not to mention Chen Yan, even the girl who was selling clothes was staring with wide eyes. As a shopping guide for an internationally renowned luxury brand, Lin Shuang has received many celebrities, but none of them can compare to the customer in front of her. How is it? Chen Yang was actually not used to wearing such formal clothes. When I was in police school, I was in uniform 24/7 and it was impossible to wear my own clothes. After work, the detective team mostly wore casual clothes when going out on missions. Chen Yang had been working for so long, but he only wore a uniform on the first day. The rest of the time he wore sportswear. This is the first time I wear such formal clothes. But when I look at myself in the mirror, I have to admit, I'm really handsome. Chen Yan did not answer Chen Yang's question, but asked curiously, Chen Yang, you really never had a relationship when you were in college? This is unscientific. Are all the girls in their school blind? Don't say that girls are not lustful. In fact, girls are much more lustful than boys. They just hide it better. I actually wanted to talk, Chen Yang said the truth, but I was in a police academy, there was only one girl in the class, and I couldn't even defeat her in free fighting. Forehead. Chen Yan suddenly felt that the police academy was very good, very good. She looked at Yueyar with curved eyes. Waiter, pack up these clothes we just tried on. In the car. Isn't this dress a little expensive? Chen Yang doesn't have any special requirements for clothes, and the clothes he wears usually cost only a few hundred yuan. But when Chen Yan swiped the card just now, he heard the total price. It was 720,000. 720,000. 3 sets of clothes, each set costs an average of more than 200,000 yuan. It's okay, this is your work clothes. Chen Yan was even happier after coming out of the mall. The smile on his face never stopped. By the way, you can't wear these clothes when I'm not around. Chen Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Yang seriously. Forehead. All right. You bought it anyway, so you can wear it whenever you want. Chen Yang didn't care. There was no way Chen Yan would wear clothes worth more than 200,000 yuan to handle a case, mainly because he was afraid that he would not be able to afford the compensation if they were damaged. Hearing Chen Yang's agreement, the smile on Chen Yan's face bloomed again. It seems that since meeting Chen Yang, Chen Yan has laughed more often than in the previous year. Let's go over the details of our acquaintance and relationship. My mom will definitely ask about it later. There are gifts prepared in the trunk. My father loves to smoke cigars, and my mother likes Sioux City embroidery. Chen Yang found that Chen Yan was very thoughtful and even prepared a gift for the meeting. He was indeed a rich man. By the way, what is the bottom line of our intimacy? When two people are in love, you can't just say they don't hold hands. Chen Yan's face turned red. Hold hands and hug, after all, we just confirmed our relationship. Chen Yan nodded. After all, he was just a fake boyfriend and he was a man, so he wouldn't suffer any loss. Shen family villa. Wang Meifang dressed up specially and gave old Shen a treat. Now he is directing the chef to cook. Chef Ding, the guest who comes today is very important. You must show off your housekeeping skills. Ding Junwo is the executive chef of Lianqing's most famous 5-star hotel and has won the gold medal in a national chef competition. The inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of the Manchu Han banquet of China. Please rest assured. I promise that nothing will go wrong. Meifang, Old Shen looked at his busy wife and smiled bitterly in his heart. Isn't it just that Xiaoyun brought her boyfriend back? Do you have to make such a big fuss? What do you know? Wang Meifang rolled her eyes at Old Shen and said, I have been looking forward to this for a long time, and finally I have found a good son-in-law. Of course I have to take him seriously. Your precious daughter is already 27 years old. If she doesn't find a partner, it will be too late. It's all your fault. I told her not to go to the company. If I had let her take the teacher exam, we might have grandchildren now. Old Shen wanted to slap himself in the face. Why are you talking so much? Master, madam, the young lady is back. The nanny's words saved Mr. Shen. You're right, everything you said is right. Old Shen grabbed Wang Meifang and said, hurry to the living room, our daughter is back. Wang Meifang's eyes lit up as soon as the 1.83-meter tall Chen Yan, who was wearing a well-fitting branded suit and had a carefully styled hairstyle, walked into the living room. Old Shen, this guy, is quite handsome. Chapter 18 Where are my clothes? Old Shen curled his lips secretly. Is this kind of handsome? This is very handsome, almost catching up with my looks when I was young. Chen Yang held the gift box in his left hand and held Shen Yan's hand with his right hand. The golden boy and jade girl seemed to have walked out of a painting and came hand in hand. I have to say, clothes that cost a lot of money really look different. It is said that Buddha relies on gold ornaments and people rely on clothes. Chen Yang is already very handsome, and now in a neat suit, he looks particularly gentlemanly, with a strong bookish air and a sunny and confident smile, which can infect the people around him with happiness. After Shen Yan's actions in the mall, Chen Yang is now handsome and even good-looking. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Chen Yang. Chen Yang walked towards Shen Yan's parents with a very nice smile on his face, Yunyan's boyfriend. After hearing these words, Mr. and Mrs. Shen's eyes brightened, and Shen Yan, who was standing beside them, was slightly startled. The details we just discussed, is there this? I heard from Yunyan that uncle likes cigars and aunt likes embroidery. This is my first visit, so please accept my gift. Chen Yang placed the gift in his hand on the coffee table, bowed slightly, and pushed his hands forward. Har, okay, Xiao Chen, come on, what gift? Come on, please take a seat. Comrade Lao Shen glanced at the cigar on the table. It was his favorite Brazilian custom-made one. This thing is not sold on the market, and even his wife doesn't know about it. It was his precious daughter who did it for him. So, when Mr. Shen saw the cigar, he knew it must have been made by his daughter. Of course, this is also what Shen Yan told Old Shen through this cigar, Shen Yan's attitude towards Chen Yang. Thank you, uncle. Chen Yang and Shen Yan sat next to each other on the sofa. I heard from Yunyi that Xiao Chen is a policeman. Wang Meifang was very satisfied with Chen Yang, especially his conversation and appearance. But he had some complaints about Chen Yang's career as a police officer. The police in China are notoriously poorly paid, face high risks, and have to work a lot of overtime. Yes, auntie, I'm still a trainee police officer and I won't be able to become a regular police officer until next week. With Chen Yang's ability to handle cases, pretending to be a boyfriend is simply child's play. Yunyan never talked about family matters before. I didn't expect that uncle and auntie are so young. Chen Yang took the initiative to open the conversation, especially auntie, you have taken good care of yourself. If you and Yunyan walked on the street, people would think you were sisters. I don't know what skin care products you use. I'll recommend them to my mother. I guarantee she'll like them. At this moment, Chen Yang is an absolute professional bootlicker. His little tongue is so soft and his little mouth is so sweet. Har har, kid, you are so sweet and good at talking. Wang Maifang was so pleased with Chen Yang's praise that she became more and more satisfied the more she looked at her future son-in-law. Auntie is old now. If she was young, she would really be similar to Yun Yi. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. With Chen Yang's observation skills, as soon as he entered the villa, he knew who had the final say in this family and who was the backbone. Judging from old Chen's sitting posture, although he was in the main seat, his body was slightly leaning back, which made Wang Maifang's presence more prominent in terms of spatial distance. This is similar to the status of Lao Chen and Yu Huizhen at home. Now that people have come, Lao Chen is just showing off and is actually useless. Come on, Xiao Chen, stop chatting. It's almost noon. Your aunt has arranged the best chef to prepare lunch. Let's eat and chat. You can have a drink with your uncle. Old Chen finally seized the opportunity and interjected. Uncle, I heard from Yun Yun that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Looking at your body, I can't even catch up with you in terms of alcohol tolerance. Chen Yan, who was following behind, kept rolling his big eyes. Half an hour had passed and I hadn't said a word. There is obviously something wrong with the family status. We're just acting, aren't you taking this too seriously? Chen Yan looked at Chen Yang's parents who were accompanying him on his left and right, and suddenly a ridiculous idea came to his mind. If I can no longer perform in the future and I tell my parents that Chen Yang and I have broken up, will I be beaten to death? Come on, Xiao Chen, sit down and try this bird's nest and shredded chicken soup. This is the top dish in the Manchu Han banquet. Xiao Chen, come here. This is the Zodiac Mao Tai that has been stored for 20 years. Let's have a drink. Xiao Chen, how long have you and Yunyi known each other? How did you meet? The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Of course, this may except Chen Yan. After all, this daughter may never have been so neglected by her parents in her life. During the 2-hour meal, my parents didn't even pick up a single vegetable leaf for me. I didn't say a word to myself. Am I still your biological child? What I'm looking for you is a son-in-law, not a son. Belch. I'm so full. In the phantom, Chen Yang burped contentedly and rubbed his round belly. Xiao Yunyun, your family's food is so delicious. Shen Yuni. Looking at the drunk cat beside her, Miss Shen became even angrier. You seem to be full, Shen Yuni snorted coldly, stretched out his little claws to pinch Chen Yang's face, and then patted someone's belly. I'm not full yet. Whoosh whoosh. Hey. Shen Yuni, who didn't get a response, patted Chen Yang's belly again. Why aren't you talking? After parking the car on the side of the road, Shen Yuni looked at Chen Yang who had fallen asleep, his big eyes rolling around. Snort. Why do you call me Yunyun? We never discussed this. My parents never called me that. Old brother, let us have another drink, just relax. Although Yunyun is a little old, but she still looks good, just leave it to me, just relax. Shen Yuni. Are you drunk and talking in your sleep? Besides, who is your brother? What's wrong with me being old? Haven't you heard that a girl who is 3 years older than a university student will bring gold bricks? A girl who is 30 years older than a university student will bring the country. A girl who is 300 years older than a university student will bring elixirs. And a girl who is 3,000 years older than a university student will be among the immortals. Shen Yuni looked down at her charming figure and muttered to herself, this girl has a big heart. No, it's broad, okay. After all, I still can't drink alcohol. Although Comrade Lao Shen's wine was very good and did not make him drunk after drinking it, he still felt a little dizzy. Chen Yang, with dry mouth, opened his eyes dazedly. It tastes a little off. Hold. Chen Yang opened his eyes and found himself lying on a large pink bed. Everything in the room is pink. Where am I? Lifting aside the fragrant quilt, Chen Yang took a look at what was inside. Barbie is cute. I was clearly wearing white underwear when I went out, why did it turn blue now? Besides. Where are my clothes? Are you awake? With a scream, Chen Yan crawled into bed. Chapter 19 I don't feel anything. Who I am? Where am I? Looking at Shen Yuni, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, at the bedroom door, Chen Yang was a little confused. Looking at Chen Yang, who had his hands tightly covering the quilt with only his head exposed, Shen Yuni suddenly wanted to laugh. This bastard, wasn't he quite arrogant yesterday? Why does she act like a bullied wife? Officer Chen Yan, who had obviously just gotten up, came over wearing a set of silk pajamas, twisting her waist and walking slowly. What are you afraid of as a grown man? Can I eat you? Chen Yan frowned slightly. There did seem to be something wrong with my posture, but I couldn't lift the quilt now. A normal, healthy, young man. If I lift the quilt. Damn. Sister, Chen Yan was a little afraid to look directly at Chen Yan at the moment. His eyes slightly dodged. We have an agreement. I will only be your fake boyfriend, selling my art, but not my body. Phew. Chen Yan couldn't help laughing at Chen Yang's expression and words. He walked to Chen Yang's bedside and lifted Chen Yang's chin with a little paw. My dear brother, weren't you very brave yesterday? What? Chen Yan's pink little snake head playfully licked her lips under Chen Yang's horrified gaze. Are you planning to deny your responsibility after eating it all? Boom. Chen Yan's words were like a nuclear warhead exploding in Chen Yang's heart. How come I have no impression of this at all? Chen Yang, who was possessed by a ghost, had no time to grab the quilt at this moment, and stretched out his big hand from the quilt. I didn't feel anything last night. Wow. So fierce. What are you doing? He slapped Chen Yang's big hand away. You hooligan. What are you doing? Didn't you say that I didn't admit anything? Chen Yang was startled by Chen Yan's scream. He suddenly felt so innocent. He clearly didn't feel anything. I drank too much, I don't feel anything. Chen Yan's numb body had just recovered when she almost fell off the bed. I mean, you ate up all the food in my house, what are you thinking? Chen Yan, who felt taken advantage of, wanted to beat Chen Yang to death. You eat my food, sleep in my bed, and even take advantage of me. Are all you policemen so awesome? Chen Yang. Miss Shen, just eat, what do you mean by eat it all? Huh. Chen Yang, who lifted the quilt again, was suddenly stunned. Who changed my clothes? Chen Yan rolled his eyes and said, my bodyguard helped. Damn. This is kind of embarrassing. Sister, Chen Yan wanted to find a hole to crawl into at this moment. I'm going to get up and put on some clothes. Do you mind stepping aside for a while? Avoid. What's there to avoid? Chen Yan snorted coldly. It's not like I didn't see it yesterday. Chen Yang. However, despite saying this, Chen Yan still walked out with his long legs. After closing the door, Chen Yan leaned against it and took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm down. He looked back at the door, his eyes curled up unconsciously, and he secretly spat at the little hooligan and left. Chen Yang, who was lying in bed, knew that this was Chen Yan's boudoir without turning on the olfactory gene lock. I looked around and saw my gym clothes on a chair. Glancing at the door, Chen Yang quickly got out of bed and put on his clothes in no time. There was a faint scent on the clothes, obviously they had been washed. The bathroom is right inside the bedroom, and a new set of toiletries has already been prepared. Chen Yang looked at the brand new towels, toothpaste, toothbrush and some men's skin care products, and a flash of surprise crossed his mind. Older women also have their advantages. They are more careful. Half an hour later. At the dining table. Chen Yang. Chen Yan subconsciously folded her arms, her face flushed. Where are you looking? Forehead. The breakfast was unusually quiet. Chen Yang took a sip of rice porridge. Why don't you live with your uncle and aunt? Chen Yan rolled his eyes. Chen Yang knew he needed to change the subject. What do uncle and aunt think of me? Did I perform well yesterday? Actually, everything was under control at the beginning. Chen Yang used the same tricks he used to coax his mother, praising Chen Yan's mother so much that she was extremely satisfied. She treated Chen Yang like her own son. I had a great time drinking with Lao Shen at the table. While drinking and chatting, if it weren't for his mission, Chen Yang would have been able to trick old Shen into becoming his sworn brother. Chen Yan's mood, which had originally calmed down somewhat, was stirred up again by Chen Yang. How dare you say that? Chen Yan snorted coldly and looked at Chen Yang, rolling his eyes. Tell me, who told you to call me Yun Yun? Did we say so beforehand? My mom and dad have already acknowledged you. If they find out that we are acting, my mom will kill me. He. Is this my fault? My dear sister, Chen Yang drank the last mouthful of porridge. I just improvised, okay. Besides, it was you who suggested pretending to be your boyfriend. I didn't even ask you for any service fees. By the way, don't forget to come to my house next time. My mom is going to arrange my 102nd blind date. Chen Yan. How much Chen Yang's mother must want to hold her grandson. 102nd blind date. The two had a very pleasant collaboration this time. At least Chen Yan doesn't have to worry about his parents urging him to get married anymore. Next, as long as Yu Huizhen and Lao Chen are dealt with, their tasks will be completed and they can have some peace and quiet for a while. After returning home, Chen Yang lied and said that he had worked overtime yesterday and had not rested, so he went into the room and fell asleep. I did drink a lot yesterday. However, Yu Huizhen and Lao Chen underestimated it for a long time. This guy was clearly picked up by a luxury car yesterday, so why is he saying he is going to work overtime? Moreover, there was a faint fragrance on Chen Yan, which Yu Huizhen had never smelled before. Afternoon. Son, Yu Huizhen and Lao Chen sat on the sofa, holding Monica in their arms. Tell mom the truth, are you in love? Huh? Chen Yang looked at his mother in surprise and winked at his father. What's going on? As a result, old Chen looked at his nose and his heart, without saying a word. Woof woof woof. Only Monica called out twice, and Chen Yang could understand the meaning. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Seeing her son silent, Yu Huizhen's heart skipped a beat. She knew her son too well. Son, is this the person who picked you up yesterday? Don't hide it from mom. Isn't Wang's son doing well now? Tell me, how old is that woman? Don't worry, it's okay if he's older than you, as long as he's not older than your parents, we can still accept it. Huh? Chen Yang looked at his mother and father with horror. Chen Yang really didn't expect that his parents had such open-minded ideas. But the key is that you can accept it, but I can't. Mom, stop guessing. Wait a few days, I'll bring her here and let you see her, then you'll know. Chapter 20 The Boy Who Sends Wealth. Early the next morning. Chen Yan arrived at the team early. Xiao Chen, you're here so early. The old man at the door was very enthusiastic and greeted Chen Yan warmly. Xiao Chen, it's so early. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Your sister-in-law just steamed some braised pork buns this morning. Give me two. As he spoke, 2 big meat buns went into Chen Yang's arms. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I left in a hurry this morning and didn't even have breakfast. After greeting the guy in charge of logistics, Chen Yang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Brother Yang. Liang Xiao, a policeman who started his internship with Chen Yang and is also Chen Yan's classmate, said, we have all heard that you are so awesome this time. Master, please give me some special training when you have time. Xiao Chen, come and drink the milk, it's still warm. Xiao Chen, you haven't had breakfast yet. Here, try some freshly fried dough sticks from Lao Wang's stall. Xiao Chen. From the moment he entered the detachment compound, Chen Yang started to pile up things in his hands, such as buns, fried dough sticks, milk, and soy milk. By the time we arrived at Liu Qingshan's office, there was enough breakfast for almost 10 people. Master. Chen Yang looked at Liu Qingshan with a wry smile. Everyone was a little too enthusiastic this morning. Too much bullshit. Liu Qingshan took the breakfast from Chen Yang's arms. The reward from the superior has come down. Reward for online solicitation cases. Liu Qingshan shook his head and held up 3 fingers. The rewards for the online solicitation case, the dismemberment and murder of his wife case, and the bloody cross case have all been paid. The average reward for each member of the team is 5,000 yuan. Those who are directly involved in the case handling are more likely to receive 10,000 yuan per case, like me. The total reward this time is 32,000 yuan. Liu Qingshan pointed to his nose and said, thanks to you, all the colleagues in our team will receive at least 10,000 yuan in rewards. At least 10,000 yuan. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. This was really a lot. You know, this is an extra reward and does not conflict with salary, year-end bonus, etc. Moreover, since the team has solved major cases in a short period of time, the year-end bonus will definitely be increased. No wonder everyone is so enthusiastic about Chen Yang. This is the fortune-giving boy from the 2nd Detective Squad. Master, Chen Yan rubbed his fingers after hearing this. Then according to what you said, how much money can I get? Silly boy, Liu Qingshan looked at the money-obsessed Chen Yang with amusement. You should not care about money now, but merit. Merit. Chen Yang scratched his head. Of course, Chen Yang knew the importance of merit. Whether in the previous life or this life, the rewards for meritorious service are very harsh. The third-class merit is received while standing, the second-class merit is received while lying down, and the first-class merit is received by family members. This statement is not an exaggeration at all. The entire second detective squad has been established for 30 years and has solved many cases over the years. However, in 30 years, he only won 3 third-class collective merits and 1 third-class individual merit. In the past 10 years, there has not been any achievement. This shows how rare merit rewards are. Master, of course I want to be rewarded with merit, but whether I have achieved merit or not, my words don't count. Liu Qingshan curled his lips and said, your words don't count. You just have to take action and take it directly. Chen Yang, Liu Qingshan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, and said with some emotion, not only did you make a contribution this time, but the entire team also benefited from you. To be honest, Liu Qingshan didn't teach Chen Yang, his so-called apprentice, for many days, only a month at most. In the meantime, he took Chen Yang to a few small theft scenes and talked about some of the so-called experiences he had accumulated over the years. I haven't been able to teach many real crime-solving techniques and detective skills. However, as the old saying goes, there are always better people beyond the mountains and buildings beyond the buildings, and there are always better people beyond the better people. Geniuses are really different from ordinary people. For example, in the case of dismemberment and murder of the wife, a large group of veterans in the squad found nothing, but Chen Yan was able to find the remains. In the Bloody Cross case, no one, including Captain Zhang, had any clue. But during the time it took them to have a meal, they found the rubber gloves used in the murder, analyzed the motive for the murder, and found the suspect. That's what power is. Master, Chen Yan, with his intelligence, certainly wasn't the time to be proud. He poured Liu Qingshan a cup of tea and said, look at what you said. I was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. I was lucky. Besides, if it weren't for your good teaching and Captain Zhang's trust in me, I wouldn't have been able to solve the case and make a contribution. Liu Qingshan took the teacup and looked at Chen Yang deeply. Look, this guy is really excellent. He has made such a great contribution, but he is not arrogant at all. Okay, don't be so pretentious in front of me. Liu Qingshan took a sip of tea and looked at Chen Yang, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Don't call me master anymore. Chen Yang was really confused. Why? Are you going to clean up the mess? Liu Qingshan. I'm not Wudang or Shaolin, why should I clean up the door? Don't interrupt, Liu Qingshan waved his hand. You've only been here for a little over a month, and I've only taken you to a few small jobs, but I haven't taught you any skills at all. Besides, you are so powerful that you are like a pervert. When others hear you call me master, don't they think I am taking advantage of my age? After hearing this, Chen Yang refused to do it. Master, I don't like what you said. Chen Yang curled his lips. We are just chatting, why are you cursing? Am I a pervert? Liu Qingshan. Is that what I mean? Liu Qingshan smiled bitterly and didn't bother with it. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Captain Zhang is still waiting for you. I'll let you go find him as soon as I see you. Oh, and wear formal clothes. In the car. Captain Zhang, what are we going to do in the team? Har har, Zhang Yinhu laughed heartily and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. This is a good thing. Your application for regularization has been approved by the team. Chen Yang, you are now a formal people's policeman. Approved. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. He is no longer a trainee policeman, but a formal people's policeman. Captain, you mean, a regular police officer with a rank? Of course it's official. The document is on my desk. I'll announce it to you when we get back. Inside the carriage, Chen Yang looked at the scenery outside the window in a daze. In my previous life, my dream was to be a policeman. But due to health reasons, I cannot pass the physical examination. This is a hard condition and no one can do anything about it. But in this life, the dream that was originally unattainable has come true. Is this a gift from God? Chen Yang. Captain, you called me. What are you thinking, kid? You didn't respond after I called you several times. Zhang Yinhu rubbed his hands and continued, do you remember what I just said? Forehead. What? Captain Zhang, can you say it again? Zhang Yinhu. It seems that I just wasted a lot of time talking in vain. I'll endure it because you're the money delivery boy for our team. There will be an awarding ceremony in the team later, and you have to speak on behalf of the officers being awarded the honors. Huh? Speak. Captain, Chen Yang's face changed when he heard it. If you say your throat is inflamed, I have a rare product on Daobao that I guarantee will cure the disease. But you want to give a speech. Aren't you forcing me to do something? Chapter 21. Some things need to be done by someone. Lianqing City Detective Team. As a city-level detective team responsible for maintaining the public security and stability of a large city, the office building of the Lianqing Detective Team is much more magnificent than that of the second squad. Looking at the solemn and majestic badge hanging in front of the building, Chen Yang's heart couldn't help but become solemn. This is Chen Yang's second time joining the Lianqing Detective Team. The first time was 2 months ago, when I was waiting for assignment here. It was here that Captain Zhang Yinhu picked up Chen Yang and a dozen other trainee police officers. But this time, when Chen Yang set foot here again, he came here to receive honors. In China, the third-class merit is awarded by the municipal detective team, the second-class merit is awarded by the provincial team, and the first-class merit, or even the highest special-class merit, is awarded in the capital. Coincidentally, Chen Yang's achievements this time coincided with the annual summary and commendation meeting of the Lianqing City Detective Team. In the conference hall, Chen Yang was wearing a big red flower and sitting in the team of advanced commended figures. On the rostrum, 3 people in white shirts sat in the middle, and 6 people in blue shirts sat on both sides. At this moment, the person in white shirt in the middle was speaking. Chen Yang had seen the other party before. He had seen him in a video 2 days ago when he was the leader of the Bloody Cross murder case task force. It was this person who told Chen Yang and the others that they would only attend the meeting with their eyes and ears. Comrades, in the past year, Lianqing police have left their families behind for the sake of everyone, protecting the city with their sweat and the people with their lives. On behalf of all Lianqing police, I would like to express my highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to all the families. Wow wow wow. There was thunderous applause, and Chen Yang was also infected by the speech, waving his hands excitedly. Over the past year, we have resolutely cracked down on crime and punished evil. The majority of police officers have fulfilled their original aspirations with their lives. Last year, a total of 13 police officers died on the job. Please all stand up and observe a moment of silence for the police officers who died. Wow. All police officers present in the conference room stood up, saluted, took off their hats and observed a moment of silence. At the same time, we also have many police officers who have made outstanding contributions. Now, let's commend them. First, please invite the advanced workers to come on stage to receive the awards. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the representatives who have won the third-class collective merit and invite them to come up to the stage to receive the medals. Zhang Yinhu, also wearing a big red flower at this moment, walked up to the podium with a proud look on his face. There were 2 other people who came on stage together. In other words, this year, there are only 3 collective third-class merits in the entire Lianqing City police system. Finally, let us give the warmest applause to the individuals who have received the third-class individual merit and invite them to come on stage to receive their medals. Swish! The audience's eyes were focused on the left side of the rostrum. With a snap, Chen Yang stood up from his seat, gave a standard police posture, and saluted in a standard manner, so sonorous and powerful. 3 people in total, are ready to go on stage to receive honors. Please invite the third-class meritorious individual, the City Detective Team's drug hunting squad, and the first-class detective Wang Chong'an to come on stage to be awarded the medal. There was no loud standing at attention, but the salute posture was still standard. 2 policemen carried Wang Chong'an onto the podium in a wheelchair. Salute. Bang. Everyone stand up and salute. Wang Chong'an, an anti-drug police officer, fell from the 5th floor while hugging a drug dealer during a fight with him. Although he survived, he became a high-level paraplegic. Please invite the third-class meritorious individual, the 1st Squadron of the Lian City Detective Team, the 1st-class Detective Chief Li Ting to come on stage to present the medal. Li Ting walked onto the stage, but used his left hand when saluted. Chen Yang was the only meritorious individual who went on stage to receive the third-class individual merit. Chen Yang, a third-ranked detective from the 2nd Squad of the Lianqing City Detective Team, has successively solved online solicitation cases involving large amounts of money and 2 vicious murder criminal cases, and has been awarded the third-class individual merit twice. Wow! 2 individual third-class merit awards. Although many police officers in the audience knew that the 2nd Detective Squad had recently solved 3 major cases in succession, 1 pimping case and 2 vicious murder cases. However, they didn't know that it was actually the credit of one person. You know, the 2nd Detective Team has already won a collective third-class merit. Now there is a police officer who has won 2 third-class individual merit awards, which means that this case was basically solved by him alone. Everyone stand up. Salute. The buzzing sound disappeared, everyone stood up, whoosh. Salute. Chen Yan stood at the podium wearing a big red flower. To be honest, Chen Yan was a little nervous, very nervous. This is the first time in my life that I am speaking in such a large conference room. He was a little nervous at first, but when Chen Yang saw Wang Chong'an sitting in a wheelchair and Li Ting who had only one arm in the audience, Chen Yang's back straightened up. Dear leaders, colleagues, and families of the fallen police officers, today on behalf of all the police officers in Lianchun, I would like to make a promise to the citizens of Lianchun. We will use our lives to fulfill our oath as police officers, dedicate ourselves to the noble cause of police work, be loyal, responsible, fair and strict, and dedicate everything to protecting justice and ensuring that the people live and work in peace and contentment. The entire venue seemed more solemn and dignified with Chen Yang's oath. Everyone, stand at attention. I swear. I swear. We will use our lives to fulfill our oath as police officers and dedicate ourselves to the noble cause of police work. We will use our lives to fulfill our oath as police officers and dedicate ourselves to the noble cause of police work. Loyalty, responsibility, action, fairness and strictness. Loyalty, responsibility, action, fairness and strictness. Dedicate everything to protect justice and ensure that people can live and work in peace and contentment. Dedicate everything to protect justice and ensure that people can live and work in peace and contentment. The deafening sound of the oath seemed to resound throughout the entire Lianchun city. After leaving the detective team, Chen Yang became a little taciturn. If Chen Yan wanted to be a policeman out of interest before, today, Chen Yang's thoughts have changed a little. When he saw Wang Chong'an in a wheelchair and Li Ting's empty sleeves. I heard that in just 1 year, 13 police officers died in Lianchun. Chen Yang understood that being a policeman was not just out of interest. Captain Zhang Yan who beside Chen Yang was not as sad as Chen Yang. Every year's summary and commendation meeting was like this, and he was somewhat used to it. Why did you become a policeman? Zhang Yan who glanced at Chen Yang curiously. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Shrugging his shoulders, Chen Yang smiled and said, nothing, just asking. Zhang Yan who didn't care too much. When I graduated from the police academy, I became a policeman naturally. There's no special reason. Zhang Yan whose eyes suddenly looked distant, but later, my senior brother who was my partner sacrificed himself to save me, and I found my target. Some things have to be done by someone. Chen Yang did not continue to ask, and Zhang Yan who had no intention of continuing. But, as Zhang Yan who said, some things have to be done by someone. Bang! 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 When Chen Yang got out of the car back at the detachment compound, he was startled. All colleagues stood in 2 rows. Liu Qingshan and 2 deputy team leaders were holding flower tubes and had just twisted them to pieces. Welcome back, hero. Let's go. Zhang Yan who obviously knew all this, and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Today we are celebrating the team's collective third-class merit, and you, 2 individual third-class merits. Let's have a celebration banquet. In fact, the so-called celebration banquet is relatively simple. We had a meal together in the cafeteria. Drinking was out of the question, so everyone drank tea instead of wine to celebrate the team's winning of the third-class collective merit. Celebrating Chen Yang's winning of 2 third-class individual merits, and also, celebrating Chen Yang's official becoming a police officer. Chapter 22, Old Case. Afternoon. Chen Yang sat in his newly assigned office, wearing a brand new police uniform, and looked at himself in the mirror. On his shoulders, there are 3 shoulder flowers, symbolizing Chen Yang's identity as a first-level detective. TSK. Liu Qingshan came in from outside with an envious look on his face. Chen Yang, you have broken the record for police rank promotion in our Liao province. Being converted to a regular police officer 1 month after joining the police force is actually not a big deal. Some talents are directly recruited into the police force and have a regular position without having to go through the internship process. However, Chen Yang was definitely the first one to be promoted to first-level detective upon becoming a regular employee. In China, in addition to a direct reward of 100,000 yuan, a third-class individual merit also receives many other benefits. For example, when you retire, your pension will be increased by 5% at one time. For example, a third-class individual merit can be promoted to the rank of first-class detective. Chen Yang's two third-class individual merits directly pushed his police rank to first-class detective. To be promoted to a first-class detective normally, one has to be converted to a regular employee for a year and endure the status of a blank slate, yes, that is, having no police rank, commonly known as a blank slate. Only then can you be qualified as a third-level detective. 2 years later, he was promoted to second-level detective. 4 years later, he was promoted to first-class detective. Chen Yang's two third-class individual merits saved him 8 years. Compared with people of the same age, this advantage is extremely valuable. You know, in the detective team, police ranks and positions are not directly linked. Having a police rank does not necessarily mean you have a job, but if you want to get promoted, you must have the corresponding police rank. Moreover, among the 4 levels of police ranks in China, only detective and detective chief can be reached by simply working for the police. For example, Liu Qingshan has been a police officer for 20 years and is now a first-level detective chief. However, in addition to length of service, in order to be promoted to the 2 levels of detective inspector and detective supervisor, one must have meritorious service. To be promoted to detective inspector, the minimum standard is to obtain the third-class merit as an individual, or the group led by an individual must have won the third-class merit twice. This is why Zhang Yinhu attaches so much importance to Chen Yang. With the collective third-class merit of the second detective team, Zhang Yinhu may not necessarily be promoted to a higher police rank, but promotion, such as becoming the deputy captain of a higher-level detective team, has gone from being impossible to being possible. Moreover, if Chen Yang can make more efforts and win another third-class collective merit for the second detective team, Zhang Yinhu will definitely be promoted to the third-level detective inspector. So, leaders everywhere like talents, especially detectives like Chen Yang who can solve cases like a god. Now Chen Yang is the hot commodity in the second detective squad. Zhang Yinhu has promoted Chen Yang as the leader of the case team. After all, in the Bloody Cross case, Chen Yang, as the leader of the task force, was recognized by everyone for his case-solving and organizational abilities. Now, naturally no one would say anything if a team leader was promoted internally. Not only did no one say anything, but everyone was trying their best to get into this group. There are 5 members in one group. There is 1 team leader and 4 team members. In addition to Chen Yang, Liu Qingshan also reserved a spot. Yes, this guy quit his job as team leader and insisted on becoming a member of Chen Yang's team. There is nothing others can do. After all, this person is Chen Yang's master. No matter how long he has been with him, the status is there. Therefore, the remaining people can only fight for the other 3 places. Chen Yang didn't care. At the moment, he was looking through the files of old cases in the archives room. The jurisdiction of the second detective team is just 2 districts and counties. It is impossible for major cases to occur every day. Now Chen Yang has enough authority to review all the team's files. He might as well see if there are any old cases to follow up on. Not all old cases are static. Some have been solved, but there are also new ones. In the second detective squad, there are only 56 old cases. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he opened a box of files, thinking to himself that this case was interesting. Ding! The strongest police training system mission is released. Solve the murder case of Li who sued the US Japan International Hospital for money 5 years ago. The deadline is 10 days. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with computer program expertise. If you fail or exceed the deadline, the task reward will be cancelled. The file was opened, and the prompt sound of the system issuing a task rang through my ears. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. What's going on? Chen Yang had just read more than a dozen files, but the system didn't respond at all. Now, the task was issued just after he opened the file box. Moreover, the deadline for solving the case was only 10 days. You know, the deadline for the previous Bloody Cross case was only 5 days. The longer the deadline given by the system to solve the case, it definitely means that the case will be more difficult to solve. However, looking at the system rewards, Chen Yang was still very satisfied. Skills: computer programming expertise. This skill will definitely be of great help in solving cases in the future. Next, Chen Yan no longer just glanced over the case files as he did with the previous ones, but began to study this case's files carefully. Carefully consider every paragraph, every sentence, and even every word. Try to unravel it and find some details. After all, this was a case that happened 5 years ago. So much time has passed that many clues can only be found in the files. However, the more Chen Yan analyzed, the more he felt something was wrong. This case actually caused a sensation at the time. The plaintiff, Li Jing, was taken to the US-Japan International Hospital by ambulance due to a car accident. After diagnosis, it was confirmed that he had a ruptured liver and needed a liver transplant. Liver transplant surgery is a major operation no matter where it is performed, and the most important thing is liver matching. In all organ transplant surgeries, the most important thing is actually organ matching. Only by minimizing the rejection reaction can the patient's survival rate be increased. Li Jing was very lucky. The US-Japan International Hospital was a joint venture between Japan and China, and was particularly good at organ transplant surgery. He is very famous in Liao province and even in the whole of China. Li Jing's liver transplant surgery was very successful, very successful. His liver transplant had almost no rejection reaction and he recovered quickly and was discharged from the hospital. However, it was precisely because the operation was so successful that Li Jing became suspicious. Later, Li Jing underwent relevant examinations in other hospitals, and the results showed that the DNA sequence of Li Jing's liver cells after transplantation was more than 99.99% similar to Li Jing himself. This is what happened. When transplanting someone else's liver, the liver cells are found to be highly consistent with one's own DNA. What does this mean? The hospital must have lied about the patient's condition. In other words, nothing happened to Li Jing after the car accident. It was just that the hospital wanted to make money and lied to his family that his liver had ruptured. Then, during the operation, only surgery was required, and the liver did not need to be moved at all, but the cost was a real amount of 1.08 million yuan. Li Jing sued the American-Japanese International Hospital without hesitation after seeing this outrageous move. Result: there is just no result. All the hospital's diagnoses were recorded in detail, and the final explanation given was that Li Jing's physique was different from that of ordinary people, and he assimilated the transplanted liver. Well, in other words, he won't have to worry about rejection reactions anymore and can live decades longer. However, Li Jing insisted on not withdrawing the case, and it was eventually left unresolved and became an old case. The entire file only contained a few pages of records on the case, but the photocopies of the relevant medical records were almost 10 centimeters thick. Well, judging by the thickness of this medical record, the 1.08 million is not wasted. Chapter 23 Case Team Established. It can be said that this is a somewhat ridiculous dossier. A patient who successfully survived a liver transplant sued the hospital that treated him because his liver was too unmatched. He also sued them for robbery and murder. This kind of plot, even novels wouldn't dare to write it this way. However, the plot that does not appear in the novel actually exists in reality. Moreover, since the system was able to issue a task and give a 10-day deadline to solve the case, Chen Yan knew that this was definitely not that simple. After leaving the archives room, Chen Yan returned to his newly equipped office. In the detective team, only those with the rank of team leader or above can be equipped with their own office. Ordinary detectives work in a large office, and trainee police officers are even worse off, as they don't have offices. Sweeping the floor, cleaning and pouring water are their main jobs. Liu Qingshan also moved out of his original office and was chatting with 3 policemen. Seeing Chen Yan coming out of the archives room, Liu Qingshan put out the cigarette in his hand and said, "Team leader, these 3 are the members assigned to our team by Captain Zhang." This time, Liu Qingshan did not call Chen Yan Xiao Chen or call him by his name directly, but called him team leader directly. This is the experience of old hands. Since he is no longer the team leader, he must correct his attitude, especially in front of the 3 new people. Chen Yang's prestige must be established. Of course Chen Yang could understand the meaning of Liu Qingshan's words, but Chen Yang had his own code of conduct. Once a master, always a master. Master, you don't know what's going on with me, the team leader. It's all because of the captain's care. Brother Zhang, Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, you 3 are all elite soldiers of our team. I didn't expect the captain to transfer you three here. I hope you three brothers can give us more guidance in the future. Chen Yan knew the three new team members. Zhang Chaoyang was originally a member of Liu Qingshan's team. He was the one who followed the case of dismemberment and murder of his wife from the beginning, so Chen Yan was very familiar with him. Wang Gang and Zhao Bing are also veteran detectives with rich experience in the team, and the shortest time they have been in the police force is 10 years. Team leader, please don't be polite to us. Zhao Bing and the other two stepped forward quickly. In order to join your team, the three of us fought hard to get in. From now on, we will follow you and benefit from your kindness. That's right, team leader. Lao Zhao is right. It is an honor for the three of us to be able to join your team. Team leader, I was the one who took over the last case of dismemberment and murder of his wife in the beginning. If you hadn't been brave and careful in solving the case, I would have been in a miserable situation. Zhang Chaoyang is still a little scared when he thinks about it now. To be honest, if Chen Yang hadn't been there, that case would have definitely been classified as a missing person case. This was a major mistake, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a crime. Therefore, Zhang Chaoyang originally had the hope of taking over Liu Qingshan's position as team leader this time, but he gave up the better treatment and joined Chen Yang's team. The three of them all kept a low profile. In fact, it is normal to think about it. Chen Yang has been here for more than a month and has solved major cases one after another, bringing the team a collective third-class merit, and he himself has won 2 individual third-class merits. Following a person like this, how can you worry about not making any contribution? Without saying too much, as long as you can get a third-class individual merit, it will be a lifetime honor. What is the purpose of being a police officer? It's just for the sake of the pride and sense of justice in my heart. If the purpose is to get promoted or make money, who would want to be a police officer? Whether in China or in Chen Yang's previous life, promotion for the police was the most difficult thing to achieve. Not only do you have to endure the time, but you also have to make contributions when you reach a certain level. What is merit? Merit is destiny. Aren't Li Ting and Wang Chouman examples? 3 brothers, you are too polite. From now on, just call me Xiao Chen, Chen Yang, and don't call me team leader. Chen Yang waved his hands quickly. Others think highly of you, but it doesn't mean you can take advantage of them. Respect is mutual. Besides, he is just a small team leader, assigned by the second detective team themselves, and it is really not a high-ranking position. Liu Qingshan was familiar with both sides, and he knew that the team was complete when he saw this. Team leader, did you go to the archives room to look at the files just now? Yeah, Chen Yang nodded, patting the file box that he was holding under his armpit. This case is quite interesting, I plan to study it. After putting the file box on the table, Liu Qingshan and 3 others came over immediately. The case of the US-Japan International Hospital. Zhang Chaoyang looked at the label on the file box, a little surprised, and looked at Zhao Bing. Old Zhao, I remember that you took this case back then, right? Zhao Bing nodded and looked at Chen Yang with a wry smile. Team leader, this is an old case from 5 years ago. I was the one who handled it at the time. Are you interested in this case? Chen Yang nodded. The file recorded the police officers who handled the case that year. Chen Yang had studied it carefully and of course knew that Zhao Bing was the person who handled the case. Not really. Chen Yang shook his head. He had no interest in this case at first, but the system was interested. For the reward, he is now interested. Of course, this cannot be said openly, I just felt that this case was a bit funny, so I took the file to have a look. Funny. Zhao Bing nodded. It was indeed more appropriate to describe this case as funny. Team leader, this case caused quite a stir back then. Reporters followed up on it. I have a deep impression of this case. Chen Yang nodded and looked at the 4 people. I have nothing to do recently. Brother Zhao, who was familiar with the case back then, happens to be in our team. Then let's make this case the first follow-up case after the establishment of our team. Liu Qingshan certainly had no objection. The other 3 had just joined the team, so naturally they would not disagree with Chen Yang's first decision and of course they agreed. Okay. Chen Yang clapped his hands and looked at Zhao Bing. Brother Zhao, you are familiar with this case. Let me briefly tell you about the case first. Zhao Bing looked serious. As an elite detective of the second detective team, he naturally had a very good attitude towards discipline. When he received the order, Zhao Bing took it seriously. Opening the file, Zhao Bing began to introduce the case. The case happened 5 years ago. As he spoke, Chen Yan nodded. Zhao Bing was indeed deeply impressed by this case. Even though 5 years had passed, he was still able to talk about the case in an orderly manner when he picked up the case file. Finally, the US Japan International Hospital was planning to sue Li Jing for defamation and slander, but due to our mediation, the other party did not pursue the matter further. Putting down the file, Zhao Bing sighed. In fact, Li Jing was also resentful back then, which is why he sued the US Japan International Hospital. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Resentment. Seeing Chen Yang's confusion, Zhao Bing continued, this Li Jing has a twin brother. The two are orphans and grew up together. But the day before Li Jing got into a car accident, his brother also got into a car accident. Coincidentally, his brother was also sent to the US Japan International Hospital, but he could not be saved. Twin brother died in a car accident. Chapter 24 Visit to Li Jing. Master, what do you think? Chen Yang frowned and looked at Liu Qingshan and the other two. Although these three people were not involved in the case at that time, as Zhao Bing said, although the case was ridiculous, it caused quite a stir at the time. I heard about this case back then. Liu Qingshan flipped through their files and pondered for a moment. The reason why the case was left behind was because of Li Jing's medical records that the US Japan International Hospital produced. Taking out the medical record copy that was 10 centimeters behind the file, Zhang Qingshan pulled out the X-ray film inside. All medical records show that Li Jing did have a ruptured liver. This has been verified by a third party. Therefore, Li Jing's claim that the US and Japan International were trying to kill him for money and never replaced his liver is untenable. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Yang definitely believed in the third party's firm result. Later, the US Japan International Hospital even proposed to perform another open-mouth surgery on Li Jing to verify whether he had undergone a liver transplant. Wang Gang obviously also knew what happened that year. But of course Li Jing would never agree to this. He has already been stabbed once. It is impossible for him to get another one just to prove that the hospital is in the right. The case just stayed there. This case. In fact, there is nothing special about it. It is basically a murder case in the detective second squad. After all, no one was actually hurt. It is well documented that Li Jing's liver ruptured, and the cost of the surgery of 1.08 million is also the market price. Moreover, the US Japan International Hospital is not an unknown small hospital. This hospital, famous for its organ transplant surgeries, has saved more than 1 or 2 dignitaries. Back then, many big names intervened in this case. The most difficult part of organ transplant surgery is not the technical content of the surgery itself. Of course, the operation is still very difficult, but this is not the most difficult part of visceral transplantation. The most difficult part of organ transplant surgery is organ matching. The reason why the American Japanese International Hospital is famous is because it has the highest matching success rate. In other hospitals, the waiting time for a liver transplant match may be half a year or even longer. However, at the US Japan International Hospital, it can be done in as little as half a day. For example, Li Jing's liver ruptured due to a car accident. If he had not received a liver transplant in time, he would have died long ago. The American and Japanese hospitals are so famous because they have a large source of organs. While the three people were expressing their opinions, Chen Yan was also thinking. The key point of this case is that Li Jing believed that his liver was not ruptured at all. Because the transplanted liver cells match the body's own cell DNA by more than 99%. The hospital provided all the medical evidence that Li Jing had undergone a liver transplant, and also believed that Li Jing had an unusual physique and possessed a strong assimilation ability. Therefore, the key to the case is why Li Jing's transplanted liver cells are highly matched with his own DNA. Chen Yang had some knowledge about organ transplantation. The so-called matching is to minimize rejection reactions. Just like engines, some need to be started with gasoline, some need to be started with diesel, and some need to be started with aviation kerosene, and each type of oil has different models. Matching means finding machines with the same oil, and the degree of matching means whether the oil grades are close. Generally speaking, everyone's oil grade is unique. Li Jing was lucky that he found a liver match that was almost identical to his. Etc. Exactly the same. A flash of lightning seemed to flash through Chen Yang's mind. Brother Zhao, did you just say that Li Jing has a twin brother? Zhao Bing nodded. I've seen their photo, they look exactly alike. The day before Li Jing got into a car accident, his brother also got into a car accident and died. Boom! The two look exactly the same. An extremely bold guess gradually formed in Chen Yang's mind. If it was true, Chen Yang couldn't imagine what a huge and shocking case this would be. No wonder the system gave the task and a deadline of 10 days to solve the case. Master, Brother Zhao, Chen Yang put down the file in his hand and said, immediately arrange a car, and we will go to visit Li Jing's home. Looking at Chen Yang's slightly shining eyes, Liu Qingshan was slightly stunned. I followed Chen Yang to solve 2 major cases, and every time Chen Yang made a discovery, he would have this expression. Could it be that Chen Yang has discovered something again? Jing'an Avenue. Li Jing's home is located in a famous villa area in Lianqing City. Anyone who can spend 1.08 million on a liver transplant is certainly not a poor person. Although Li Jing was an orphan, he was smart and his business grew bigger and bigger over the years, and he accumulated a huge fortune. Police. Li Jing was able to expand his business not only by his quick mind, but also by keeping his emotions under control. The ability to speak differently to different people was also a basic skill. Even though Li Jing didn't have a good impression of the hospital or the police because of what happened 5 years ago, he was still very polite at this moment. Officers, what can I do for you? Of course, Chen Yang felt the formulaic courtesy in Li Jing's words, but he was not surprised. Someone reported the case 5 years ago, but it became an old case. It's considered a good attitude now. Mr. Li, do you still remember me? When Zhao Bing took over this case, he had a lot of contact with Li Jing. Li Jing recognized Zhao Bing, but he deliberately didn't say hello. Oh, it's Officer Zhao. What's the matter with you guys? I, Li, am doing legal business. Zhao Bing smiled bitterly and stepped aside to let Chen Yang take his place. Mr. Li, this is team leader Chen Yang from our detective team. I want to talk to you about a case from 5 years ago. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the initiative to extend his hand with a very kind attitude. Team leader? Li Jing was slightly stunned. Because of what happened 5 years ago, Li Jing has dealt with the detective team a lot and has some understanding of the internal system of the detective team. Although the team leader is not a high-ranking official, he has 4 or 5 people under him who are capable of handling criminal cases. This Chen Yang looks to be in his early 20s, but he is already a team leader? Although Li Jing didn't know why, in his eyes there were only 2 reasons. One was that Chen Yang's family was very powerful, and the other was that Chen Yang himself was very powerful. But no matter which one it was, Li Jing knew clearly that Chen Yang should not be underestimated. It turned out to be team leader Chen. Come in, please come in. Li Jing suddenly became enthusiastic. Team leader Chen is so young, but he is already a case leader. He has a bright future ahead of him. Mr. Li, you're too polite. Chen Yang shook the hand that Li Jing extended to him. I heard that Mr. Li had just undergone a liver transplant 5 years ago. Judging from your complexion, you seem to have recovered very well. Chen Yang was not being polite, it was indeed the case. Chapter 25. The thread gradually becomes clear, and it is terrifying to think about it carefully. When Chen Yang shook hands with Li Jing, he found that Li Jing's hands were very strong. He doesn't look like a patient who has undergone an organ transplant at all. Moreover, Li Jing had a ruddy complexion, a steady breathing, and walked as straight as a pine tree. He looked healthier than most people. Li Jing's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he shook his head. Team leader Chen, I believe you have also read my files from that year. He led Chen Yang and the other 4 into the living room and asked the nanny to pour tea. But, look at me now, I don't look like someone who has had a liver transplant. I have come across many people who have undergone organ transplants in the past few years. Li Jing patted his chest. There are indeed some who have recovered well, but I am the only one who can participate in physical exercise and even does not need to take rejection drugs like me. Chen Yang nodded. As we all know, anyone who undergoes an organ transplant must take anti-rejection drugs for life. But it is really puzzling that Li Jing does not need to take anti-rejection drugs. Mr. Li, Chen Yang looked at Li Jing, then at Liu Qingshan and Zhao Bing beside him. I understand your doubts very well. We are here this time to follow up on your case from that year. Chen Yang paused and continued, of course, after all, 5 years have passed, and some details recorded in the files cannot be reproduced. Therefore, I hope you, Mr. Li, will cooperate with me and try to resolve your worries as soon as possible. Zhao Bing, who was standing by, looked at Li Jing and continued, Mr. Li, what you said just now is very true. Although our team leader Chen is young, he does have a promising future. Just last week, team leader Chen solved 2 serious cases in succession and was awarded 2 third-class individual merits. You should have heard about the Bloody Cross case at Lianhai University. It was solved by team leader Chen in 2 days. So, there is a team leader following up on your case and will definitely give you a fair result. After hearing what Zhao Bing said, Li Jing looked at Chen Yan in a daze. 2 young people in their early 20s were awarded third-class individual merit. Li Jing had served in the army, so he naturally knew what the third-class merit meant. And this team leader Chen actually won 2 third-class individual merits. Not to mention the Bloody Cross case at Lianhai University. Although the photos of the scene have not been circulated, a homicide case that occurred at a university cannot be covered up. The news had already spread all over the city. However, no one could have expected that the case would be solved in just 2 days. And the person who solved the case is right in front of him. Team leader Chen. Li Jing stood up quickly. I'll take care of Mr. Li's matter, please. My brother. Chen Yan nodded and looked at Li Jing. Yes, I want to know some details about your brother's car accident that year. Although Li Jing didn't understand why Chen Yan didn't ask about his own situation when investigating his case, but instead asked about his brother's situation, he remembered what Zhao Bing had just introduced to Chen Yan and recalled it carefully. Well, back then, my brother had a car accident the day before I had one. Li Jing thought for a moment, then stood up, opened the drawer of the TV cabinet, and took out a photo album. This is an old photo of my brother. I was not there at the time, but my brother's wife was. She said that they had finished lunch at noon and my brother was riding a motorcycle to take her home. He ran a red light and was hit by a car. Your sister-in-law wasn't injured at the time. My sister-in-law was wearing a helmet and only suffered some scratches. My brother was not wearing a helmet and suffered a severe blow to the head. He was sent to the hospital but could not be saved. A blow to the head? Chen Yan paused and asked, is your sister-in-law still in Lianshan? Yes, Li Jing answered affirmatively, she works in my company. I have been taking care of her over the years. Our relationship is not alienated. Can you ask your sister-in-law to come over so we can get some information? No problem. Half an hour later, Li Jing's sister-in-law arrived. Just as Li Jing said, she wore a helmet and escaped the disaster. Because Li Jing's brother ran the red light first, he naturally bore all the responsibility, so neither Li Jing nor she sued the perpetrator. There was surveillance at the intersection back then. The video must still be there. You can verify it. Chen Yang nodded and looked at the photo of Chen Yang's brother. Mr. Li, your brother looks exactly like you. Li Jing nodded, we are identical twins. We grew up in an orphanage, served in the army together, and started our own business together. Unfortunately. By the way, Mr. Li did a DNA analysis of your liver cells after the transplant. Do you still have the specific test report? The file only contains the test results, but not the detailed test contents. Yes. I have kept this. Wait a moment. I have locked it in the safe. After a moment, Li Jing handed the test report to Chen Yang. This test requires extracting living cells from the liver, which is very harmful. The doctor said it can only be done once, so I have kept this thing. Chen Yang nodded and looked carefully at the report in his hand. 99.99% DNA similarity. This is simply impossible data. However, if it was Li Jing, Chen Yang had a bold guess. Mr. Li, did you and your brother have a farewell ceremony for the body? Li Jing and his brother's widow both nodded. It was a ceremony held at the funeral home. We are both orphans, and although not many people went, my brother is still here, and we definitely can't let him go alone. Then, did you find anything wrong with the body? Kindness? Something wrong? Li Jing and his sister-in-law looked at each other and then shook their heads. There shouldn't be anything wrong. My brother was hit hard on the back of his head, and he has some wounds on his face. Li Jing shook his head and finally confirmed, but if there is anything wrong, it shouldn't be. Li Jing's sister-in-law also shook her head. Brother is right, we didn't find anything wrong. In that case, Mr. Li, do you have any of your brother's belongings? It would be best if he had clothes that he wore when he was alive, or something close to his body. Oh, I do have this. It's the wedding house where my brother and his wife got married. Since my brother passed away, we have never lived in it again, and it has not been sold. My brother's belongings are all in the house. Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, you go now and get Mr. Li's brother's belongings, extract the hair and dandruff, and do a cell DNA analysis. Chen Yan raised the DNA report of Li Jing's transplanted liver cells in his hand, then, compare it with the results of this report. Which people's cell DNA profiles would be highly similar. And the value is as high as 99.99%. Not to mention two people who have no blood relationship, even biological parents cannot have such a high matching rate. But what about two identical twins? Chen Yang had already thought of this possibility. But if this is true, where did Li Jing get his transplanted liver? You know, Li Jing's younger brother died the day before Li Jing had a car accident. Once the body dies, the organs cannot survive. Then, it is impossible for Li Jing's brother's organs to appear on Li Jing's body more than 1 day later. Could it be that the hospital had foresight and knew that Li Jing would get into a car accident the next day, so they preserved Li Jing's brother's liver in advance? But if not, how do you explain everything that is happening now? Moreover, neither Li Jing nor Li Jing's sister-in-law signed any organ donation form that year. Think about it, it's terrifying. Liu Qingshan and others are also experienced detectives. They suddenly understand the case that they originally thought was a clueless one. No wonder Chen Yang didn't ask about Li Jing at all, but instead focused on the details of Li Jing's brother's car accident. Now we are just waiting for Zhao Bing and Wang Gang to come back. As soon as the DNA sequencing results of Li Jing's brother's cells come out, they will be 100% identical to the DNA of Li Jing's transplanted liver cells. This would prove that Li Jing did have a liver transplant, and that the liver transplanted was from his own brother. The liver of a person who had been dead for a day. Chapter 26, Shocking Case. The extraction of dandruff and hair was smooth. Li Jing's sister-in-law has not remarried in the past few years, so she must have deep feelings for Li Jing's brother. In fact, Li Jing's sister-in-law always felt that she owed her husband a life. There was only one helmet on the motorcycle at that time. Li Jing's younger brother put the helmet on his wife's head and died, but his wife survived. So over the years, Li Jing's sister-in-law has never found a boyfriend. Their wedding room was kept in good condition. Since the accident, Li Jing's sister-in-law rarely went back. Seeing things reminds me of people. Everything in the bridal chamber reminds Li Jing's sister-in-law of every detail about herself and her husband. But I couldn't bear to sell it, so it has remained vacant. With Li Jing's sister-in-law leading the way, the two quickly collected the hair and skin they needed. After calling Chen Yang for confirmation, Zhao Bing and Wang Gang immediately sent the samples to the testing agency. Mr. Li, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief after making the call. It would be easy to handle with the test specimens. This is all we know about the situation today. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Jing is definitely not a stupid person since he has been able to build such a big business. Chen Yang's arrangement had already made Li Jing vaguely guess something. Team leader Chen, Li Jing's voice trembled a little. If the liver I transplanted is really my brother. Mr. Li, you are worrying too much. Chen Yan waved his hand. I am just guessing and reasoning now. We have to wait for the test results to come out for comparison. Okay. Li Jing knew that he could not do anything now and could only wait for news. Team leader Chen, don't worry, if you still need my cooperation, you can come over at any time, and I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. People, money, things, anything is fine. Tell me what you need, and I will definitely cooperate. Chen Yang smiled casually. Mr. Li, Liu Qingshan beside him also smiled. Just wait for the news. The police don't need the public to pay for investigating a case. Watching Chen Yang and others leave, Li Jing stood at the door of the villa, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. 5 years. It has been 5 years since my case. He himself had already given up. Unexpectedly, there has been a turn for the better. To be honest, the reason why he sued the American-Japanese International Hospital was that he was just feeling unhappy. That year, after he told the doctor about his condition, the doctor not only refused to examine him, but also accused him of being a troublemaker and had a particularly rude attitude. The doctor was from Japan, and he even cursed him in a foreign language, experimental product, Marlu Da. However, the doctor did not know that Li Jing's secretary was fluent in foreign languages and translated the doctor's words to Li Jing. Afterwards, Li Jing simply wanted to confront the US-Japan International Hospital just to save face. Chen Yang's face instantly turned gloomy as he left Jing'an Avenue. All Li Jing was thinking about was that someone was finally taking care of his case, and he was glad that he had persisted. However, Chen Yang is not considering Li Jing's case alone. Liu Qingshan and Zhang Chaoyang standing by also had gloomy expressions on their faces. If the results brought back by Zhao Bing and Wang Gang show that the DNA sequencing of Li Jing's transplanted liver cells is 100% identical to the DNA sequencing of Li Jing's brother cells, then this case is a big one. Is Li Jing's younger brother an isolated case? You know, that was a case 5 years ago. If this is not an isolated case, how many people are involved? As the largest private hospital in Lianqing City, the US-Japan International Hospital receives at least 8,000 patients every day. Among them, how many are critically ill patients, how many are in emergency rooms, and how many have died? How many healthy people have been seriously injured due to accidents or car accidents? Chen Yang felt numb whenever he thought about it. Moreover, how many organ transplant patients has the American-Japanese International Hospital treated over the years? This is a fucking hornet's nest. Team Chen, what should we do next? Liu Qingshan's hands were shaking as he lit a cigarette. He has been a police officer for 20 years and has seen many major cases and even more deaths. What kind of weird and brutal scenes have you not witnessed? Liu Qingshan had vomited because of nausea, but he had never been afraid. And now, he was afraid. I'm really scared. Of course, Zhang Chaoyang could guess the risks involved, but he didn't dare to say anything at the moment. He could only drive silently and stare at Chen Yang nervously in the rearview mirror. This case was originally a cold case. No one would investigate it and no one would take care of it. However, once the investigation is started, not to mention how many people will be offended, the scope of involvement is too wide, and it may be impossible to investigate. Chen Yang looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. No wonder it caused the system to issue tasks. By now, Chen Yang can basically conclude that the liver transplanted by Li Jing is his brother's liver. Such a ridiculous and funny case actually hides such a shocking and serious crime. Check, or not check? Har har, Chen Yang turned around and looked at Liu Qingshan. Master, what else can I say? Not to mention that there is a system task behind Chen Yang, just talking about his original intention of becoming a policeman, he will never let this case go. The images of Wang Chong'an and Li Ting on the medal awarding podium are still clear. Chen Yang will definitely solve this case just for them. Now that I have come across this case, I must investigate it to the end. Master, Chaoyang, although Chen Yang decided to get to the bottom of the matter, he knew what the possible consequences of the case might be. The team had just been established, so he also wanted to seek other people's opinions. If others don't want to follow up, Chen Yang won't force them. Our group has just been established and we haven't received the official approval from the team yet. Although Chen Yang did not say it explicitly, Liu Qingshan and Zhang Chaoyang naturally understood what he meant. Har har, Liu Qingshan took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand. Chen Yang, don't underestimate your master. Back then, I, Liu Qingshan, was known as a hard-working man in the team. It's just one case, how could I be so scared? Team leader, Zhang Chaoyang, who was driving, looked back at Chen Yang. After Team Liu left, I could have taken over as the leader of that team, but I still squeezed into our team, just to make achievements and follow you to solve the case. Chen Yang, don't worry, Liu Qingshan patted his chest. Whether it's Chaoyang, Wang Gang, or Zhao Bing, they all joined this team to solve the case and make contributions. Just rest assured and make the arrangements. We will fully support your work. Maybe in a few days I can stand on the team's podium and get a third-class individual merit for fun. Okay. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. With the two people's statements, he could arrange the tasks with confidence. Chaoyang, don't go back to the team, let's go directly to the US-Japan International Hospital. There was a gleam in Chen Yang's eyes and his heart was boiling. I want to see whether your international hospital is a holy place for saving lives or a den of inhumanity. Chapter 27, Secret Investigation, Failure. US-Japan International Hospital. Stop the car. On the side of the hospital's main entrance, Chen Yang asked Zhang Chaoyang to park the car on the side of the road. Since he had decided to follow up the case to the end, Chen Yang had already been thinking about strategies to solve the case while on the way. To solve such a case with a very complex background and huge involvement, one needs to be strategic and cannot act recklessly. Just like what is shown in some movies and written in novels, just jumping into action and rushing in recklessly will never solve the problem. The American Japanese International Hospital has saved more dignitaries over the years than Chen Yan has ever heard of. In short, we must pay attention to strategies and methods. Master, Chen Yang looked at Liu Qingshan and said, "You come and pretend to be the patient. Chaoyang and I will pretend to be your relatives. Let's go in and find out what's going on first." When investigating at the hospital, whose identity attracts the least attention? Of course, the patient's. Isn't the purpose of a hospital to treat patients? Liu Qingshan nodded. "Okay, I've been here to see a doctor before, you guys come with me." Chen Yang already knew the background of the US-Japan International Hospital. It is recorded in the files and the introduction on the internet is also very detailed. The US-Japan International Hospital is an international hospital jointly invested and established by a Japanese medical group in China and local capital. It was founded about 10 years ago. The hospital has advanced equipment, a clean and beautiful environment, and its management model is based on the Japanese medical group, which pays great attention to the service provided to doctors and patients. Over the years, no negative incidents have occurred, and coupled with his expertise in organ transplant surgery, he has a very good reputation. In the hospital, foreign doctors from Japan account for a large proportion, especially some chief surgeons and senior nurses who were brought over by Japanese medical groups. When seeking medical treatment at the American Japanese International Hospital, appointments are made online, and patients do not need to queue up at the window. Relevant fees are also paid when visiting the doctor. After seeing the doctor, the money is paid, so there is naturally no need to queue up to pay. This resulted in there being almost no one in the hospital's outpatient hall. The soothing piano music and the lush green ornamental plants make it hard to believe that you are in a hospital. Team Chen, Zhang Chaoyang looked at the surrounding environment and opened his mouth wide. Is this a hospital? The environment of a 5-star hotel is probably just like this. Chen Yang was also a little shocked. This US-Japan International Hospital was really interesting. This is the best hospital in Lianshan. Liu Qingshan, who had been here before, nodded sincerely. Not only that, the service attitude of the doctors here is the best. As he was speaking, Liu Qingshan's cell phone rang. Looking at the screen, Liu Qingshan stood up and said, "Let's go. My appointment has arrived." At the same time, a tall and beautiful nurse in white came up to the three people and looked at Liu Qingshan. "Hello, Mr. Liu Qingshan, your appointment with the Department of Neurology has been filled. Please follow me." The appointment systems of American and Japanese hospitals collect facial information, so they know who is the patient and who is the accompanying family member. Liu Qingshan explained in a low voice. However, Liu Qingshan's thoughts were obviously in vain, as Zhang Chaoyang simply ignored him, which made him so dumbfounded that his eyes were almost wide open. The nurse uniforms of the US-Japan International Hospital should also have inherited the good habits of Japan. It was actually a skirt, and it was made of white silk. Chen Yang was also a little confused. Is this really a hospital? Look at this nurse's appearance and figure. TSK. Chen Yang felt that if he printed a cat's claw on the nurse's white silk, she would be able to directly enter the two-dimensional battlefield. "Hello, Mr. Liu." At the door of the doctor's office, a middle-aged man in a white coat was bowing respectfully. "I'm Ichiro Murai, a second-level attending physician in the Department of Neurology. I will be serving you from now on." The doctor, who called himself Ichiro Murai, bowed again. Then he bowed to Chen Yang and Zhang Chaoyang again. "Please wait a moment, thank you." Then, he turned around, bent down, raised his right hand, and invited Liu Qingshan into the diagnosis room. "Note that it is please come in." Along the wall of the aisle, there are folding chairs specially prepared for accompanying relatives. Team Chen. Zhang Chaoyang patted his forehead vigorously. Is this really a hospital? Chen Yang didn't say anything. This place doesn't look like a hospital. Gentlemen, please have some tea. The nurse with long legs and white stockings came back again, holding 2 cups of hot tea in her hands. Chen Yang. Zhang Chaoyang. After taking the teacup and expressing her gratitude, the nurse with white silk walked away gracefully. Zhang Chaoyang took his eyes off someone's butt and swallowed his saliva. Group Chen, what should we do next? Chen Yang. This is a bit difficult. Chen Yang thought that this place was just like an ordinary hospital, with a lot of noise and crowds of people. Then try to fish in troubled waters and see if you can collect some useful information. However, this is quite different from what I imagined. There are indeed a lot of people. For example, in the corridor, there are people in front of every office door. But everyone was relatively quiet. Occasionally, there would be two people talking loudly, and the beautiful nurse next to them would come to persuade them to stop. If you were facing an ordinary nurse or doctor, who would listen to you? But these nurses are really beautiful. They all speak softly and serve you tea and water. Who can stand up to you? So, such a big hospital, it was unusually quiet. However, Chen Yang did not gain nothing. At least for now, this US-Japan International Hospital is definitely a medical mecca. The hospital is high-end and the nurses are top-notch. However, the more this happened, the more panicked Chen Yang became. Why do Japanese medical groups come here and spend money to improve medical services for the Chinese? Are you really doing charity and caring about the health of the Chinese people? Stop kidding. The history of this world is not much different from the history of Chen Yang's previous life. That humiliating history still happens in this time and space. Even more tragic. It seems that normal investigation methods are no longer effective. Chen Yang's mind raced, and a figure flashed through his mind. Maybe, you can give it a try. Chen Yan, sit down first and call me if you have anything. After saying that, Chen Yan walked towards the female nurse who had just led the way and poured him tea. Although most of the surgeons and nurses at the US-Japan International Hospital are from Japan, most of the general medical staff are local. The nurse with white silk who just took Chen Yang and the others to see the doctor is a native of Lianqing City. Don't ask Chen Yan why he is so sure. Lianqing's Mandarin is famous and unique in China. Miss Nurse, Chen Yang regretted a little why he didn't wear the clothes Shen Yini bought for him to handle the case, otherwise the success rate would definitely be higher. My phone just lost, can I borrow your phone? Sun Yuan's big eyes twinkled as she looked at Chen Yang, who came over to chat with her, with some curiosity. Of course it's a chat. Sun Yuan was deeply impressed by handsome guy like Chen Yang. Chen Yang was clearly accompanying someone else to see a doctor with relatives or friends. He couldn't find his cell phone, so why did he need to borrow his own cell phone to make a call? Also, that cell phone you're holding, is it a model? Chapter 28, The Beauty Trap. It turns out that whether you can successfully chat up a beautiful woman has nothing to do with skills. Sun Yuan's face turned slightly red. When she brought Chen Yang and the others here just now, she found that Chen Yang was extremely handsome. However, due to work requirements and a girl's modesty, Sun Yuan couldn't ask for the contact information directly. But she didn't expect that Chen Yang would come to her on his own initiative. Don't blame this nurse for this. Today the tarot cards predicted that I would have a lot of luck with love. Could it really come true? Tarot fan Sun Yuan waved her hand, and took out her mobile phone from nowhere, and handed it to Chen Yang. Of course, providing the most thoughtful service to patients is the purpose of our hospital. Chen Yang's mouth curved up, and a smile as bright as the sun sprinkled on Sun Yuan's face. Thank you, beautiful lady. My name is Chen Yang. I don't know your name. I will write a letter of praise for you in the patient message book later. The smile on Sun Yuan's pretty face was charming and full of charisma. My name is Sun Yuan. Chen Yang nodded. Well, Sun Yuan, good name. Then Chen Yang openly used the nurse's phone to call his own number, and then the cell phone in Chen Yang's right hand rang. Oh. Chen Yang pretended to be surprised and looked at the phone in his hand. So my phone is here. Look, I told you that if you use your phone to call, you will definitely find my phone. Sun Yuan. This Chen Yang is so bad. However, the young nurse obviously still likes it very much. Hello, Nurse Sun. Chen Yang saved Sun Yuan's phone number in his mobile phone and added her as a WeChat friend. This is my first time at the US-Japan International Hospital. I didn't expect the environment and service here to be so good. It was totally beyond my expectation. Sun Yuan was obviously very satisfied with her work environment, and raised her head slightly. Of course, in terms of environment and service, this is a private hospital that ranks among the best in the city, and even the country. You don't know how much effort I put into applying for this hospital. Chen Yang's smile never stopped, which made Sun Yuan feel very comfortable. Did you take it down? Chen Yan pointed around, this only proves that you are excellent. Besides, Nurse Sun is so beautiful. If the American and Japanese hospitals don't hire you, it will be their loss. The young nurse's face turned red. In fact, given the young nurse's appearance, there are so many people praising and flattering her, and there is no shortage of bootlickers everywhere. But when Chen Yan praised her, the young nurse felt very happy, and even a little shy. I'm not as good as you say. Miss, although I am not a gentleman, Chen Yan patted his chest, I do have one advantage. What are the advantages? Love speaks the truth. Phew. The two chatted casually and soon became familiar with each other. Chen Yang even tried to figure out the other party's entire family. Chen Yang, Sun Yuan looked at the time on her phone and suddenly became cheerful. It's time for me to hand over my shift. Wait for me for a while. After the handover, I will take you to visit our hospital. This was not the first time the nurse had done this. Relatives at home knew that the young nurse worked at the American-Japanese International Hospital, and many of them came to visit. There's nothing I can do about it. It's your fault for making the hospital more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Everyone is curious. That building is the inpatient department. The environment inside is the best. That's the morgue. To get there, you have to go through the underground passage. None of us have been there before. Over there, Chen Yan, that's the operating room. The organ transplant surgery at the US-Japan International Hospital is well known throughout the country. The young nurse kept chattering along their way, but her professional knowledge was lacking and she didn't know as many medical terms as Chen Yang. Looking at the operating room, Chen Yang was a little confused. The environment in the operating room doesn't seem to be very good. Yes, Sun Yuan nodded, the operating room requires sterility, so green plants and the like cannot be placed there. As the two were chatting, a nurse who was only about 1.5 meters tall walked into the operating room from a distance, holding something like a metal box in her hand, which was emitting white steam. Xiao Sun, what is that nurse holding? It's so strange. And, her height, seems to be less than 1.5 meters. Doesn't this meet your hospital's recruitment standards? Most of the nurses Chen Yang saw just now had long legs, and none of them were shorter than 1.65 meters. How come there is someone less than 1.5 meters tall? Sure. The young nurse also saw the nurse in the distance, and quickly signaled Chen Yang to be quiet, then pulled Chen Yang away. The nurses in the operating room are all from Japan. The little nurse pouted her mouth. Although she looked angry, she was still very cute. They are all head nurses and looked down on us. Moreover, they didn't allow us to get close to the operating room. As for the box in their hands, it was an organ protection box with a low-temperature protection device inside. The young nurse obviously didn't want to say more about this, and she walked back while pulling Chen Yang. Well, it feels great to hold the hand of my idol openly. So big, so warm. Bang! The flushed little nurse's mind was full of Chen Yang and she didn't notice the person in front of her at all. Ouch! A slightly familiar voice suddenly came. Nurse, I'm standing here, why are you bumping into me? Long legs make sense. Ling Yutong rubbed her nose, which was a little sore from being hit, and looked at Sun Yuan unhappily. The young nurse was also startled. Playing with birds, too much fun leads to sorrow. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I'm sorry. The US-Japan International Hospital has very strict service requirements. If Ling Yutong continues to dwell on this matter, Sun Yuan may be fired. Ling Yutong looked at the beautiful nurse who was half a head taller than her. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly froze. At this time, Sun Yuan was still holding Chen Yang's big hand. You? Chen Yang. Ling Yutong's surprised expression gradually turned into anger, especially when she saw the two holding hands together. Why are you with her? Sailor Moon now feels like she wants to transform. I just had a blind date with myself and I'm still waiting for news at home. So you end up holding someone else's hand. Scumbag. Chen Yang was also a little confused. He was just out to investigate a case, okay? Why did he feel like he had walked on the road at night for too long and suddenly encountered a ghost? Miss Ling, Chen Yang pulled out the big hand that was tightly held by the nurse in white silk. I think there is a misunderstanding here. We just met. Just met. Ling Yutong's belly was about to explode. Holding hands right after meeting? How come we both went on a blind date but I never saw you holding my hand? R. This girl is going to transform. Destroy you on behalf of the moon. However, there are unexpected changes in the weather and the moon has its phases. An extremely cold wind, as if blowing from the polar regions, froze all of Chen Yan's thinking ability. Why is it so lively today? Chapter 29. I said I was here to investigate a case. Do you believe me? Chen Yan was wearing crystal high heels and an exquisite cheongsam that outlined her perfect curves. This is damn charming. Chen Yan no longer cares about Sailor Moon or the little nurse with white stockings. Didn't you see the queen is here? Why are you here? Chen Yan took 2 steps at a time, and his old face couldn't help but turn red. The old saying is true, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Chen Yan was caught just by looking at the shore. If he really went to the river, he would be drowned. He. Why am I here? If I, the queen, had not come for a physical examination today, I would not have come to watch this wonderful show. Chen Yan, Chen Yan's heart was chilled to the bone, his tone was as cold as the biting wind in the cold winter. I didn't expect that you just finished visiting my parents and you're already stepping on 2, 3 boats. Chen Yan. What does it mean to have 3 feet on the boat? You may have forgotten that you are just my fake girlfriend. There is not a single boat under my feet. However, this situation obviously cannot irritate Chen Yan. Yun, listen to me, it's not what you think. As he said that, Chen Yan stretched out his big pig's hoof and was about to grab Chen Yan's little hand. However, how could the queen let Chen Yan succeed? She snorted coldly and took a step back. Chen Yan smiled bitterly, took a step forward, and whispered in Chen Yan's ear, "Don't make trouble, I'm here to investigate the case. I'll explain it to you tonight." Although she refused Chen Yan's offer to hold her hand, Chen Yan did not refuse Chen Yan's approach. The tingling sensation in her ears made Chen Yan's body tremble, as if she had been electrocuted. After listening to Chen Yan's explanation, doubt flashed in his eyes. Is this guy really here to investigate a case? Looking at Chen Yan's eyes again, they were clear and full of sincerity, and it seemed like he really didn't want to lie. Cough cough. He coughed twice quietly, took a small step forward, and pressed his body against Chen Yan. "Stinky brother, if you don't explain it to me clearly tonight, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, the little hand inadvertently reached into Chen Yan's waist and twisted it hard, causing Chen Yan to grimace in pain and almost cry out. Then, the twisting turned into caressing, and the cold little hand slowly rubbed the part where Chen Yan was twisted. "It's numb. Mr. Chen is numb." Chen Yan looked down at Sailor Moon, said nothing, and just walked away. "You are not at the same level at all, what are you talking about?" Ling Yuton looked at Chen Yan who was leaving slowly, her cheeks puffed up like a frog. Whoa! So angry. Only after knowing that Chen Yan had gone far away did Chen Yan recover. This daughter's hand, isn't it possible that she has applied anesthetic? It took me a long time to recover. Chen Yan. Ling Yuton stamped her feet angrily and pulled Chen Yan. Who is she? She snatched you away on your last blind date, why is she so rude this time? Who? Chen Yan casually pulled the arm out of Ling Yuton's little claws. Oh, she is my partner. Partner? Is she a police officer too? Sailor Moon tilted her head and looked at Chen Yan who was walking away. She didn't look like him from the perspective of Chen Yan. Chen Yan shook his head, not the police, we are going to act in a play recently. Okay, let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Ling Yuton wanted to ask more questions, but was diverted by Chen Yan's warm voice, and she felt a little excited. See, he still cares about me. My father is having a physical examination in this hospital. I came here to get the report and ask the doctor if there is any problem. Sailor Moon smiled sweetly. Physical examination. Yes, Ling Yuton smiled as beautifully as a flower. This physical examination has a wide range of items, the service attitude is good, and there is no need to queue. Many people are getting the physical examination. The arrogant girl just now, I saw that she was wearing a bracelet from the medical examination department, so she should be here for a medical examination as well. Are you here for a physical examination as well? Something seemed to flash through Chen Yan's mind, but he couldn't grasp the key. At this time, Nurse Bai Sai came over and interrupted Chen Yan's thoughts. Mr. Chen, is this your friend? Sun Yuan was a little confused. Handsome men are indeed in high demand. I finally got to know someone, but now two beauties are eyeing him. Especially the one who just walked past. Looking at the purple medical bracelet on her hand, Sun Yuanyuan knew that she was from the VIP treatment area and was definitely a wealthy person. Oh, this is the person my mother arranged for me to go on a blind date last time, and then we met. Chen Yang finished speaking, and just in time he saw Liu Qingshan coming out. Nurse Sun, thank you for taking me to visit the American-Japanese hospital this time. My second uncle has finished his consultation. We'll talk next time. After saying that, he took Ling Yutong's arm and walked away. Chen Yang, don't talk and don't say I'm a policeman. Chen Yang said in a low voice with a serious face. Just now, Sun Yuanyuan was some distance away from them, so she didn't hear what Ling Yutong said about the police. Although Ling Yutong is a little eccentric, she is smart after all. Hearing this, he immediately fell silent. The doctor who was treating Liu Qingshan had just finished bowing to him, and the nurse who had just taken over from Sun Yuanyuan led the four people out. Outside the US-Japan International Hospital. Are you here to investigate a case? Ling Yutong's face flushed with excitement. Can you take me with you? Chen Yang. Chen Yang rubbed Ling Yutong's hair with his big hands and said seriously, don't come to this hospital recently, do you hear me? Although Sailor Moon didn't know why, she nodded when she saw Chen Yang was so serious. Then when will we meet next time? Ling Yutong's eyes looked aggrieved as she left, as if she was still shedding tears. My second aunt said she would like to invite your mother to dinner. Eat. Chen Yang didn't have the energy to deal with this Sailor Moon right now. He just got some clues in the case, and he had to deal with Chen Yuni in the evening. Once this is over and the case is settled, I'll have my mom treat your second aunt to a meal. Oui. Sailor Moon immediately smiled happily. It's a deal then, don't lie to me. Chen Yang turned around and was startled by Liu Qingshan and Zhang Chaoyan. Master, Chaoyan, why are you looking at me like that? Is there? Xiao Chen, don't get me wrong, we didn't look at you. Chen Yang. Master, Chen Yan, who was holding the two helpless ones, sighed helplessly. You go back first, organize the files, and wait for the test results of Zhao Bing and others. Remember, don't report to Captain Zhang yet. Liu Qingshan nodded. Don't worry, we know the severity of the situation. After they finished talking, they drove back to the detachment. As for what Chen Yang was going to do, they certainly didn't care. I want to ask. Now, Chen Yang is the team leader and they are team members. They just need to obey orders. There is a heavy flow of traffic across the road. The US-Japan International Hospital opposite is brightly lit, like an angel in the dark, guarding the world. However, Chen Yang always had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Especially the 1.5-meter tall nurse. Especially the box in the nurse's hand. The hospital opposite seemed to be covered by a veil. On the surface, it is the truth, goodness and beauty that people see. But under the cover of truth, goodness and beauty, it seems like a bottomless hell. The bloody mouth is waiting to devour life. On his mobile phone, Chen Yang opened WeChat and typed in the text. Don't check in this hospital anymore, come out now. Chapter 30, A Different Approach. Less than half a minute. Good. The reply on WeChat was only one word. But Chen Yang felt inexplicably happy. Being trusted is people's greatest psychological need. Once it is met, it will produce a great sense of joy. I'll wait for you on the road opposite the hospital gate. 10 minutes later. Crunch. A red Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Chen Yang. Opening the car door, Chen Yang got in somewhat awkwardly. Don't drive this car next time. I'm not used to opening the door backwards. After getting in the car, Chen Yuni didn't say anything except two s in different tones. I didn't ask Chen Yang if he was really working on the case. I didn't ask why Ling Yutong was in the hospital. He didn't even ask Chen Yang why he didn't let him have a physical examination in this hospital. Just driving quietly. Chen Yang also knew what to say. But he knew that Chen Yuni was waiting for him to speak first. Glancing sideways at Chen Yuni's long legs that looked like a cross between a rose and a lily, Chen Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. I really went there to investigate a case. Chen Yang, you need to trust me. I have two colleagues going with me. I believe you. All right. Chen Yang knew that it would not work if he didn't explain it clearly, so he sighed again. turned his head and looked at the bright neon lights outside the car window. I went to the hospital to investigate secretly. You know this American-Japanese international hospital? It's not like other hospitals that are crowded with people. It's impossible to fish in troubled waters. Get to the point. The point. Woohoo. Chen Yan now wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I can't help it, I just used my advantages a little bit. What's the advantage? I used my beauty trick a little bit and got the nurse to take me around the hospital. Chen Yang also gave it his all. It was just a beauty trap. That's it, laugh if you want. Chuckling. Har 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 har. Chen Yang. Chen Yan laughed so hard that he fell backwards and slapped the steering wheel. Beauty trap. Har ha har ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chen Yang sat listlessly in the passenger seat, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. He knew it would be like this. That's enough, just laugh for a while, why are you making such a fuss? It makes me tired just looking at it. Forehead. Chen Yan's face was dark, and he turned his head stiffly. What did you just say? You bastard, you used your beauty to lure other women, and not only did you let me catch you, but you also didn't let me laugh. This queen has not seen you play the beauty trick yet. Chen Yang shrank his head and of course didn't respond. Snort. Chen Yan snorted coldly, like a victorious hen, holding her head high. Give me the phone. What? Although it was a question, Chen Yang still handed over the phone. Sun Yuan, right? Chen Yan had already peeked at the nurse's name tag and remembered it clearly. Don't contact her in the future. After deleting Nurse Basie's cell phone number and WeChat, Chen Yan felt much better. Chen Yang was angry but dared not say anything. He took the phone and put it away silently. Looking at Chen Yang, who looked like a bullied young wife, Chen Yan smiled. No one is allowed to touch my little puppy. The stick plus the sweet date is a good method that has never changed, okay? Isn't it just investigating a case? Do you really need to sell your body and use the beauty trap? This is for you. What? The super pass of the American-Japanese International Hospital, the kind that allows entry into the operating room. Chen Yang was stunned. Are all queens so powerful? Seeing Chen Yang's surprised expression, Chen Yan felt better. My father's company, Shanghai Group, is currently negotiating financing with the US-Japan International Hospital. We will inspect this hospital starting tomorrow. After a pause, Chen Yan continued, this is the super authority card they gave me. I can delay the company's inspection for 2 days. The card will be given to you during these 2 days. After listening to Chen Yang's introduction, Chen Yang certainly knew the importance of this card. With this pass, Chen Yang could just put on a white coat and change into cleaning clothes and visit almost the entire US-Japan International Hospital by himself. Although it is unlikely that the US-Japan International Hospital will really open up all its rights to the Shanghai Group, all Chen Yang needs now are some solid doubts. Where are you going tonight? Chen Yang felt that since he had already used up all his charm to attract men, he might as well stick with it. Chen Yan looked at Chen Yang, who suddenly looked a little strange, and said, Go home, where else can you go? I think I left a sock at your house last time. I have to go look for it. Chen Yan. Can't your reasons be more rigorous? Or, left 2 socks behind. Roll. Chen Yan finally sent Chen Yang back to the second detective squad. There was no way, Liu Qingshan and the others were still waiting for him. There's a lot going on tonight. Seeing Chen Yang coming back, Liu Qingshan immediately stepped forward and asked, Team leader, did you find anything today? Among the entire second team, Liu Qingshan is the one who is most familiar with Chen Yang's abilities. In the previous 2 major cases, Chen Yang really opened Liu Qingshan's eyes and broadened his horizons. Therefore, Liu Qingshan had high hopes for Chen Yang's investigation. Chen Yang shook his head. Their hospital is very formal, more formal than ordinary hospitals, and the service attitude is first class. I didn't find any major clues. Didn't he find it? Liu Qingshan was slightly stunned. Since Chen Yang didn't notice it, there must be no problem. Is there nothing wrong with this hospital? Chen Yang shook his head again. Although I didn't find any clues, this hospital is still a bit strange. Strange? Zhang Chaoyang also walked over. It's just strange. The nurses in this hospital are divided into 2 categories, Chen Yang began to write on the case analysis board. One category is Japanese nurses. These nurses are of high rank and are in contact with key places such as operating rooms. The other type is Sun Yuan who received us. This type of nurse is mainly responsible for reception and service. This is normal, right? The nurses in charge of reception are all young and beautiful. Isn't it pleasing for everyone to see them? Zhang Chaoyang thought about it and didn't think there was anything wrong here. Of course there is no problem. If that is the case, then there is naturally no problem. Chaoyang, there are promotion rules for nurses in the hospital. Chen Yan activated his visual gene lock the moment he entered the hospital. He carefully analyzed every person and every medical staff member who passed by. Body shape, height, behavior. With the help of the freeze frame function, Chen Yang saw a total of 29 medical staff since he entered the hospital, and each of them is now engraved in his mind. Nurses in a hospital are usually trained from the bottom up, and as their skills improve, they move on to more important positions. However, most of the medical staff we met were not originally trained in nursing. Chapter 31, 100% match. Not a nursing major. After listening to Chen Yang's analysis, Liu Qingshan and Zhang Chaoyang were a little surprised. Yes, Chen Yang nodded, some of them were extremely unprofessional in their actions, had limited knowledge of medical terminology, and even made some common sense mistakes. For example, Sun Yuan, although Chen Yang did not delve into what major she graduated from. However, while waiting for Chen Yuni to come out, he had already looked through Sun Yuan's WeChat moments. Just a year ago, this young nurse was a beauty blogger. Therefore, the medical staff of this hospital are clearly divided into two camps, one is dedicated to service, and the other is professional. In other words, all the professional medical staff in this hospital are from abroad. Not only that, under the guidance of Sun Yuan, Chen Yang also saw the profile of the doctors in this hospital. As a result, 85% of the doctors in this hospital are from overseas, and all of them are engaged in surgical work. What does this mean? Zhang Chaoyang was still a little confused, but Liu Qingshan knew it very clearly. Team leader, Liu Qingshan's face had already changed color. You mean, this hospital is actually completely controlled by foreign doctors, and our doctors are just decorations? Chen Yang nodded, that was indeed the case. After hearing what Liu Qingshan said, Zhang Chaoyang also reacted. Team leader, Brother Liu, are you saying that they are setting up a disguised independent hospital with overseas capital? It's scary just to think about it. Team Chen, this means that even if our suspicions are not confirmed, there is still something wrong with this hospital. Chen Yang nodded, they are actually skirting the rules, but because this hospital is good at organ transplants, so. It's terrifying when you think about it. Bang! The three were analyzing the case when the door of the conference room was opened. Team leader. Zhao Bing was the first to rush in, right. Chen Yang and the other two came over immediately. He took the test report from Zhao Bing and read it carefully. Team Chen, Zhao Bing said excitedly, panting heavily, the DNA sequence of the liver cells transplanted by Li Jing is 100% matched with the DNA sequence of the dandruff cells of his brother who died the day before. 100% match. This means that the liver transplanted into Li Jing belonged to Li Jing's younger brother. DNA sequences can only be exactly the same in the same person. However, Li Jing's younger brother had already died at that time, so how could he donate his liver to his brother? Therefore, Li Jing's brother must have lost some of his organs while he was being rescued in the hospital without his family knowing, and his liver was transplanted to Li Jing the next day. Organ donation must be done while the person is still alive. Without a donation agreement, it is tantamount to murder. Team leader, what should we do next? Liu Qingshan knew that they had encountered a big case this time. A major case with solid evidence. Based on this test report, the US-Japan International Hospital cannot be free from responsibility. What to do? There are only two choices. One is to report to the superiors and take direct measures against the US-Japan International Hospital. However, it is unclear whether Li Jing's case is an isolated case or just one of a large number of cases. If we report it now, once the other party is prepared, this will only be an isolated case. But what if it's not an isolated case? How many people have been killed by the US-Japan International Hospital in the past 5 years? For example, was Li Jing's younger brother really dead after the car accident? You have to know that the people who performed the surgery back then were all foreign doctors. For the sake of money, it is not impossible to declare death directly. As for the intermediate link, it is nothing more than the corpse plastic surgeon touching the corpse again. However, they would not open the chest cavity again after it had been sutured, so it would be impossible to find out. The other option is for Chen Yan to continue investigating secretly until he obtains evidence or important clues, and then report it to the higher authorities to eradicate this cancer. Touching the permission card in his trouser pocket, Chen Yan gritted his teeth and said, "I will investigate again tomorrow morning. I will make a decision when I come back." Chen Yan didn't rest that night. Replaying the findings in the hospital in the afternoon over and over again, Chen Yan's brain was always working at a high level. Organ transplant. The medical level in this world is much higher than that in Chen Yan's previous life. The in vitro preservation time of internal organs has been increased to 1 month. Therefore, it is not impossible that American and Japanese hospitals really set their sights on the organ business. No wonder your organ transplant matching success rate is so high. With more organs, the matching rate is naturally higher. The next day, the underground garage of the U.S. Japan International Hospital. Chen Yan changed into a white coat, put on a mask, and began a secret investigation. The key point is the organ protection box and the morgue. Last night, Chen Yan obtained the floor plan of the hospital by accessing the Lianqing City Building Electronic Archive. For Chen Yan, who has the ability to freeze the image, the U.S. Japan International Hospital has now shrunk into a miniature map. After opening the elevator, Chen Yan went straight to the 3rd floor. Wearing a white coat, a mask, and a pass, Chen Yan naturally doesn't have to worry about surveillance. The 3rd floor is the operating room of the emergency center. Where in the hospital do the most accidental deaths occur? Of course, it's the emergency center. When the elevator was opened, a nurse who was less than 1.5 meters tall came in carrying a silver white metal box. Although sealed by the low temperature, Chen Yan's nose, which had already activated the olfactory gene lock, could still smell a faint smell of blood. The two passed each other, but Chen Yan did not leave. Instead, he looked at the LCD screen next to the elevator button, the 2nd floor below ground. The elevator stayed on the 2nd floor below ground. Chen Yan pressed the up button and waited for 12 minutes before the elevator started again. Chen Yan left immediately. Outside the elevator corridor, a hospital bed was pushed out from the operating room. Notify Liang Yinyan's family, she is seriously injured, her kidneys and spleen are ruptured, she is bleeding profusely, rescue efforts are ineffective, she is pronounced dead. Outside the rescue room. Doctor. My wife was still able to talk to me when she came here, how could she be dead? How could she be dead? Dear family member, we have arranged for a foreign expert to perform surgery on Liang Yangyang. However, she has excessive internal bleeding, and her kidneys and spleen have ruptured. Smell of blood. Chen Yan was very sure that the faint smell of blood he smelled in the elevator just now was exactly the same as Liang Yinyan's blood. Although the taste of blood is similar, everyone's blood is still different. Others can't tell the difference, but Chen Yan has already unlocked his genetic sense of smell. Inside the short nurse's silver metal box, there is a part of Liang Yangyang's body. Chapter 32: The Disappearing Smell of Blood. Chen Yan, with a livid face, turned around quickly and walked down to the basement from the stairs. At the same time, the white coat on his body has been changed into a set of cleaning clothes. The morgue is on the 2nd underground floor. At the door, a middle-aged man less than 1.6 meters tall and with a face as gloomy as a corpse was guarding it. Who are you? Don't you usually clean in the afternoon? Why are you here in the morning today? The man looked at Chen Yan with some caution, and the Chinese he spoke sounded a little awkward, but if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't notice anything. Sure enough, the people guarding the morgue were Japanese. I'm cleaning, can't you see that? God knows why I came here in the morning. The foreman asked me to come. Do you think I am willing to come to the morgue? Chen Yan bent over, his voice deliberately rough, cursing, if that bastard hadn't been sick, I wouldn't have come. Just give me a word, it's just right that I don't have to clean up. The middle-aged man frowned. The morgue still needed to be cleaned, remember not to touch the corpse, or you may be visited by ghosts. Who the hell is sick to bang that thing? In the morgue, in fact, most of the bodies are in freezers, and only a few who have just died are placed outside. Chen Yan deliberately moved away from the corpse, turned on the vacuum cleaner in his hand and started cleaning. Sure enough, after a while, the sound of a bed being pushed was heard outside. But there was no conversation throughout the whole process. The door opened and a man of even shorter stature walked in pushing a hospital bed. The man glanced at Chen Yang, who was cleaning, ignored him, locked the pulley lock under the bed, and went out. Without looking, just by smelling it, Chen Yang knew that this was Liang Yang, who had just died. Turning the vacuum cleaner to the maximum, Chen Yang looked around and took out the scalpel he had prepared. Opening the body bag, Chen Yang carefully cut the sutures on the corpse's chest. The liver was indeed damaged, but it was not penetrated. There was a large amount of blood in the abdomen, but it was not enough to cause death due to massive bleeding. The spleen and kidneys are gone. Although Chen Yang had never studied anatomy specifically, he had some exposure to it when he was in police school. Liang Yang's cause of death was not internal bleeding and organ rupture caused by the car accident. The root cause was that the wounds of the missing spleen and kidneys were not sutured, resulting in heavy bleeding. Chen Yang, with a grim face, closed the zipper of the body bag again and went to the next body. 9 bodies. There were 9 bodies in total, including Liang Yang, placed outside the refrigerator in the morgue. 4 of them had their internal organs missing. Nearly 45%. You know, only bodies that have died within 2 days are kept outside the refrigerator. What about the body in the freezer? How many more bodies and organs are missing? After taking a photo with his mobile phone, Chen Yang left quickly. The middle-aged man at the door of the morgue was wondering why the cleaner made people feel a little cold. But when I looked back at the morgue and saw that everything was normal, I didn't care. It's just as big as a moving road. Humming the obscene cliches from his hometown in Nankai Island, Japan, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Yang's leaving back with a hideous and terrifying look on his face. Outside the US-Japan International Hospital. The sun is shining and the spring breeze is blowing gently. However, the warm sunlight falling on Chen Yang did not make him feel warm at all. Turning back, Chen Yang looked at this large international hospital again. It was like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth, waiting for its prey to arrive. Captain Chen, how is it? Zhao Bing looked nervous. Liu Qingshan and others were also looking at Chen Yang. How about it? Chen Yang took off his mask and his face turned pale. His voice was icy and piercing. Report to the team immediately and seal off the entire US-Japan International Hospital. Not even a fly can fly out. Zhang Yinhu's hands were shaking as he lit the cigarette. At this moment, more than 30 police cars surrounded the entrance of the US-Japan International Hospital. Chen Yang has reported all the details of the case to Zhang Yinhu. Ring ring ring. When the phone rang, Zhang Yinhu was so scared that he shuddered and almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. Looking at the phone screen, Zhang Yinhu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's been less than half an hour, and this is already the 9th call. Zhang Yinhu wanted to ignore the call, but when he saw the familiar name on it, he pressed the answer button. Leader. Yinhu, their voice on the phone didn't even give Zhang Yinhu a chance to speak. What's going on with the American-Japanese hospital? You have surrounded the hospital with a large number of police forces. How bad will the impact be? I won't interfere with your cases, but you have to be careful about the impact. Lianxin's good investment environment is not easy to come by. Do you understand? Do you understand? Of course Zhang Yinhu understood. However, if what Chen Yang said is true, this is not as simple as handling the case. Chen Yang, Zhang Yinhu hung up the phone. If this matter is really as you said, it is a shocking case. I have to report it to my superiors. Report. How long will it take? 1 hour, Zhang Yinhu thought for a moment and held up a finger. At least 1 hour. For a major case like this, the city detective team can't make the decision, and the city can't make the decision either. We must report this to the provincial leaders. An hour. Chen Yang frowned and looked towards the hospital. He suddenly remembered the phone calls he had made to Zhang Yinhu. His face changed drastically. No. Captain Zhang, they are stalling for time. Once they have enough time to destroy the evidence, our efforts will be in vain. They illegally harvested so many organs, they certainly didn't use all of them domestically. Once the clues are cut off, there will be no way to track them down abroad, and the case will never be solved. Captain Zhang, we must act decisively. Decisive action. Ring ring ring. Zhang Yinhu's phone rang again. Zhang Yinhu, who was originally a little hesitant, now understood what Chen Yang meant. Damn. Now that the case has been solved, it's no use calling anyone. If I fail to solve the case, the people who just called me will make me suffer the consequences. After hanging up, Zhang Yan, who turned off the phone, everyone immediately block the US-Japan International Hospital and conduct a comprehensive search. The order was given and all detectives were divided into 3 groups. One group followed Chen Yan straight to the emergency center, and the second group followed Zhang Yan straight to the morgue on the 2nd floor. The third group, led by a deputy captain, controls all senior hospital managers. Is this it? Liu Qingshan pointed at the elevator that Chen Yan had just taken, somewhat surprised. The elevator is just a normal elevator, nothing special about it. Chen Yan nodded and led everyone into the elevator. The smell of Liang Yanyan's blood was still there. Chen Yan's face was gloomy as he pressed the button for the basement floor. Buzz. The elevator started and slowly descended. Click. The elevator door opened and we arrived at the 2nd floor below ground. Chen Yan walked out of the elevator and saw the members of Group 2 in the distance. They had just arrived at the door of the morgue. There was an open space around the elevator with no shelter. And the smell of blood belonging to Liang Yangyang suddenly disappeared. Chapter 33, Destroying the Corpse. Additional update. Disappeared? Chen Yang returned to their sedan again, and the faint smell of blood came again. What's going on? Chen Yang was sure that his memory was correct. The nurse who had just come out of the operating room took this elevator and pressed the button for the 2nd floor below ground. The floor the elevator is on is also the 2nd floor below ground. After I pressed the up button, the elevator started to rise after 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Wrong. When no one is using the elevator, once the button is pressed, it will go up or down. After Chen Yang pressed the up button, the elevator did not move until 12 minutes later, when it started again. That means that during these 12 minutes, there must have been someone else controlling the elevator. But there was only a nurse in the elevator at the time. If she left on the 2nd floor below ground, the elevator would have gone up without anyone controlling it. If she stayed in the elevator all the time, it would be wrong for someone outside to pick her up. One is that the response time could not be as long as 12 minutes, and the other is that there is no smell of blood on the underground 2nd floor. Could it be that the other party disappeared out of thin air? Walking into the elevator again, Chen Yang looked around and his visual gene lock was activated synchronously. Inside the car, every decorative panel was enlarged in front of Chen Yang's eyes. Liu Qingshan and others knew that Chen Yang was looking for clues, so they naturally would not go forward to disturb him. The ceiling of the car was tightly closed, and there was dust accumulated in the corners. There was no sign that the car had ever been opened, so it was unlikely that the nurse had taken the items away from the top of the car. There are stainless steel guard plates on both sides and the back of the car. The seams are smooth and integrated, with no possibility of hidden compartments. The floor, there is dust in the corners, and there is garbage accumulated in the hidden gaps between the joints with the side walls that has not been cleaned for years. The possibility of tampering with the floor is not high. Chen Yang frowned. The smell of Liang Yanyan's blood stimulated Chen Yang's sense of smell and made him a little irritated. No questions were asked about up, down, left, right, front, and back. Wait. In front. Chen Yang suddenly shifted his attention and looked carefully at the front of the car. The door of the box slides all year round, and the marks are obvious, equals. Every button is smooth and has fingerprints on it, which shows that it is in normal use. Wrong. Why does the panel below the yellow alarm button also show signs of use? Although it's not much, there shouldn't be so many overlapping fingerprints in this place. There is a problem. Chen Yan waved at Liu Qingshan and hooked his finger with his right hand. Liu Qingshan immediately understood, took out a pair of gloves and handed it over. Putting on gloves, Chen Yan pressed his thumb under the yellow alarm button. No response. Chen Yan was not in a hurry. Although this place could not be touched by ordinary people, the cleaning staff would definitely touch it when wiping. So, Chen Yang pressed his thumb under the alarm button again and kept it pressed. Until 10 seconds later. Drop. A crisp sound came, %##. Chen Yang? What the hell? Team leader, it seems to be Japanese. Can you understand? Chen Yang looked at Zhao Bing in surprise. This guy actually understood Japanese. I learned from the movie that there are 2 meanings, identification and wrong. Wrong identification. Chen Yang didn't care what Japanese movie Liu Qingshan was watching. Although there were some problems with the translation, Chen Yang still understood it. I was wearing gloves, so the fingerprint recognition went wrong. Someone come. He didn't bother to go up and look for the nurse. The key point was that the nurses were all about the same height and were wearing masks at the time. Although Chen Yang remembered the smell on her, it was definitely too late to find her now. Raise the elevator, and the rest of you follow me to check the elevator shaft. The two detectives quickly entered the elevator, and after it went up, they controlled the elevator from the outside with the elevator key, opened the back panel of the control button, and then pulled the fuse to cut off the power. With a click, the elevator locked. On the second floor below ground, Liu Qingshan and Zhao Bing opened the elevator door and looked down. Below is the elevator's anti-fall buffer device, which is no different from a normal elevator shaft. Chen Yang's nose twitched slightly, and sure enough, he smelled a slight smell of blood. Holding the edge of the elevator, Chen Yang jumped down. Visual gene lock is unlocked. The elevator shaft is exceptionally clean, with no dust accumulation around. This is obviously not normal. No one goes down the elevator shaft all year round and it is rarely cleaned. Even the annual elevator inspection and maintenance is just a quick glance. How can it be so clean? Moreover, there are buccal devices on both sides of the bottom of the buffer layer, which obviously means there is another mechanism. Qingshan, have someone bring tools over to break it down. 10 minutes later, the bottom of the elevator shaft was successfully broken open, and it turned out that there was another layer underneath. When I opened the elevator door, I found a wide open space. Two panicked nurses were operating a meat grinder, one was opening the silver metal box, and the other was stuffing something into the meat grinder. When Chen Yang and others rushed in, there were silver white metal boxes all over the floor, and about 30 of them were opened. At first glance, there is a row of metal racks in the room, connected to a refrigeration unit. There are also densely packed metal boxes on top, about 100 of them. Stop! Liu Qingshan yelled, and Zhao Bing, Wang Gang and others who rushed in from behind rushed forward and captured the two nurses. Chen Yan walked forward and looked at the two of them with icy eyes. One of these two people was the nurse who Chen Yang had just passed by in the elevator, holding the metal box containing Liang Yinyan's organs. Team leader, they are destroying the evidence. On the ground, in the meat grinder, minced flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There was even half a liver scattered on the ground, and a metal box that had just been opened, containing 2 kidneys. Take them all away. The entire US-Japan International Hospital has been sealed off. Zhang Yinhu also encountered an emergency. When they arrived, people in the morgue were destroying the bodies. These unscrupulous bastards actually installed a huge crusher in the morgue and connected it to the sewage pipe. It was obviously premeditated. When Zhang Yinhu arrived, the bodies outside the refrigerator had already been dealt with. But the bodies in the freezer were so frozen stiff that they only destroyed 2. All doctors and nurses in the hospital were under control and the entire hospital was sealed off. What Chen Yang and his team found was just the tip of the iceberg. After all, these corpses and organs are only recent. Li Jing's case happened 5 years ago. God knows how many people they have harmed over the years. However, because time was too short and Zhang Yinhu and his team did not have enough manpower, they could only seal off the hospital and wait for their superiors to conduct a detailed investigation. They must have records and account books for organ trafficking and smuggling across the border. It would be difficult to find these things if Chen Yang and his few people were the only ones there. However, now that he has evidence, Zhang Yinhu can finally report to his superiors. In less than 2 hours, 2 helicopters roared in. Leaders from the city and province have come in batches. However, none of the men gave any orders until the helicopter arrived. Who is Chen Yang? 2 groups of people got off the helicopter. Among them, Chen Yang knew, or had met, Liu Jinsong, the head of the Liao Province Detective Brigade. The rank of 3rd-level detective inspector on his shoulder was so dazzling that Chen Yang could hardly open his eyes. Behind Liu Jinsong was Qin Chuan, the captain of Lianqing City detective team. When he saw Liu Jinsong getting off the plane, he hurried over. The people who got off the other helicopter were 2 middle-aged men and 2 young men, who were wearing casual clothes and had ordinary looks. The person who asked the questions was Liu Jinsong, the head of the Lianing Provincial Detective Brigade. Report. Chen Yang quickly stood at attention and saluted. I am Chen Yang. Chapter 34 Case closed. When Liu Jinsong came to Chen Yang, his serious expression eased and he patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Good. Not bad, young man. After saying that, Liu Jinsong pointed to the four cross-dressed men next to him and said, "These are the leaders of the National Detective Corps. They will take over the case from now on. Xiao Chen, you have to cooperate well." "Yes." Chen Yang saluted again, his back straight. "Please rest assured, leader, I will complete the task." Chen Yang. Among the four people, the middle-aged man walking in the middle was obviously the leader. He looked ordinary and the kind that could not be found in the crowd. "Hello," the man extended his right hand with a friendly expression. "My name is Wang Minute, the leader of the 9th Detective Team of the Detective Corps. Before we even got off the plane, Captain Liu praised you as rare in heaven and hard to find on earth. As soon as we met, we found out that you are indeed a handsome man." "Hello, Team Leader Wang." Chen Yang stretched out his hands and shook Wang Min's hands. "It's all thanks to the good teachings of the leaders and the help of my colleagues." Wang Minute shook his head. He had already read Chen Yang's file on the plane. Talent. In just 1 week, 2 vicious murder cases were solved. It's incredible. The key is that the boy is young and polite. This is the hardest part. I've heard about your deeds. You've won 2 third-class individual merits in a row. This can't be achieved with just the guidance of leaders and the help of colleagues. Okay, the case is urgent. Wang Minute didn't say anything more, but went straight to the point. "Chen Yang, these are the members of our Group 9, Lin Gang, Tian Xuan and Zhang Kai. Lao Lin, take Xiao Qian and start interrogating him on the spot. No matter the consequences, I just want answers. Chen Yang, Zhang Kai, follow me to the scene." Wang Min's style is decisive and swift. After getting off the plane, he only exchanged a few polite words with Chen Yang. As for the rest, Liu Jinsong, the captain of the Provincial Detective Brigade, apparently communicated via the radio on the plane. As for all other leaders including Qin Chuan, the captain of the city detective team, Wang Minute didn't even look at them and started handling the case directly. Inside the morgue of the hospital where the incident occurred, the large crushing machine hidden behind the refrigerator has been turned off. But no one had touched the scene, it had been sealed off, and it was still the same as when Zhang Yinhu led his men for a surprise search. Wang Minute inspected the scene in detail and then went to the secret room where Chen Yang found the evidence. The interrogation of Lin Gang and Chen Xuan was much shorter than Chen Yang had expected. In less than 20 minutes, he and Wang Minute had just finished inspecting the 2 scenes, and Lin Gang and Chen Xuan had completed the interrogation. In the temporary interrogation room, Chen Yang looked at the 3 hospital executives who were foaming at the mouth, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "Team leader, we have figured out all the details." Lin Gang handed Wang Minute a recorder. "All the information about their crimes over the years is recorded in a computer, and Oder has already searched it." Chen Yang was stunned by the speed at which the case was solved. All the relevant personnel in the hospital were arrested, without a single one left. With the participation of leaders from the China Detective Corps, the case was handled very quickly. For days later, everything was settled. Chapter 35 Chen Yang's Versailles. Chen Yang, Wang Minute and his group had been stranded in Lianqing for 4 days and were returning to Beijing today. "On behalf of all the victims and their families, thank you for this case." Wang Min's expression was very sincere, and he was very confident in Chen Yang's abilities. Chen Yang's ability is indeed outstanding, as he was able to solve such a shocking case with the help of a ridiculous file from 5 years ago. The key is that Chen Yang is still so young. Team leader Wang, Chen Yang shook his head. Although he had not participated in the follow-up of the case in the past few days, he had also cooperated with Wang Minute to do some work and had come into contact with the evidence found by Chen Xuan. He felt very heavy-hearted. "You are too polite. It is all my duty." Evidence found in the computer shows that this is a plan that the US-Japan group has been promoting for a long time. They called it the Great Road Clearing Project. Of these 20,000 people's organs, 1/10 was used in American and Japanese hospitals. Some of the genes for which receptors are not found in time will be used for research. Those that find a recipient are used for organ transplantation. Team leader Wang, regarding this case, Wang Min's eyes instantly turned cold, and she narrowed her eyes slightly, looking towards the east, which was the direction of Japan. "Chen Yan, remember, China is the world's most powerful country today. No one comes after you without paying a price. Pay more attention to international news in the next 2 days. See you next time." After seeing Wang Minute off, Chen Yang heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully solving the US-Japan hospital organ smuggling case. Reward: computer program expertise. Boom! The rewards were issued, and a flood of information hit Chen Yan's nerves. The evolution and development of computers, hardware composition, structural analysis, every computer component flashed in Chen Yan's mind. Computer program development, hacker intrusion, red hacker defense. Chen Yan quickly absorbed the computer software knowledge. 5 minutes later, Chen Yan, who had regained his consciousness, was a little dazed. The system is truly loving, and all the rewards are of the highest quality. Computer program expertise. Although Chen Yan didn't know the extent of this expertise, but compared with the knowledge he learned in the police academy, it was like a drop of water compared to the ocean. You know, there is no such thing as economic investigation or criminal investigation in China. They are all of the same type of police, detective police. With such rich computer knowledge, Chen Yan will definitely be more powerful in solving cases in the future, and the types of cases he will be involved in will be more comprehensive. Detective Squad 2. Zhang Yinhu's office. Team leader Chen, Zhang Yinhu said, his old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, "Come, try my pre-rain Longjing tea, it's authentic." Zhang Yinhu is now neither Xiao Chen nor Chen Yang, but simply team leader Chen. Moreover, his attitude was so enthusiastic that even when Qin Chuan, the captain of the city detective team, came, he was not seen to be so enthusiastic. There's nothing I can do about it, this is the way the world works. Who wants to offend the god of wealth? Chen Yang has only been in the team for about a month and a half. With such a short period of time, in the past, even a difficult theft case might not be solved. But what about Chen Yang? In 2 weeks, 2 major cases were solved. Then he dug out a murder case file from 5 years ago from among the pile of old cases. And they solved such a shocking case. This time the Ministry of Security intervened directly, and within 4 days, those who should be arrested were arrested, and those who should be killed were killed. 2 major fires and shipwrecks at sea. Others may not know, but those involved in the case certainly know what happened. Although no legal procedures were followed and no verdict was announced, Zhang Yinhu sincerely shouted in his heart, "Well done. Anyone who offends China will be killed without mercy." Although there was no news report and his superiors issued a gag order, he will not lose the credit. Detective Team 2, a collective second-class merit. The superiors have already decided, and the medal will be delivered in the next 2 days. However, this case, for the sake of stability, should not be made public, and the awarding ceremony will not be grand, but the second-class merit is real. Zhang Yinhu himself also made a contribution this time. Although Zhang Yinhu did not do anything in the specific investigation of the case, as Chen Yang's leader, he was able to withstand the pressure and make prompt decisions at critical moments. This is ability. If Zhang Yinhu had been a little less courageous at that time and delayed for an hour or 2, waiting for the other party to destroy all the evidence, even if the comrades from the security department had come, they would have been in a very passive position. It is even possible that the case can only be classified as the murder of Li Jing's brother. Thank you, Captain. Chen Yang took the tea bowl respectfully. Although Zhang Yinhu was polite, Chen Yang could not be arrogant. "Captain, you can still call me Xiao Chen." Chen Yang is fine. Chen Yang took the tea and smiled bitterly. "You called me team leader Chen, I was very nervous and a little scared." Forehead. Zhang Yinhu. Are you still afraid? You didn't seem afraid when the US-Japan International Hospital was blocked. Okay, Zhang Yinhu nodded. It seemed strange to call him team leader in private, so it wouldn't be too late to call him team leader when there were people around. "Chen Yang, there's news from the provincial team. Next week, Captain Liu Jinsong of the Provincial Detective Brigade will come in person to award you a medal." Awarding honors. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. He knew that he must have made meritorious service this time, but to be awarded the medal so quickly, and the head of the Provincial Detective Brigade came in person, this was a bit too much, right? Seeing Chen Yang's surprise, Zhang Yinhu explained, "This time, the team was blessed by you and won the second-class collective merit." You personally. Zhang Yinhu paused. In theory, solving a case of this magnitude is worthy of a first-class merit. But the higher-ups want us to put some pressure on you. You're rising too fast. It really rose too fast. Chen Yang himself knows it. With 2 third-class merits, Chen Yang has become a first-class detective as soon as he was promoted. If I can get a first-class merit this time, I can directly surpass the director of the detective department. Of course, according to the general promotion rules for police ranks, from detective superintendent to detective inspector, there is a minimum of 3 years of police service. Therefore, even if he won the first-class merit, Chen Yan would not really be promoted to detective inspector, surpassing the detective director. However, even if it was a second-class merit, according to the principle of promotion based on merit, Chen Yang could be promoted to the third-level detective chief this time. Captain Zhang, Chen Yang put down his teacup. You know I don't care much about this achievement. Any level of achievement is fine. Zhang Yinhu smiled bitterly to himself. You kid are a bit fair sigh. Just a few days after officially joining the police force, he won a second-class merit. Zhang Yinhu never got one in his entire life. No, this time it has. Zhang Yinhu's final decision earned him a third-class individual merit, and he was also awarded a medal this time. It's all thanks to you this time, and I'm also benefiting from it. Zhang Yinhu refilled Chen Yang's tea and sighed. You are such a lucky star. Old Liu and the other four have brought honor to their family this time. Each of them has won a third-class merit. Chen Yang nodded. This is what they deserved. At that time, Chen Yang sought their opinions, and when the case was not followed up, he bluntly told them that they could withdraw because the risk was too great. However, none of the four dropped out, and the third-class individual merit was the best reward for them. Captain Liu came here in person this time, but he actually has another purpose. After a pause, Zhang Yinhu looked at Chen Yang with a serious expression. It's also related to you. Chapter 36, Provincial Team. I will definitely not go. But you can't leave for nothing. You have to treat everyone to a meal. There is no problem with Zhang Yinhu's ability. The reason he couldn't be promoted was that he had no merit. Now, one individual third-class merit, one collective third-class merit and one collective second-class merit are enough to serve in the provincial team. The public security in the city is still very good, with not many murders happening every year. It's not that you can get credit just because you are capable. That also requires a case. Recently, something strange has been happening, with cases happening one after another. Zhang Yinhu rolled his eyes. Why can I leave? Don't you know? These 2 times were entirely thanks to you solving the case, otherwise I would have made no contribution at all. Not only that, if there was no Chen Yang, it would be questionable whether Zhang Yinhu could solve the case of dismemberment and murder of his wife and the case of the bloody cross. Don't talk about merit, not being punished is good. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I haven't decided whether to leave or not, so let me talk about you now. Zhang Yinhu continued. Captain Liu Jinsong came here this time for the first purpose of awarding you a medal, and the second purpose is to snatch you away. Stealing people. Chen Yang was stunned. Captain, you are going to the provincial team. Zhang Yinhu. Bullshit provincial team. Am I so popular that I need the head of the provincial team to snatch me away? He glared at Chen Yang unhappily. They are here to rob you. Rob me. Zhang Yinhu nodded. Captain Liu Jinsong has already informed the city team about this matter. Qin Chuan certainly doesn't want you to leave, so he kicked the ball back and asked the provincial team to directly seek your opinion. If you are willing to leave, the position of Deputy Director of the Detective Department of the Liao Province Detective Brigade is waiting for you. If you don't want to leave, Deputy Captain Li Yang of our detective team 2 is retiring this month. You will take over his place. Deputy Director of the Detective Department of the Provincial Detective Brigade. Deputy Captain of the 2nd Division of the City Detective Team. I think everyone knows how to choose. Although Chen Yang had not been a police officer for long, he still had some understanding of the basic framework of the detective team. A director of a provincial detective brigade is on the same level as the captain of a prefecture-level detective team. Deputy Director, that is equivalent to the position of Deputy Captain of Lianqing City Detective Team. Moreover, since he is in charge of the work of the entire province, his power is obviously greater. As for the Deputy Captain of the 2nd Detective Division, it's probably just a clerk level in the provincial detective team. However, Chen Yang didn't want to leave. At that moment, Shen Yunyi's figure suddenly appeared in Chen Yang's mind. If she leaves by herself, what will she do? They both still have to act. The most important thing is that I have met Shen Yunyi's parents, but she has not met hers yet. How can that be? Captain. Chen Yang suddenly felt that he was still young and needed to gain experience on the front line. I am still young, I don't have enough experience, and I don't have enough experience. Although I solved a few cases, I was able to do so with the help of my colleagues. Besides, I am only 22 years old now and have very little experience in grassroots work. Captain, please convey my opinions to your superiors. Provincial team, I definitely won't go. Zhang Yinhu. Looking at Chen Yang's resolute back and firm steps, Zhang Yinhu was a little confused. Are all the young people nowadays so concerned about fame and fortune? He is the deputy director in charge of case investigation for an entire province. Moreover, Zhang Yinhu knew that the director of the detective department of the provincial detective brigade was a senior member and would retire in 2 years. 2 years. That is the detective department, which is known as the first department of the provincial detective brigade. After working for 3 to 5 years, with Chen Yang's ability, he might have the opportunity to be promoted to a deputy position in the provincial detective brigade. At the age of less than 30, he became a deputy in a provincial detective brigade. Zhang Yinhu's adrenaline surged just thinking about it. But this guy Chen Yang actually refused. Rejected. Judging from the boy's expression, promotion seems like a terrible thing. Chen Yang felt inexplicably relieved after leaving Zhang Yinhu's office. Call. Want to tempt me with high positions and generous salaries? No way. I say that my life is pure, and fame, wealth and power are like dirt. As a policeman, do I want to get promoted? I have no sympathy for evil. Besides, why go to the provincial capital to get promoted? Are you kidding me? I am a Lianqing person when I am alive and a Lianqing ghost when I die. The deputy captain of the 2nd detective squad, isn't he attractive? Taking out his phone, Chen Yang subconsciously dialed a number. What's the matter? Xin Yunyi's voice was surprisingly gentle. Although others may not know about the case of the US-Japan International Hospital, Xin Yunyi knows something about it. After all, Shanghai Group is negotiating investment matters with the Myri Group. People from the detective corps have come to Shanghai Group to investigate. When he learned that the authority card used by Chen Yang for secret investigation was given by Xin Yunyi, he naturally would not make things difficult for Shanghai Group. Wang Minute even reported the relevant situation to Lianqing City and even the relevant units in Lianing Province. I believe that Shanghai Group will be more successful in its future development. As the only person who cooperated with Wang Minute during the investigation, Chen Yang naturally followed Wang Minute throughout the process. With Wang Min's experience, she naturally saw the unusual relationship between Chen Yang and Xin Yunyi. But of course this old fox wouldn't point it out. Who wouldn't do a favor? The leaders of the National Detective Corps are also human beings. The key is to see whether you are valuable and worthy of their help. The talent and genius Chen Yang displayed in solving cases made him worthy of Wang Min's favor. Nothing, Chen Yang's mouth curled up unconsciously. I have been busy with the case these days and have not had time to thank you for the authority card you gave me. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Have a meal. Xin Yunyi on the other end of the phone did not go to work today. Her straight thighs were wrapped in a rose-red long skirt, and her rare big waves fell on one side of her cheek. This is damn charming. At this moment, Xin Yunyi's eyes were stunned, slightly surprised and happy. This little bastard seems to have never treated himself to a meal. Last time at Red Moon, after the little guy gave himself a good beating, he still paid the bill himself. By the way, I remember what I said to Chen Yang at Red Moon last time. Snort. Xin Yunyi secretly made a decision in his mind, to just treat it as a reward for the little puppy to make old Shin and his mother happy. Time and place. Let me see if this queen has time. Chen Yang. Chapter 37. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, I don't mind. Red Moon Western Restaurant. Standing at the door of the restaurant, Chen Yang still wanted to complain about the name of this restaurant. Who the hell came up with this name? It's so rustic. After changing into the casual clothes that Xin Yunyi bought for him, Chen Yang looked absolutely handsome. Xiao Qian, look at that handsome guy, I can't help but drool. Hee, I haven't seen you for half a month. Why are you getting more and more coquettish? Humph. I just want to eat meat, so what? It's not illegal to drool. Chen Yang naturally didn't know that someone was coveting him, and it wouldn't matter even if he knew, because these mediocre girls couldn't get him anyway. Walking into the Red Moon Western Restaurant, it is still the familiar box 888. At the door, Chen Yang checked the door number of the private room again. Yes, 38, that's right. When I opened the door, Xin Yunyi was already sitting inside. Chen Yang discovered that Xin Yunyi loved Qiansum. the silky brocade wrapped around her long white legs. Chen Yan was actually wearing grey stockings and silver high heels today. The creamy white shawl is the same color as the neck, with a beautiful curve. The young lady was sitting at the side of the Western dining table, flipping through a magazine. She was as elegant and beautiful as a crystal statue. The sound of a door opening interrupted everything, and the statue suddenly came to life. Chen Yan looked at Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes, a gleam of light flashing across them. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered that Chen Yang's gaze seemed to be in the wrong direction. A blush flashed across Chen Yan's pretty face, and her slender thighs were slightly pressed together, like a frightened little rabbit. "Little hooligan, what are you looking at?" Even though Chen Yang had a thick skin like a city wall, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. "I just glanced at her casually, but I didn't expect that there seemed to be glue on the woman's legs, which stuck to my sight. Aren't you my girlfriend? What does it matter if I look at you? Fake. Whether real or fake, they are all girlfriends. I don't mind." Chen Yan. I originally wanted to thank Chen Yang. After all, Shanghai Group is somewhat involved in this case. As a result, not only is everything fine now, but I am also receiving care from my higher-ups. Chen Yan didn't care too much, but after all, the company was her father's life's work, and she had to protect it. After rolling his eyes cutely, Chen Yan decided not to thank Chen. Her long, wavy hair swung over her shoulders as she pressed the bell on the dining table. This action made Chen Yang slightly stunned. The charm of Chen Yan shaking her hair was like the most powerful medicine in the world. Chen Yang felt as if his hormones were about to explode. What kind of woman is most attractive to men? A girl in her prime? A young and lovely girl? A charming young woman? Both and neither. What cannot be retained in this world is that fleeting glimpse. Chen Yan seems to have a kind of magic. At the age of 27, she has the vitality of an 18-year-old girl, as well as the charming style of a mature and delicate girl. This woman, with her eyes slightly frozen, is like an iceberg, making people afraid to approach her. A glance back and a smile is like 100 flowers in full bloom, full of charm. Chen Yang felt a little full after this meal. The food was delicious and the view was appetizing. After walking out of Red Moon and seeing the pink sports car in front of him, Chen Yang exclaimed, "Why didn't you drive that Phantom?" Chen Yan couldn't help but give Chen a blank look. "Didn't you say that the door of that car opens backwards? Aren't you used to it?" Of course, it is impossible to explain. The word explanation does not exist in the Queen's dictionary. "Get in the car." After opening the scissor door of the sports car, Chen Yan rolled his eyes at Chen again. Chen Yang. He was fine when he was eating just now, but he was so amused by himself that he was shaking back and forth, his waves were turbulent and he looked very ferocious. As a result, he turned against me as soon as I walked out the door. "Where are we going?" "Why, as a people's policeman, are you afraid that a commoner like me will sell you out?" "Sold?" Chen Yang was not really worried about whether to sell him or not. He was just afraid that Chen Yan had not eaten enough and would go home and use him as a snack to drink, and then eat him. There are more than one or two women who are greedy for his body. Of course, Chen Yan was just thinking about it and would not say it out loud. Tomorrow is the weekend, do you have time? Since Chen Yan doesn't have to work on weekends, he certainly has time. He turned his head and looked at Chen Yang. "I don't know yet. I'll go back and ask the secretary, is there anything?" "Secretary?" Chen Yang was slightly stunned. Yes, with Chen Yan's wealth, of course he needs a secretary. "Nothing, I want to see your secretary." "Meet my secretary." Chen Yan was very smart and she knew what Chen Yang meant just by looking at her expression. "No, Sister Liang has to take care of the kids on the weekends, so how can she have time to see you?" "Sister Liang?" He. Chen Yang retracted his gaze from Chen Yan's long legs and said, "Then I'll disappear." "Nonsense, why would I want to see a female secretary? A smart woman is like mountain spring water, which looks clear and transparent, and tastes refreshing and sweet when you drink it." Snort. The Queen snorted coldly and stepped on the accelerator. This is what a man is. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. After all, this was their first serious date. My mom has been pushing me a lot these past few days and is going to arrange another blind date for me. Huh? Another blind date? Chen Yan's originally relaxed and cheerful expression suddenly became tense. Regarding the Sailor Moon from last time, Chen Yan didn't seem to pay much attention on the surface, but he was actually very nervous. She was just over 20 years old, wearing a JK Lolita outfit, a pleated skirt, white stockings, and twin ponytails. Just thinking about that picture, Chen Yan knew how attractive she was to men. A few days ago in the hospital, Sailor Moon was playing in disguise, and subconsciously, Chen Yan felt threatened. Cough cough. Chen Yan turned her head as she slowed down the car. Her tender eyes seemed to speak and seemed to hide a silver hook that could seduce people. You helped me get through the difficult time at my parents' place last time. I think for the purpose of our friendly cooperation, I should also fulfill my obligations as a girlfriend. I'm fake. Whether it's real or fake, they are all boyfriends. I don't mind. Chen Yan. Why does this sound so familiar? And the girlfriend's obligations sound a bit exciting. But, I didn't drink any alcohol today, what should I do? Chen Yan interrupted Chen Yang's daydreaming and spoke softly, as if a spring breeze was blowing across his face. I just thought about it. There is nothing to do in the company tomorrow. I should go visit my uncle and aunt. Chen Yan leaned back slightly in his chair, tilted his head back, and looked at the charming Chen Yan. Do you have time? Have. Not reluctantly. The people's police serve the people, and the people can help the people's police. The masses are water, and the police are fish. We have a close relationship, and of course we won't force it. The identities of hunter and prey are not static. Chen Yan turned from prey to hunter in an instant. However, one should not be too proud, because Her Majesty the Queen is still Her Majesty the Queen after all. The underground garage at Chen Yan's residence. The Queen pointed to an SUV next to the pink sports car and handed Chen Yan a car key. Didn't I say I would buy you $1 million luxury car when we first met? Forget about the million. You can't drive it out of the detective team. I might as well give you a domestic car. Okay, it's getting late. See you tomorrow, downstairs at your house. Looking at the black tank 500 beside him, Chen Yan suddenly felt like selling himself. Quite exciting, and sour. That's not right. Looking at Chen Yan, who was about to disappear at the door of the unit, Chen Yan yelled, I left one of my socks at your house. Like a proud giraffe, the elegant and charming Chen Yan slipped, staggered, and almost fell. Little hooligan. Chapter 38. Chen Yan's rich girlfriend is here. Yu Weizhen looked at her son in shock. Did the sun rise from the west? Son, Yu Weizhen put down the rag in her hand and looked at Chen Yan in disbelief. What did you just say? Bring your girlfriend back. It's crazy. Can you bring your girlfriend back? Should I call her big sister or little sister? The matter of old Huang's son has made Yu Weizhen and old Chen unable to sleep or eat recently. Ling Yutuan, the girl who went on a blind date last time, said that her son has expressed his opinion yet, so the relationship must have failed. Last week, Chen Yan was taken away by a luxury car again. Chen Yan looked at his mother speechlessly. If the feather duster in the corner had not been still there, he would have rebelled. Mom, Chen Yan hugged Yu Weizhen's arm and began to act coquettishly. When I didn't have a girlfriend, you asked me to go on blind dates every day. You already have a girlfriend, why do you still have this expression? Yu Weizhen was in no mood to watch her son act like a spoiled brat. She shook off Chen Yan's arm and said, Tell me, is it the woman who drove the luxury car last week? Chen Yan nodded, yes, she will come to visit you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Yu Weizhen's voice suddenly rose. Cough cough. Lao Chen coughed and said, Wife, don't be so excited. Take care of yourself. The child is grown up and has his own ideas. Find a girlfriend. Even though she is a little older, she is just a girlfriend after all. It doesn't mean we have to get married. But don't worry, they are coming tomorrow. Old Chen looked at Chen Yan and said, Don't worry, son. We will treat you well and will not let you down. Yu Hui really didn't sleep for half the night. Luxury cars money age. I don't know if that woman has any children, and whether she will fight with my son for the inheritance in the future. Chen Yan slept soundly. Otherwise, if I knew what my mother was thinking, I would probably suffer from insomnia. The next morning, Yu Weizhen started to get busy. Old Chen went to the vegetable market early and picked out the freshest vegetables and an old hen. Yu Weizhen said she wanted to make soup. Older women need warm tonic. Noon. The red Rolls-Royce Phantom once again stopped downstairs of Chen Yang's house. Oh my god! Old Wang, come and take a look. Is that the luxury car that picked up old Chen's son last time? Recently, Chen Yang's father and Lao Huang have become particularly close. We are all adults and we all understand each other. Lao Huang has indeed exchanged a lot of experiences with Lao Chen, and the two have already had 2 drinks together recently. Yu Huizhen would never let Lao Chen drink, but when she heard that he was going to drink with Lao Huang, she took the initiative to contribute a bottle of Wu Liangyi from her home. Mr. Huang's wife is also very happy. I used to feel that the way other people looked at my family was not kind, but now, isn't it the same for the Chen family? Besides, Chen Yang's kid is indeed more handsome than his own kid, and he is also a detective who is paid by the emperor. Well, as far as this matter is concerned, the Huang family is the happiest. The only thing that makes me a little unhappy is that the rich woman Chen Yang is what seems to be richer than the one his son is with. Chen Yan's outfit today was simple. She replaced the sexy and charming Cheongsam with a white dress, and the big waves from last night also disappeared, replaced by a single ponytail. Her pretty face, lightly made up, is lustrous and shiny, as white and smooth as pearl. Chen Yan is a smart person after all. This time when I came to Chen Yang's house, I dressed myself up to look much younger. In fact, 27 is the age when women are most attractive. She can be sexy, pure, a queen, a princess, a loli, or a mature woman. Chen Yan is 5 years older than Chen Yang. Although she was only acting this time, Chen Yan still subconsciously showed her youthful and lively side. The most important thing is that she also heard about the Huang family from Chen Yan. The red Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a steady stop, and countless eyes were staring at it from the surrounding buildings. What kind of rich woman did the son of old Chen marry? As a result, when Chen Yan opened the car door and got out, everyone was stunned. This is the rich woman that Chen Yang is with. No, it should be the daughter of a rich woman, right? Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. Chen Yang, who had never seen Chen Yan dressed like this, was slightly surprised. Why are you dressed like this today? Although Chen Yan was not as sexy as usual today, she looked much more friendly like the Lin family sister. Chen Yang was not stupid, so he naturally figured out that she was dressed like that on purpose. Humph! Chen Yan snorted coldly. Her queenly aura really didn't change. You guys in the community say you're dating a rich woman, so of course I have to dress younger. Because people don't think I'm an old cow eating young grass. Chen Yang. After opening the trunk of the car and taking out the gift prepared by Chen Yan, the two went upstairs. The spatula in Yu Huizhen's hand had fallen to the ground. Old Chen. Did I see it right? The person who just got off the car was our oldest son's girlfriend. Old Chen frowned deeply. Something is wrong. That's not what the script says. Was it agreed that he would be with a rich woman? How come the person who just got out of the car was a young girl? Has old Wang been drinking his Wu Liangyi for nothing these days? Hello, auntie, hello, uncle. Chen Yan's smile was like a spring breeze as soon as she entered the door, and her little mouth was so sweet. My name is Chen Yan, and I'm Chen Yang's girlfriend. Come in, please come in. Yu Huizhen's face was full of smiles. I really have the ability. Not only is the son born into this family handsome, but the daughter-in-law he found is like a fairy from a painting, and she is also rich. Chen Yan brought 30-year-old Mao Tai and the best bird's nest supplements, and was very considerate. Auntie, you look so young. Chen Yan sat next to Yu Huizhen on the sofa, not at all unfamiliar, and said sweetly, how do you maintain your skin? It's so good. I'll recommend it to my mom when I get home. Har har. Yu Huizhen laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. You are such a good talker. In fact, not all of what Chen Yan said were polite words. Sons look like their mothers, and daughters look like their fathers. Looking at Chen Yang's appearance, you can tell that Yu Huizhen must have been a great beauty when she was young. Although I am old now, I don't have much to worry about and I look very young indeed. Auntie is old now, and I hope that little bastard Chen Yang can find a girlfriend and have a grandson soon. In the end, this guy didn't even tell me that he had a girlfriend, so I had to go on blind dates for him every day. Chen Yan was able to take over his father's management of Shanghai Group, a commercial aircraft carrier worth hundreds of billions of dollars, so his emotional intelligence is naturally very high. The continuous flattery made Yu Huizhen so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. In fact, Based on Chen Yan's appearance, Yu Weijian was extremely satisfied even if he didn't talk much. She is rich, beautiful, has high emotional intelligence, and can make her mother-in-law happy. Isn't this a perfect daughter-in-law? Yu Weijian gave old Chen a look and sent him to the kitchen to cook. Chen Yan sat obediently in the living room, picked up 2 ugly oranges, peeled them and handed them over. Yu Weijian took the orange slices, cleaned the white silk on them, and handed them to Chen Yan. Yuni, you have to be ruthless with this man. If you don't play for 3 days, the roof will fall off. Auntie will tell you. Chen Yang felt that he must not be a biological child. What mother would teach her daughter-in-law how to control her husband when she meets her for the first time? Besides, Chen Yang had seen the tutoring in Chen Yan's family. Just a look from Chen Yan's mother Wang Maifang was enough to make Comrade Chen spit out the wine in his mouth. If you continue to teach me this, will I still be able to survive? Chapter 39, May there be no thieves in the world, let the horses go to the South Mountain, and put the swords and guns into the warehouse. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Yu Weijian and Lao Chen walked Chen Yan downstairs. Yun, come back next week and I'll make chicken soup for you. Watching the red luxury car slowly driving away, Yu Weijian stood downstairs, raised her head proudly, and looked around at the residential buildings. That expression gave off the feeling of a liberated serf singing. It's been a week. Yu Weijian felt like she had been behaving herself intolerably for the past week. My beloved son, who is handsome and a policeman, ends up hooking up with a rich woman. Now we are on the same line with the Huang family. It feels like people are pointing fingers at me wherever I go. It's okay now. All the clouds in the sky dispersed. Old Chen, Yu Weijian glanced at her husband who was following behind her. From now on, don't associate with the Huang family anymore. They've all learned bad habits. Old Chen nodded heavily, and this time he was willing to obey. On Monday. Team Chen. Good morning. Have you bought a car? Team Chen, your car is really awesome. Congratulations. Team Leader Chen, my wife made some chicken soup early this morning. You didn't have any breakfast, right? Would you like to try some? After stopping the tank 500 given by the Queen, Chen Yan once again enjoyed the meticulous care. My colleagues were even more enthusiastic than last time. After all, last time it was just a collective third-class merit, and each member of the team was rewarded 5,000 yuan. But this time it is a second-class collective merit. Even though the second-class merit is only one level higher than the third-class merit, the bonus is not as simple as doubling it. Second-class collective merit, each person will be rewarded 50,000 yuan. In the history of the second detective squad, there has never been a collective second-class merit. This time, colleagues from the second detective team received the equivalent of an extra year's salary. As a winner of the second-class individual merit, Chen Yang received a direct cash reward of 500,000 yuan. And after retirement, the pension will be increased by 10% at one time. Of course, this increase can be accumulated. Chen Yang has already won the third-class individual merit twice, which is an increase of 10%. This time it will be increased by another 10% on the original basis, which is 20% of the original basis. Office. Good morning, team leader. Zhao Bing took Chen Yang's arms full of delicious food, and his face smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. Neither Liu Qingshan nor Zhao Bing, including Wang Gang and Zhang Chaoyang in the group, have ever made any contributions. After so many years in the police force, the most I have ever been able to achieve is the honor of being an outstanding detective member of a squad. This time it's different. Each of the 4 people won a third-class merit. In addition to 1 third-class collective merit and 1 second-class collective merit, the police rank of each of the 4 people can be promoted by 1 level. Forget about Zhao Bing, Wang Gang and Zhang Chaoyang, their highest rank is only first-level detective chief, but Liu Qingshan is different. He is already a first-level detective chief, with the same police rank as Zhang Yinhu. After this meritorious service, he can be promoted to a third-level detective inspector. This is a senior police rank, and the treatment enjoyed is completely different from before. Even in the subordinate units of the city detective team, there are not even enough third-level detective inspectors who are not in leadership positions. Master, Chen Yang put down his things and looked at Liu Qingshan. You have to treat me to a meal for your promotion this time. Har har, the smile on Lao Liu's face is brighter than the chrysanthemums. Although Lao Liu has been a police officer for 20 years, he is actually only 42 years old, 2 years older than Zhang Yinhu. There is still room for improvement. After this meritorious service, I will almost be promoted, but I don't know how my superiors will arrange it. Captain Liu Jinsong of the Provincial Detective Brigade will come to our place to present him with honors later. Liu Qingshan obviously knew about today's award ceremony. After this, Captain Zhang should take over as deputy captain of the Municipal Detective Brigade. After a pause, Liu Qingshan patted Chen Yan on the shoulder and sighed, "You have broken the record this time." Even though not everyone knew that Chen Yan was about to be promoted to deputy captain of the 2nd Detective Team, veterans like Liu Qingshan, who were well informed, had heard about it. Within half a month of officially joining the police force, he was awarded 2 third-class individual merits, 1 second-class individual merit, and also won a third-class collective merit and a second-class collective merit for the 2nd Detective Team. No one would be dissatisfied when such a person gets promoted. Chen Yang smiled. He didn't really care about this, but getting promoted was definitely a good thing. It's all thanks to Captain Zhang's favor, their help from the leaders, and the good teaching from Master. Har har. You are such a sweet talker, Liu Qingshan laughed loudly. It's thanks to you that the 4 of us made a fortune this time. That's right, Captain. I've been a police officer for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I've made a contribution. Team leader, as you are the deputy captain, according to convention, you can also lead the team. We are counting on you. Zhao Bing and Wang Gang quickly expressed their opinions. Zhang Chaoyang on the side looked at his phone with a strange expression. Team leader, look at this. What? Chen Yang took the phone from Zhang Chaoyang and saw an international video news. A fire broke out in the headquarters building of the Japan-US Japan Group. As can be seen from the video, the fire spread extremely quickly and engulfed the entire building in a few minutes. The video from a distance captured a lot of black spots jumping directly from the building, like dumplings being dropped into the air. International news. Chen Yang suddenly remembered what Wang Minute said to him when she left: pay more attention to international news in the next 2 days. So, this is what it means. Liu Qingshan and the other 2 also came over and looked at the fire in the video with surprised expressions. The US-Japan Group. Is this Goddess will? The US-Japan International Hospital is just a den of evil within China, and the real murderer is still in Japan. Everyone originally thought that the matter was over with the shipwreck at sea. Unexpectedly, the real show only starts today. Chen Yang suddenly remembered the saying, anyone who offends China will be killed without mercy. The computers at the US-Japan International Hospital only store organ data. There is no record of how the organ owners died. How many of them are truly dying and have their organs removed on their deathbed? How many of them should have had a chance of survival but were deliberately killed because of organ smuggling? There is no way to investigate. But God opened his eyes. Everyone in the US-Japan Group has paid the price for this. The price of life. The awarding ceremony was simple but still solemn. Moreover, the people who were awarded the medals this time were all intact and stood up to receive the medals. The figures of Wang Chong'an and Li Ting flashed in Chen Yang's mind again. Making achievements and receiving awards has never been the biggest goal of being a police officer. I wish there were no thieves in the world, horses put into the southern mountains, and swords and guns put into the warehouse. I wish I could spend the whole day looking for my neighbor's lost dog and the neighborhood's lost cats. Now, I announce the personnel appointments. Qin Chuan, captain of the Lianqing City Detective Team, also attended the awarding ceremony. Zhang Yinhu is relieved of his post as the leader of Lianqing City Detective Team 2 and will be appointed to another position. Li Haolian is relieved of his post as deputy captain of the 2nd City Detective Squad and is retired. Appoint Chen Yang, the 3rd-ranked detective chief of Lianqing City Detective 2nd Squad, as the deputy captain of Lianqing City Detective 2nd Squad. Wow! When Chen Yang's appointment order was issued, thunderous applause broke out from the podium. This is what the people want and what everyone expects. Moreover, after Chen Yang received the 2nd-class individual merit, he was promoted from a 1st-level detective to a 3rd-level detective chief. In terms of advancement in police rank, we have entered the 2nd major step. He completed the promotion process that took others more than 10 years in just half a month. What remains, of course, is to appoint a captain. After Zhang Yinhu left, the captain's position could not remain vacant. Who can succeed Zhang Yinhu?